file. Quite often that would make him the butt of jokes. In a way, he was doomed if he tried to fit in, and doomed if he didn't. She shifts uncomfortably. I used to worry he'd bring a gun into school one day, to get even. Like that boy over in Sterling, New Hampshire a few years back.
Did Jacob ever do that? Get even, I mean?
Oh, no, honestly, he's the sweetest child. Sometimes he'd come here during free periods and do his homework in the outer office. He fixed my computer when it crashed once, and even recovered the file I'd been working on. Most of the teachers love him.
And the rest?
Well, some are better with special needs kids than others, but you didn't hear it from me. A student like Jacob can be challenging, to say the least. There's some dead wood in this school, if you know what I mean. And when you get a kid like Jacob who challenges a lesson plan you've been too lazy to adapt for the past 20 years, and when it turns out he's right, well, that doesn't always sit well. She shrugs. But you can ask the staff. On the whole, Jacob interacted much more fluidly with them than with his peers. He wasn't caught up in the usual high school adolescent drama. Instead, he wanted to talk about politics or scientific breakthroughs, or whether Eugene Onegin was really Pushkin's tour de force. In many ways, having Jacob around was like talking to another teacher. She hesitates. No, actually, it was like talking to the kind of enlightened scholar that teachers wish they could grow up to be, before bills and car payments and orthodontist appointments get in the way.
If Jacob wanted so badly to fit in with students, what was he doing in the teacher's room, I ask. She shakes her head.
I suppose there's only so many times you can take being rebuffed before you need some validation,
Mrs. Grenville says. What do you know about his connection to Jessica Ogilvy?
He enjoyed spending time with her. He referred to her as his friend.
I glance up. How about as his girlfriend?
Not that I know of.
Did Jacob ever have a girlfriend in school?
I don't think so. He took a girl to prom last year, but he talked more about Jess, who'd encouraged him to do it, than about his actual date.
Who else did Jacob hang around with, I ask. Mrs. Grenville frowns.
Here's the thing, she says. If you asked Jacob for a list of his friends, he'd probably be able to give you that list. But if you asked those same kids for their lists, Jacob wouldn't be on them. His Asperger's leads him to mistake proximity for emotional connection. So, for example, Jacob would say he's friendly with the girl he's paired with as a lab partner in physics, even though that might not be a reciprocal feeling.
So he wasn't considered a discipline problem? Mrs. Grenville purses her lips.
No.
I place the open school file on her desk and point to a note inside it. Then why was Jacob Hunt suspended for assault last year? Mimi Scheck is the kind of girl I drooled over in high school, in spite of the fact that she wasn't aware we even inhabited the same building for 4 years. She has long black hair and a body made for worship, artfully showcased in clothes that reveal just an inch of skin above the waistline of her jeans when she reaches up or bends down. She also looks so nervous that she'd bolt, if not for the fact that Mrs. Grenville just closed the door of her office. "Hi, Mimi," I say, smiling. "How are you doing today?" She looks from me to the guidance counselor, her lips pressed tight. Then she melts into the couch, anguished.
I swear, I didn't know about the vodka until I got to Esme's.
Well, that's interesting, but it's not why I asked to speak to you today.
It's not? Mimi whispers. Oh, crap.
I wanted to ask you about Jacob Hunt. Her face goes beet red.
I don't really know him very well.
You were involved in an incident last year that led to his suspension, right?
It was all just a big joke, she says, rolling her eyes. I mean, how was I supposed to know he couldn't even take a joke?
What happened? She sinks down farther on Mrs. Grenville's couch.
He was always hanging around. It was creepy, you know? I mean, I'd be like talking to my friends, and he'd be standing there eavesdropping. And then I got a 40 on a math quiz because Mr. LeBlanc is the biggest jerk ever, and I got really mad and asked to be excused to go to the bathroom. But I never went to the bathroom. I just went around the corner and started crying because if I failed math again, my parents were going to take away my phone and make me give up my Facebook account. And Jacob walked up to me. I guess he'd left class for one of his weirdo breaks or something, and he was headed back. He didn't say anything, he just kept staring at me, so I told him to get lost. So he said he would stay with me because that's what friends do, and I said that if he really wanted to be my friend, he'd go into math class and tell Mr. LeBlanc to go fuck himself.
Mimi hesitated.
So he did.
I glanced at the guidance counselor. And that's why he was suspended?
No, he got detention for that.
And then? I ask. Mimi's gaze slides away.
The next day, a bunch of us were hanging out in the commons when Jacob showed up. I guess I sort of ignored him. I mean, it's not like I was actively being mean to him or anything. And he just went crazy and came after me.
He hit you? She shakes her head.
He grabbed me and threw me against a locker. He could have killed me, you know, if the teacher hadn't stopped him.
Can you show me how he grabbed you? Mimi looks at Mrs. Grenville, who nods, encouraging her. We both stand up, and Mimi takes a step forward until she has backed me against the wall. She has to reach up because I'm taller than she is, and then gingerly, she wraps her right hand around my throat.
Like this, she says. I had bruises for a week.
The same bruises, I realize, that Jess Ogilvy had revealed at her autopsy.
Emma. As if I need any further reminder after Oliver Bond's visit that my life is not, and never will be what it was, my editor calls. I was hoping you could come in this afternoon, Tanya says. There's something we need to discuss. I can't. Tomorrow morning? Tanya, I say. Jacob's under house arrest. I'm not allowed to leave. Well, that's sort of why I wanted to meet. We think that it might be best for everyone right now if you took a leave of absence from your column. Best for everyone? I repeat. How is losing my job best for me? It's temporary, Emma, just until this blows over. Surely you understand? Tanya explains. We can't really endorse advice from a writer whose son was accused of murder. I finish for her. I write anonymously. No one knows about me, much less Jacob. For how long? We're in the news business. Someone's going to dig this up, and then we'll be the ones who look like idiots. By all means, I say hotly. We wouldn't want you to look like idiots. We're not cutting you off. Bob's agreed to keep you at half salary plus benefits if you do freelance editing of the Sunday section for us in return. Is this the part where I'm supposed to fall to my knees in gratitude? I ask. She's quiet for a moment. For what it's worth, Emma, Tanya says. You're the last person in the world who deserves this. You've already got your cross to bear. Jacob, I say, is not a cross to bear. He's my son. My hand is shaking where it holds the phone. Go edit your own fucking Sunday section, I tell her, and I hang up. A tiny cry escapes as I realize the magnitude of what I've just done. I'm a single parent. I hardly make any money as is. I can't work outside the home right now. How am I going to afford to live without a job? I could call my old boss from the textbook company and beg for freelance assignments, but it's been 20 years since I worked there. I could scrape by on whatever savings we've got until this is over. And when will that be? I admit I've taken our legal system for granted. I assumed that the innocent prevail, that the guilty get their due. But as it turns out, it isn't as simple as saying you're not guilty if you're not guilty. As Oliver Bond has pointed out, the jury has to be convinced, and connecting with strangers is Jacob's weakest link. I keep waiting to wake up, to have someone surprise me with the hidden camera and tell me this is all a big joke, that of course Jacob is free to go, that of course there's been some mistake. But no one surprises me, and I wake up every morning and nothing has changed. The worst thing that could happen would be if Jacob goes to prison again, because they don't understand him there. On the other hand, if he's hospitalized, he'll be with doctors. Oliver said that he'd be kept in a secure treatment facility until the judge could be sure that he wouldn't hurt anyone again. Which means that he'd have a chance, however slight, of getting out one day. I pull myself up the stairs, heavily, as if my feet have been cast in lead. At Jacob's door, I knock. He's sitting on his bed, flowers for Algernon folded on his chest. "I finished," he says. As part of our new homeschooling protocol, I have to make sure he keeps up with the school curriculum, and this novel was the first assignment for his English class. And? It was stupid. I always thought it was sad. It's stupid, Jacob reiterates, because he should never have had the experiment done. I sit down beside him. In the narrative, Charlie Gordon, a retarded man, undergoes a surgical procedure that triples his IQ, only to have the experiment ultimately fail and leave him with subnormal intelligence again. Why not? He got to see what he was missing. But if he never had that procedure, he would never know he was missing it. When Jacob says things like this, truths so raw most of us won't even admit them in silence, much less speak them out loud, he seems more lucid than anyone else I know. I do not believe my son is insane. And I do not believe that his Asperger's is a disability either. If Jacob didn't have Asperger's, he wouldn't be the same boy I love so fiercely. The one who watches Casablanca with me and can recite all of Bogey's dialogue. The one who remembers the grocery list in his head when I've inadvertently left it sitting on the counter. The one who never ignores me if I ask him to get my wallet out of my handbag or run upstairs to get a ream of paper for the printer. Would I have rather had a kid who doesn't struggle so hard, who could make his way in the world with less resistance? No, because that child wouldn't have been Jacob. The crises may be what stick in my mind when it comes to him, but the in-between moments are the ones I wouldn't have missed for the world. Still, I know why Charlie Gordon had the procedure done. And I know why I'm about to have a conversation with Jacob that makes my heart feel like it's turned to ash. It's because, whenever possible, humans err on the side of hope. I have to talk to you about what Oliver said, I begin. Jacob sits up. I'm not crazy. I'm not letting him say that about me. Just hear me out. It's not the truth, Jacob says. And you always have to tell the truth. House rules. You're right. But sometimes it's okay to tell a little lie if it gets you to the truth in the long run. He blinks. Saying I'm insane isn't a little lie. I look at him. I know you didn't kill Jess. I believe you. But you have to get 12 strangers on a jury to believe you. How are you going to do that? I'm going to tell them the truth. Okay, pretend we're in court then and tell it to me. His eyes flicker across my face and then fix on the window behind me. The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. That's exactly what I mean. You can't use movie quotes in a courtroom to say what happened, but you can use a lawyer. I grasp his arms. I want you to promise me that you'll let Oliver say whatever he has to in order for you to win this case. He jerks his chin down.
1 martini, please,
He mutters.
shaken, not stirred.
I'm going to take that as a yes, I say.
Theo. If a school day is 7 hours long, 6 of those are eaten up by blocks of time that are full of nothing but crap. Teachers yelling at kids who misbehave. Gossip as you walk to your locker. Recap of a math concept you understood the first time it was explained. What being homeschooled has taught me, more than anything, is what a waste of a life high school is. When it's just me and Jacob sitting at the kitchen table, I can blow through my work in about an hour's time if I leave the reading stuff for before I fall asleep. It helps that my mother second-guesses the curriculum a lot. We're skipping this part. If imaginary numbers were meant to be learned, they would have made themselves real. Or, for God's sake, how many times have you studied the Puritans now since first grade? 100? Let's just move on to the Reformation. At any rate, I like being homeschooled. By definition, you're an outcast, so you don't have to worry about sounding stupid if you give the wrong answer, or if that hot girl from your English class is checking you out when you go up to the whiteboard to write your equation for the math homework. I mean, we don't even have a whiteboard here. Since Jacob works on different stuff than I do, he's buried in his work on one end of the table and I'm at the other. I finish before him, but then again, I did even when we worked on regular homework before. He may be freaking brilliant, but sometimes whatever's cooking in his brain doesn't quite translate onto the page. I guess it's a little like being the world's fastest bullet train, but your wheels don't fit the rails. As soon as I finish my French homework, que fait ton frère? Il va à la prison. I close my textbook. My mom looks up from her cup of coffee. Usually she's typing away at her computer, but she hasn't even been able to focus on that today. Done, I announce. She stretches out her lips, and I know it's supposed to be a smile. Great. You need me to do anything? I ask. Turning back time would be nice. I was thinking more along the lines of the grocery store, I suggest. We have, nothing to eat here. It's true, and she knows it. She isn't allowed to leave the house as long as Jacob's stuck here, and that means we're on a slow road to starvation unless I do something about it. You can't drive, she says. I've got my skateboard. She arches a brow. Theo, you cannot skateboard with groceries. Why not? I'll use those green bags I can loop over my arms, and I won't buy anything heavy. It doesn't take her very long to be convinced, but then we hit another snafu. She has only $10 in her wallet, and I can't very well pretend to be Emma Hunt when I hand over her credit card. Hey, Jacob, I say, we need to borrow some money. He doesn't look up from his history book. Do I look like a bank? Are you kidding me? My brother has, I swear, every dollar he's been given for a birthday, Christmas, you name it. I've only seen him spend money once, on a 35-cent pack of gum. Don't, my mother says quietly. Let's not get him upset. Instead, she rummages in her wallet and pulls out her ATM card. Stop off at the bank in the shopping center and take out some cash. My PIN is 4550. Really? I say, beaming. You just gave me your PIN? Yes, so don't make me regret it. I grab the card and head out of the kitchen. So, is it your computer password, too? Soy milk, she says, and gluten-free bread and no salt ham, and anything else you want. I make the executive decision to not take my skateboard and instead walk to the bank. It's only 2 miles into town anyway. I keep my head ducked and tell myself it's because of the wind, but really it's because I don't want to run into anyone I know. I pass cross-country skiers on the golf course and a pair of joggers. When I get to the bank, I realize that it's after hours, and I don't know how to get into the little lobby where the ATM is located. Instead, I walk around to the back of the building where there's a drive-up machine. I stand behind a Honda and wait my turn. Enter amount, the screen reads. I type in $200, and then I hesitate and cancel the transaction. Instead of doing a withdrawal, I look up the account balances. Could we really have only $3,356 in our savings account? I try to remember whether my mother gets statements from more banks than just this one. If there's a safe in our house where she keeps money. I know that the Townsend Inn hires 15-year-olds as busboys for the restaurant, and I'm pretty sure that if I can get a lift into Burlington, I could work at the McDonald's. Clearly, if someone needs to be employed, it's me, since my mother can't leave the house right now, and since Jacob has proven himself pathologically incapable of holding down a job. He's had 3. The first was working at a pet store in town, back when he was obsessive about dogs. He got fired for telling his boss that she was stupid to keep the dog food in the back of the store, since the bags were so heavy. The second job he had was bagging groceries at a food co-op, where the cashiers kept telling him to get his ducks in a row as the items came down the conveyor belt, and then got mad because he wouldn't listen, when in reality Jacob probably just didn't understand. The third job was selling concessions at a snack bar during the summer at the town pool. I guess that worked out fine for the first hour or so, but when lunchtime came and there were 6 kids shouting to him for snow cones and hot dogs and nachos all at once, he took off his apron and just walked out. A car drives up behind me, which makes me feel like a moron. I shuffle my feet and punch the withdrawal button and then enter $200 on the keypad. When the money comes out of the mouth of the machine, I stuff it into my pocket. And then I hear my name being called. Theo? Theo Hunt, is that you? I feel guilty, as if I've been caught in the act of doing something I shouldn't be. But it's not like illegal to walk up to a drive-up ATM, is it? The door of the car behind me opens, and out steps my biology teacher, Mr. Jennison. How are you doing? He asks. I remember how once, when my mother was getting on Jacob's back because he refused to make small talk at a distant cousin's wedding, he said that he would have asked Aunt Marie how she was doing if he really truly cared. But he didn't. So pretending he did would be a big lie. There are times when Jacob's world makes a lot more sense to me than the one the rest of us live in. Why do we ask people how they're doing when we don't give a crap about the answer? Is Mr. Jennison asking me that question because he's worried about me, or because it's something to say to fill up the air between us? I'm okay, I say, because old habits die hard. If I were like Jacob, I would have answered directly. I can't sleep at night, and sometimes when I run too fast, I can't breathe. But in reality, someone who asks you how you're doing doesn't want to hear the truth. He wants the pat answer, the expected response, so that he can go on his merry way. You need a lift? It's freezing out here. There are some teachers I have really liked, and others I've really disliked, but Mr. Jennison doesn't fall into either category. He's nondescript, from his thinning hair to his lectures. The kind of teacher whose name I'll probably forget by the time I go to college. I'm pretty sure that until recently, he could say the same about me. I was an average student in his class who didn't excel or fail enough to leave an impression. Until, of course, all this happened. Now I'm the boy at the center of 6 degrees of separation. Oh yeah, my aunt was Theo's 3rd grade teacher. Or, I sat behind him at a school assembly once. I'm the kid whose name they'll toss out at cocktail parties years from now. That autistic murderer kid, I was in his brother's class at Townsend High. My mom's double parked across the street, I mumble, realizing too late, if our car was indeed in town, it would most likely be at this drive-through ATM right now. Thanks anyway, I say, and I leave in such a hurry that I almost forget to take the transaction receipt. I jog all the way to the grocery store, as if I'm expecting Mr. Jennison to tail me in his car and call me a liar to my face. Only once do I think about taking the $200 and hopping on a bus and leaving for good. I imagine sitting in the back seat next to a pretty girl who shares her trail mix with me, or an old lady who's knitting a cap for her newborn grandson, who asks me where I'm headed. I imagine telling her that I'm going to visit my big brother at college, that we're really close, and that I miss him when he's away at school. I imagine how cool it would be if small talk wasn't lies. When I'm getting ready to go to sleep that night, my toothbrush goes missing. Furious, this isn't the first time this has happened, believe me, I stalk down the hall to my brother's room. Jacob's got an audio tape of Abbott and Costello's Who's on First routine playing on an old tape deck. What the hell did you do with my toothbrush this time? I ask. I didn't touch your stupid toothbrush. But I don't believe him. I glance at the old fish tank he uses for a fuming chamber, but it's not there. It was seized as evidence. Abbott's and Costello's voices are so faint I can barely make out the words. Can you even hear that? I say. It's loud enough. I remember once at Christmas when my mom got Jacob a watch. She had to return it because the ticking noise drove him crazy. I'm not crazy, Jacob says. And for a second I wonder if I've spoken out loud. I never said you were. Yes, you did, Jacob says. He's probably right. His memory's like a steel trap. Considering all the shit you steal from my room for your fuming chamber and your crime scenes, I think we can call it even. What's the guy's name on first base? No, what's on second? I'm not asking you who's on second. Who's on first? I don't know. He's on third. We're not talking about him. Okay, so I know some people find that comedy routine hilarious, but I've never been one of them. Probably the reason Jacob likes it so much is that it makes perfect sense to him, since the names are taken literally. Maybe it got thrown out, Jacob says. And at first I think it's Costello's line, until I realize that he's talking about my toothbrush. Did you do it? I ask. Jacob stares at me. It always gives me a jolt when that happens, because he spends so much time not looking me in the eye. Did you? He replies. Suddenly, I'm not sure what we're talking about, but I don't think it's oral hygiene. Before I can respond, my mother sticks her head in the doorway. Which one of you does this belong to? She asks, holding up my toothbrush. It was in my bathroom. I grab it from her. On the cassette deck, Abbott and Costello are arguing over the canned laugh track. Now that's the first thing you've said right. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I told you so, Jacob says.
Jacob. When I was little, I convinced my brother that I had superpowers. Why else would I be able to hear what our mother was doing upstairs when we were downstairs? Why not say that the reason fluorescent bulbs made me dizzy was that I was so sensitive to light? When I missed a question Theo asked me, I told him it was because I could hear so many conversations and background noises at once that sometimes it was hard for me to focus on just one sound at a time. For a while, it worked. And then my brother figured out I wasn't gifted with extrasensory perception. I was just strange. Having Asperger's is like having the volume of life at full blast all the time. It's like a permanent hangover. Although I admit I have only been drunk once, when I tried Grey Goose straight to see the effect it would have on me, and was dismayed to learn that, rather than giggling like everyone on television who's drunk, I only felt more displaced and disoriented, and the world only got more fuzzy and indistinct. All those little autistic kids you see smacking their heads against walls, they're not doing it because they're mental. They're doing it because the rest of the world is so loud it actually hurts, and they're trying to make it all go away. It's not just sight and sound that are ratcheted up either. My skin is so sensitive that I can tell you whether my shirt is cotton or polyester just by its temperature against my back. I have to cut all the labels out of my clothes so they don't rub, because they feel like coarse sandpaper. If someone touches me when I'm not expecting it, I scream. Not out of fear, but because it sometimes feels like my nerve endings are on the outside rather than the inside. And it's not just my body that's hypersensitive. My mind is usually in overdrive. I've always thought it strange when someone describes me as robotic or flat, because if anything, I'm always panicked about something. I don't like to interact with people if I can't predict how they're going to respond. I never wonder what I look like from someone else's point of view. I would never even have thought to consider that if my mother hadn't brought it to my attention. If I give a compliment, it's not because it's the right thing to say, it's because it's true. Even routine language doesn't come easily to me. If you say thank you, I have to rummage around in my database brain for you're welcome. I can't chat about the weather just for the sake of filling up silence. The whole time I'm thinking, this is so fake. If you're wrong about something, I'll correct you. Not because I want to make you feel bad. In fact, I'm not thinking of you at all. But because facts are very important to me. More important than people are. Nobody ever asks Superman if X-ray vision is a drag. If it gets old looking into brick buildings and seeing guys beat their wives, or lonely women getting wasted, or losers surfing porn sites. Nobody ever asks Spider-Man if he gets vertigo. If their superpowers are anything like mine, it's no wonder they're always putting themselves in harm's way. They're probably hoping for a quick death.
Rich. Mama Spatakopoulos will not talk to me until I agree to eat a little something, which is how I wind up with a full plate of spaghetti and meatballs as I ask her questions about Jess Ogilvy. "Do you remember this girl?" I ask, showing her a photo of Jess.
Yes, the poor thing. I saw in the news what happened.
I understand that she came here a few days before she was killed. The woman nods.
With her boyfriend and that other one.
You mean Jacob Hunt? I show her a picture of Jacob, too.
That's him, she shrugs.
Do you have any security cameras in here?
No, why? Is the neighborhood dangerous?
I just thought I might be able to see the interaction that afternoon, I say.
Oh, I can tell you that, Mama Spatakopoulos says. It was a big fight.
What happened?
The girl, she was very upset. She was crying, and eventually she ran out. She stuck the Hunt kid with the bill and the whole pizza.
Do you know why she was upset, I ask? What they were fighting about?
Well, the woman says, I couldn't hear everything, but it seemed like he was jealous.
Miss Spatakopoulos, I leaned forward. This is very important. Did you hear anything Jacob said in particular that was threatening to Jess? Or see him physically attack her in any way? Her eyes widen.
Oh, it wasn't Jacob who was jealous, she says. It was the other one, the boyfriend.
When I intercept Mark McGuire, he's leaving the student center with 2 of his buddies. "How was lunch, Mark?" I ask, stepping away from the lamp-post against which I've been leaning. "Did you order pizza? Was it as good as Mama Spatakopoulos'?" "You've got to be kidding," he says. "I'm not talking to you." "I'd think as a grieving boyfriend you'd want to do just that." "You know what I want to do? Sue the shit out of you for what you did to me." "I let you go," I said, shrugging. "People get unarrested all the time." I fall into step beside him. "I just had a really interesting chat with the pizza lady. She seems to remember you and Jess fighting when you were there." Mark starts walking, and I fall into step beside him. "So what? So we fought. I already told you that." "What was that fight about?" "Jacob Hunt. Jess thought he was some helpless moron, and the whole time he was using that act to get her interested in him." "Interested how?" "He wanted her," Mark says. "He played pathetic so that she'd be in the palm of his hand. At the restaurant, he had the nerve to ask her out in front of me, like I wasn't even there. All I did was put Hunt in his place and remind him that his mommy was buying him Jess's company." "How did she react?" "She got pissed." He stops in his tracks and faces me. "Look, maybe I'm not the most sensitive guy. Gee, I didn't notice." Mark glares at me. "I'm trying to make a point here. I said and did things I'm not proud of. I'm jealous. I wanted to be number 1 on Jess's list. Maybe I crossed the line a few times, trying to make sure of that. But I never would have hurt her, never. The reason I started the fight at the pizza place in the first place was to protect her. She trusted everyone. She only saw the good in people. I could read right through Hunt's bullshit, even if Jess couldn't." "What do you mean?" He folds his arms. "My freshman year roommate still played with Pokemon cards. He never showered, and he pretty much lived in the computer lab. I probably said less than 10 sentences to him all year. He was fucking brilliant. Graduated early and went to go design missile systems for the Pentagon or something. He probably had Asperger's too. But no one ever slapped a label on him other than nerd. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between being mentally retarded and being socially retarded. One's a handicap. The other's just a get-out-of-jail-free card." "I think current psychiatry might trump you, Mark. There's a difference between being socially awkward and being clinically diagnosed with Asperger's." "Yeah," he meets my gaze. "That's what Jess used to say. And now she's dead."
Oliver. When I step into the kitchen at the Hunt's house for the 2nd day in a row, Emma is cooking something at the stove while Jacob sits at the kitchen table. I look from his face, bent toward the table over a gruesome collection of crime scene photography, to his mother's. "Go ahead," Emma says. "The Americans with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination by the state or local government, including in the courts," Jacob recites in his monotone. "In order to be protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act, you have to have a disability or have a relationship with someone with a disability. A person with a disability is defined as a person with a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, like communication, or is a person who is perceived by others as having such an impairment." He flips a page. Now the pictures are of bodies in a morgue. Who the hell publishes this kind of book? "Dr. Moon and my mother say I have quirks, but other people, like my teachers and the kids at school and that judge, might assume I have a disability," Jacob adds. I shake my head. "I don't really understand." "There's a logical and valid legal reason for you to speak for me," Jacob says. "You may use the insanity defense if you think it will work best during the trial." He stands up, tucking the book under his arm. But for the record, I personally subscribe to the belief that normal is just a setting on the dryer. I nod, considering this. What movie is that from? Jacob rolls his eyes. Not everything's from a movie, he says, and he walks off. Wow. I walk toward Emma. I don't know how you did that, but thank you. Don't underestimate me, she answers, and with a spatula, she flips the fish that is being sautéed in a pan. Was that the only reason you asked me to come over? I thought that was what you wanted, Emma says. It was, until I smelled what you were cooking. I grin. I'll knock $10 off my retainer if you feed me lunch. Don't you have a built-in cafeteria downstairs from your office? A guy gets sick of red sauce every now and then, I say. Come on, surely you could use a little grown-up conversation after being cooped up in the house. Emma makes a pretense of looking around the kitchen. Sure. Where's the other grown-up? I'm 10 years older than Jacob, I remind her. So what are we eating? Sea bass with garlic. I sit down at one of the counter stools and watch her carry a pot of boiling something to the sink and dump it in a colander. The steam curls the hair around her face. One of my favorites, I say. I'm so glad you invited me. Fine, she sighs. Stay already. All right, but only if you can contain your enthusiasm for my company. She shakes her head. Make yourself useful and set the table. There's an intimacy to being in someone else's kitchen that makes me homesick. Not for my apartment over the pizza place, but for my childhood home. I grew up as the youngest of a big family in Buffalo. Sometimes, even now, I miss the sound of chaos. My mom used to cook fish on Fridays, I say, as I open and close drawers, trying to find the silverware. Are you Catholic? No, Norwegian. Fish is a Scandinavian aphrodisiac. Emma's cheeks flush. Did it work? My parents had 5 kids, I say, and I gesture at the sea bass. Foreplay on a platter. I guess I could go along with the metaphor, Emma murmurs. My ex's cooking could be considered contraception. Would it be rude to ask how long you've been a single parent? Yes, Emma says. But the short answer is, since Jacob's diagnosis. She takes some milk out of the refrigerator and pours it into a pan, then begins to whip the contents with a hand mixer. He's not involved with Jacob or Theo, except for the monthly child support. Well, you should be proud of doing it all on your own. Yeah, I'm proud. I have a son accused of murder. What mother wouldn't think of herself as a huge success after that? I look up at her. Accused, I repeat. Not convicted. For a long moment she looks at me, as if she is afraid to believe there could be someone else who believes Jacob might not be guilty. Then she begins to make up individual plates. Jacob! Theo! She yells, and the boys file into the kitchen. Jacob takes his and immediately returns to the living room and the television. Theo thunders down the stairs, takes one look at me sitting at the table, and frowns. Shouldn't he be buying us lunch? He asks. It's lovely to see you too, I answer. He looks at me. Whatever. As he shuffles back upstairs with his meal, Emma fixes plates for the two of us. Usually we all sit down to dinner together, she says, but sometimes it's nice to have a break from each other too. I imagine it's hard when you're all under house arrest. It's pretty sad when the high point of my day is walking to the end of the driveway to get the mail. Leaning down, she sets a plate in front of me. There's a block of white fish, creamy white mashed potatoes, and a tiny hill of white rice. Meringues for dessert, I guess. Angel food cake. I poke at the food with my fork. She frowns. Is the fish undercooked? No, it's great. I've just, never seen anyone color coordinate a meal before. Oh, it's February 1st, she says, as if that explains everything. The first of every month is a white food day. I've been doing it so long I forget it's not normal. I taste the potatoes. They're out of this world. What do you do on the 31st? Burn everything to a black crisp? Don't give Jacob any ideas, Emma says. Would you like some milk? She pours me a glass, and I reach for it. I don't get it. Why does the color of his food matter? Why does the texture of velvet send him into a panic? Why can't he stand the hum of an espresso machine? There are a million questions I don't have answers for, Emma replies. So the easiest thing to do is just roll with the punches and keep him from having a meltdown. Like he did in court, I say. And jail. Exactly. So Monday's food is green, Tuesday's is red, Wednesday's is yellow. You get the idea. I think for a moment. Don't take this the wrong way, but it seems like sometimes Jacob's more adult than you or me. And other times, he gets totally overwhelmed. That's him. I truly think he's smarter than anyone I've ever met, but he's also more inflexible. And he takes every little thing that happens to heart because he's the center of his universe. And yours, I point out. He's the center of your universe, too. She ducks her head. I guess. Maybe my Scandinavian parents knew what they were doing because maybe it's the fish, and maybe it's the way she looks in that moment, surprised and a little flustered. But to my shock, I realize I'd like to kiss her. However, I can't because she's my client's mother, and because she would probably knock me flat on my ass. I assume you have a plan of attack, she says. My eyes widen. Is she thinking the same thing about me? I tamp down an image of me pinning her to the table. The quicker the better, Emma says, and my pulse triples. She glances over her shoulder to the living room where Jacob is slowly shoveling rice into his mouth. I just want this whole nightmare to be over. And with those words, I come crashing back to my sad little reality. I clear my throat, totally professional. The most damaging discovery is the confession Jacob made. We need to try to get rid of it. I thought I was going to be able to sit with Jacob in the interrogation room. If I'd been there, it would never have gotten this far. I just know it. They had to be asking him questions he didn't understand, or firing them at him too fast. We have a transcript. The questions were pretty straightforward, I think. Did you tell Matson that Jacob had Asperger's before they started talking? Yes, when he came to interview Jacob the first time. First time? Emma nods. He was going through Jess's appointment book, and Jacob's social skills lesson was on it, so the detective asked him a few questions. Were you there to help translate? Right here at the kitchen table, Emma says. Matson acted like he completely understood Jacob's issues. That's why when he told me to bring Jacob to the station, I assumed it was going to be the same sort of interview and that I could be part of it. That's good, actually, I tell her. We can probably file a motion to suppress. What's that? Before I can answer, Jacob comes into the kitchen with his empty plate. He sets it in the sink and then pours himself a glass of Coca-Cola. Under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, you have a right to remain silent unless you waive that right, and in certain circumstances, if the police don't read you your Miranda rights or properly ask you to waive them, anything you say can be used against you. A defense attorney can file a motion to suppress in order to prevent that evidence from coming before the jury. Then he walks back to the living room. That's just plain wrong, I mutter. It is? Yeah, I say. How come he gets to drink Coke on White Food Day? It takes a moment, and then, for the very first time, I hear the music of Emma Hunt's laugh.
Emma. I didn't expect to feed Jacob's lawyer lunch. I didn't expect to enjoy his company so much either. But when he makes a joke about White Food Day, which is, let's face it, as ridiculous as everyone in the fairy tale pretending the emperor is beautifully clothed instead of stark naked, I can't help myself. I start to giggle. And before I know it, I am laughing so hard I cannot catch my breath. Because when you get right down to it, it's funny when I ask my son, "How did you sleep?" And he answers, "On my stomach." It's funny when I tell Jacob I'll be there in a minute, and he starts counting down from 60. It's funny that Jacob used to grab my collar every time I came home, his interpretation of "catch you later." It's funny when he begs for a forensics textbook on Amazon.com, and I ask him to give me a ballpark figure, and he says second base. And it's funny when I move heaven and earth to give Jacob white food on the 1st of the month, and he breezily pours himself a glass of Coke. It's true what they say about Asperger's affecting the whole family. I've been doing this for so long, I forgot to consider what an outsider would think of our pale rice and fish, our long-standing routines. Just like Jacob has no capacity to put himself in the shoes of someone else he encounters. And, as Jacob has learned one rebuff at a time, what looks pitiful from one angle looks absolutely hilarious from another. Life's not fair, I tell Oliver. That's the reason there are defense attorneys, he replies. And Jacob's right about the legal jargon, by the way. I'm going to file a motion to suppress because the police were on notice that they weren't dealing with someone mentally able to truly understand his Miranda rights. I know my Miranda rights, Jacob yells from the other room. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I've got it, Jacob. I'm good, Oliver calls back. He stands up and puts his plate on the counter. Thanks for lunch. I'll let you know what happens with the hearing. I walk him to the door and watch him unlock his car. Instead of getting into it, though, he reaches into the back seat and then walks toward me again, his face sober. There's just one more thing, Oliver says. He reaches for my hand and presses a miniature-sized Milky Way into it. Just in case you want to sneak it in before Brown Thursday, he whispers. And for the second time that day, he leaves me smiling.
Case 7. Blood is thicker than water. Ernest Brendel's sister didn't believe her brother's friend, who came to tell her one fall day in 1991 that Ernest had been kidnapped, along with his wife, Alice, and young daughter, Emily, as part of a mafia scheme. But Christopher Hightower insisted that they needed ransom money, and as proof, he took her outside to Ernest's Toyota, the car he'd driven there. He pointed to the back seat, which was soaked through with blood. There was more blood in the trunk. Eventually, police would match that blood evidence to Ernest Brendel. But they'd also prove that Hightower, not the mafia, was to blame for Brendel's death. To most people, Chris Hightower was a commodities broker with ties to his Rhode Island community. He taught Sunday school and worked with at-risk kids. But one fall day in 1991, he went on a murder rampage, killing his friend Ernest Brendel and Brendel's family. Facing financial trouble and estranged from his wife, Hightower purchased a crossbow and drove to Brendel's house. He hid in the garage and fired an arrow into Brendel's chest when the man arrived back home. While trying to escape, Brendel was shot twice more. He managed to crawl into the second car in the garage, a Toyota, where Hightower smashed his skull with a crowbar. Hightower then picked Emily up from an after-school program at the YMCA by offering Brendel's license as proof that he was a family friend who could be trusted to take the girl home. When Alice Brendel arrived home that night, she and Emily were drugged with sleeping pills. It was the last time anyone from the Brendel family was seen alive. The next day, Hightower bought a brush, a hose, some muriatic acid, and a 50-pound bag of lime. He scrubbed the garage with muriatic acid to clean up the blood. He cleaned the car with baking soda and washed away more blood. 6 weeks later, a woman walking a dog stumbled over 2 shallow graves. One housed the remains of Ernest Brendel. The second held Alice Brendel, found with a scarf wrapped around her neck, and Emily, who was believed to have been buried alive. In the grave was an empty bag of lime. In the Toyota that Hightower had been driving, police found the torn corner of that bag of lime, as well as the Home Depot receipt for the lime and the muriatic acid. Hightower was convicted and is serving 3 life sentences. With friends like that, who needs enemies?
Chapter 7. Theo. I've done the math. Eventually, I'm going to be the one who has to take care of my brother. Don't get me wrong. I'm not such a colossal ass that I'm going to totally ignore Jacob when we're grown up and when, I can't even imagine this, Mom isn't around. What sort of pisses me off, though, is the silent assumption that when Mom is unable to pick up after Jacob's messes anymore, 3 guesses who will have to take over. Once, I read this news story on the internet about a woman in England whose son was retarded, big-time retarded, not disabled the way Jacob is disabled, but like unable to brush his own teeth or remember to go to the bathroom when the urge strikes. Let me just say here that if Jacob wakes up one day and needs an adult diaper, I don't care if I'm the last person on earth, I'm not changing it. Anyway, this woman, she had emphysema, and she was slowly dying, and it got to a point where she could barely sit up in a wheelchair all day, much less help her son out. Then there was a photo of her with her son, and although I was expecting a kid my age, Ronnie was easily in his 50s. He had a chin full of thick stubble and a potbelly poking out from his Power Rangers t-shirt, and he was giving his mother this big, gummy smile while he hugged her in her wheelchair, where she sat with tubes running into her nose. I couldn't take my eyes off Ronnie. It was like I suddenly realized that one day when I was married with a house full of rugrats and doing the corporate thing, Jacob might still be watching his stupid Crime Busters episodes and eating yellow foods on Wednesdays. My mom and Dr. Moon, Jacob's shrink, always talked about this abstractly as evidence of why they thought vaccines had something to do with autism and why autism was a relatively new phenomenon. If it's really been around forever, where are all the autistic kids who've grown up and become adults? Because, believe me, even if they'd been diagnosed as something else, we'd know who they are. But until that very second, I hadn't made the connection that one day Jacob would be one of those adults with autism. Sure, he might be lucky enough to hold down a job like all those Aspies in Silicon Valley. But when he had a meltdown and started destroying his cubicle at said job, we all know who they'd call first. Ronnie clearly never had grown up, and never would. And that was why his mother was being featured in this newspaper, The Guardian. She'd placed an ad asking for a family that would take in Ronnie and treat him like their own when she was dead. He was a sweet boy, she said, even if he still wet the bed. Good freaking luck, I'd thought. Who takes on someone else's crap willingly? I wondered what kind of people would respond to Ronnie's mom. Mother Teresa types, maybe. Or those families that you always see in the back pages of People magazine who foster parent 20 special needs kids and somehow manage to shape them into a family. Or worse, maybe some lonely old perv who figured a fellow like Ronnie wouldn't realize if he was copping a feel every now and then. Ronnie's mom said a group home wasn't an option since he'd never been in one and couldn't adapt to one at this point. All she wanted was someone who might love him the way she did. Anyway, the article got me thinking about Jacob. He could handle a group home, maybe, if he were still allowed to shower first in the morning. But if I tossed him into one, and don't ask me how you even go about getting a spot, what would that say about me? That I was too selfish to be my brother's keeper? That I didn't love him? Well, still, a little voice in my head said, you never signed on for this. Then I realized, neither did my mother, but it didn't make her love Jacob any less. So here's the deal. I know that down the road, Jacob will be my responsibility. When I find a girl I want to marry, I'm going to have to propose with this contingency, that Jacob and me, we're a package deal. When I least expect it, I might have to make excuses for him, or talk him down from his freak-out session, like my mom does now. I'm not saying this out loud, but there's a part of me that's been thinking if Jacob is convicted of murder, if he's imprisoned for life, well, mine gets a little bit easier. I hate myself for even thinking that, but I'm not going to lie to you. And I guess it doesn't matter if it's guilt that gets me to take care of Jacob in the future or love, because I'll do it. It just would have been nice to be asked, you know?
Oliver. Mama Spadakopoulos is standing at my office apartment door with the day's offering. We had a little extra rigatoni, she says, and you're working so hard. You look skinnier every day. I laugh and take the container out of her hands. It smells incredible, and Thor starts jumping around my ankles to make sure I don't forget to give him his cut of the bounty. Thanks, Mrs. S., I say, and as she turns to leave, I call her back. Hey, what food do you know that's yellow? I've been thinking about how Emma feeds Jacob, according to his color scheme. Hell, I've been thinking about Emma, period. You mean like a scrambled egg? I snap my fingers. Right, I say. Omelets with Swiss cheese. She frowns. You want me to make you an omelet? Hell no. I'm sticking to the rigatoni. Before I can explain the rest, my office phone starts to ring. Excusing myself, I hurry back inside and pick it up. Oliver Bond's office, I say. Note to self, Helen Sharp replies. That line's a little more effective when you hire someone else to deliver it. My, secretary just stepped out to use the restroom. She snorts. Yeah, and I'm Miss America. Congratulations, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. What's your talent? Juggling the heads of defense attorneys? She ignores me. I'm calling about the suppression hearing. You subpoenaed Rich Matson? The detective? Well, yeah. Who else was I supposed to subpoena, after all, in a motion that would try to suppress Jacob's confession at the police station? You don't have to subpoena him. I have to have Matson there, and I go first. What do you mean you go first? It's my motion. I know, but this is one of those weird cases where, even though it's your motion, the state has the burden of proof, and we have to put on all the evidence to prove the confession is good. For practically every other motion, it's the other way around. If I want a ruling, I have to work my ass off to prove why I deserve it. How on earth was I supposed to know the exception to this rule? I'm glad Helen's not in the room with me, because my face is bright red. Well, geez, I say, feigning nonchalance. I know that. I was just seeing if you were on your toes. While I have you on the phone, Oliver, I have to tell you, I don't think you can play this case both ways. What do you mean? You can't claim your client's insane and that he didn't understand his Miranda rights. He recited them from memory, for God's sake. Where's the conflict? I ask. Who the hell memorizes Miranda verbatim? Thor starts to bite my ankles, and I spill a little rigatoni into his dog dish. Look, Helen, Jacob couldn't do 3 days in jail. He certainly can't do 35 years. I'm going to negotiate this case any way I can to make sure he doesn't get locked up again. I hesitate. I don't suppose you would consider letting Jacob just live with his mom? You know, put him on probation for the long haul? Sure, Let me get right back to you on that after my lunch with the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, and Santa, Helen says. This is murder. Or have you forgotten that? You may have a client with autism, but I've got a dead body and grieving parents, and that trumps everything. Maybe you can toss the special needs label around to get funding in schools or special accommodations, but it doesn't preclude guilt. See you in court, Oliver. I slammed down the phone and looked down to find Thor lying on his side in a happy pasta coma. When the phone rings again, I grab it. What? I demand. Was there some other legal procedure I've managed to screw up? Did you want to tell me you're going to tattle to the judge? No, Emma says hesitantly. But what legal procedure did you screw up? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. Apparently. There is a beat of silence. Is everything okay with Jacob's case? Couldn't be better, I tell her. The prosecution's even doing my homework for me. I want to change the topic as quickly as possible, so I ask after Jacob. How are things in the Hunt household today? Well, that's sort of why I'm calling. Do you think you could do me a favor? A dozen favors run through my mind, most of which would greatly benefit me in my current lack of a love life. What is it? I need someone to stay with Jacob while I run out to do an errand. What errand? That's sort of personal. She draws in her breath. Please? There has to be some neighbor or relative better suited to the task than I am. But then again, maybe Emma doesn't have anyone else she can ask. From what I've seen these past few days, that's one hell of a lonely household. Still, I can't resist asking. Why me? The judge said someone over 25. I grin. So all of a sudden I am old enough for you. Forget I even asked, Emma snaps. I'll be there in 15 minutes, I say.
Emma. Asking for help doesn't come easily to me, so you'd better believe that if I actually do make a request, I've exhausted all other options. Which is why I don't feel great about making myself even more beholden to Oliver Bond by asking him to stay with Jacob while I run out of the house for this appointment. Even worse is scheduling the appointment, which feels like the physical manifestation of conceding defeat. The bank is quiet on a Wednesday. There are a few retirees meticulously filling out deposit slips, and one of the tellers is talking to another about why Cabo is a better vacation destination than Cancun. I stand in the center of the bank, eyeing the banner advertising 12-month CDs and a small table filled with logo paraphernalia, a stadium blanket, a mug, an umbrella, that can be mine if I open a new checking account. Can I help you? A woman asks. I have an appointment, I say. To see Abigail Legree? You can take a seat, she says, and she points to a bank of chairs outside a cubicle. I'll let her know you're here. I've never been rich, and I've never needed to be. Somehow the boys and I have cobbled along on my writing and editing income, and the checks that Henry faithfully sends each month. We don't need much. We live in a modest house. We don't go out on the town very often or take vacations. I shop at Marshall's and a local thrift store that has recently become trendy for teenagers. The bulk of my expenses involve Jacob, his supplements and his therapies, which aren't covered by insurance. I think I got so used to making those accommodations fiscally that I stopped seeing them as accommodations and instead view them as the norm. But that said, sometimes I have lain awake at night and wondered what would happen if, God forbid, there was a car accident and we had medical bills that skyrocketed. If some remarkable therapy became available to Jacob that required a payout we couldn't afford. In my laundry list of contingencies, I never thought to include the legal fees incurred when your son is accused of murder. A woman with dyed jet black hair and a suit that's wearing her instead of the other way around steps out of the cubicle. She has a very tiny nose stud and doesn't look much older than 20. Maybe this is what happens to snowboard chicks whose knees get arthritic, to goth girls whose eyeliner aggravates dry eye syndrome. They're forced to grow up like the rest of us. "I'm Abby Legree," she says. When she shakes my hand, her collared shirt gaps a little, and I can see the edge of a Celtic tattoo on her neck. She leads me into her cubicle and gestures for me to take a seat. "So," she says, "how can I help you today?" "I was hoping to talk about a second mortgage. I need a little extra cash." As I say the words, I'm wondering if she can ask me what I'll use the cash for, if it's illegal to lie to a bank about that sort of thing. "So basically you're looking for a line of credit," Abigail says. "That means you only pay us back for the portion you use." Well, that sounds reasonable. "How long have you lived in your home?" she asks. 19 years. "Do you know how much you owe currently on your mortgage?" "Not exactly," I say, "but we got the loan here." "Let's look you up," Abigail says, and she asks me to spell my name so that she can find me on her computer system. "Your home's worth $300,000 and your first mortgage was for $220,000. Does that sound right?" I can't remember. All I can see is the night Henry and I danced through the house that was ours, our bare feet echoing on the wood floor. "The way it works, banks lend a portion of the equity of a home, around 80%, so that's $240,000. Then we subtract the amount of the first mortgage loan and..." She looks up from her calculator. "You're talking about a $20,000 line of credit." I stare at her. That's all? In today's market, it's important for the client to have a vested interest in the house. Makes them less likely to default on the loan. She smiles at me. "Why don't we fill in some of the other blanks here?" Abigail says. "Starting with your employer?" I've read statistics that say references aren't checked more than 50% of the time, but surely a bank must fall in the other half. And once they call Tanya and realize I've quit, they'll be wondering how I'm going to pay one mortgage, much less two. Saying I'm picking up the slack with self-employment won't help either. I've been a freelance editor long enough to know that, for institutions like banks and future employers, self-employed translates to nearly jobless but scraping by. I'm currently unemployed, I say softly. Abigail leans back in her chair. "Well," she says, "do you have other sources of income? Rental property, dividends?" "Child support," I manage. "I'm going to be totally honest with you," she says. "It's not likely you'll get a loan without another source of income." I can't even look at her. I really, really need the money. "There are other credit sources," Abigail says. "Car title loans, loan predators, credit cards, but the interest will kill you in the long run. You're better off asking someone close to you. Is there a family member who might be able to help?" But my parents are both gone. And it's a family member I'm trying to help. I'm always the one who takes care of Jacob when things are falling apart. "I wish there was something I could do," Abigail says. "Maybe once you get another job." I mumble my thanks and leave her cubicle while she's still speaking. In the parking lot, I sit in my car for a moment. My breath hangs in the cold air, like thought balloons of all the things I wish I could explain to Abigail Legree. I wish there was something I could do, too, I say out loud. It isn't fair to Jacob or to Oliver, but I don't go right home. Instead, I drive past the elementary school. It's been a long time since I've had reason to go there. After all, my boys are grown now. But in the winter, they flood a front field into an ice rink and kids bring their skates. During recess, little girls spin in circles on the ice. Boys chase hockey pucks from one end to the other. I pull over across the street where I can watch. The kids who are playing outside are tiny, I'd say first or second graders, and it seems impossible that Jacob was ever that small. When he'd been a student here, his aide had taken him onto the ice rink with a pair of borrowed skates and had Jacob push 2 stack milk crates around. It was the way most toddlers learned to skate, and they'd quickly graduate to the tripod method, where a hockey stick provided a third leg for balance, before feeling confident enough to glide off without any props. But Jacob, he never did get past those milk crates. In skating, as with most physical things, he was clumsy. I remember coming to watch him and seeing his feet splay out from beneath him so that he'd land in a heap on the ice. "If it wasn't slippery, I wouldn't keep falling," he said to me, apple-cheeked and breathless after recess, as if having something to blame made all the difference. A sharp rap at my window makes me jump. I roll it down to find a police officer standing there. "Ma'am?" he says. "Can I help you?" I had something in my eye. I lie. "Well, if you're all right now, I have to ask you to move along. This is a bus zone. You can't stay here." I glance at the kids on the ice again. They look like molecules colliding. "No," I say softly. "I can't." When I get back home and open the door, I hear the sound of someone being beaten to a pulp. Ugh! Ow! Oof! And then, to my horror, Jacob's laughter. "Jacob?" I call, but there's no answer. Still wearing my coat, I rush into the house toward the sounds of the fight. Jacob stands, perfectly unharmed, in front of the television in the living room. He's holding what looks like a white remote control. Oliver stands beside him, holding a matching remote control. Theo is sprawled behind them on the couch. "You so suck at this," he says. "Both of you." "Hello?" I take a step into the room, but their eyes are all glued to the television. On the screen, 2 3D cartoon figures are boxing. I watch as Jacob moves his remote control, and the figure on the screen swings his right arm and knocks down the other character. "Ha!" Jacob exclaims. "I knocked you out." "Not yet," Oliver says, and he swings his arm without looking first, hitting me. "Ouch!" I say, rubbing my shoulder. "Oh, geez, sorry," Oliver says, lowering his remote control. "I didn't see you there." "Obviously." "Mom," Jacob says, his face animated in a way I haven't seen in weeks. "This is the coolest thing. You can play golf and play tennis and bowl and assault people," I say. "Technically, it's boxing," Oliver interjects. "And where did this come from?" "Oh, I brought it over. I mean, everyone likes playing the Wii." I stare at him. "So, you didn't think there was anything wrong with bringing a violent video game system into my house without asking my permission first?" Oliver shrugs. Would you have said yes? No. I rest my case. He grins. Besides, we're not playing Call of Duty, Emma. We're just boxing. It's a sport. An Olympic sport, Jacob adds. Oliver tosses his remote to Theo. Take over for me, he instructs, and he walks me into the kitchen. So, how was your errand? It was... I start to answer, but become distracted by the state of the kitchen. I missed it when I first ran through trying to find the source of the moans and groans I was hearing, but now I see that pots and pans are crammed into the sink, and nearly every mixing bowl we own is stacked on the counter. A pan still sits on the range. What happened here? I'm gonna clean up, Oliver promises. I just got distracted playing with Theo and Jake. Jacob, I correct automatically. He doesn't like nicknames. He didn't seem to mind when I called him that, Oliver says. He crosses in front of me to the oven and punches buttons to turn it off before grabbing a rainbow pot holder that Theo made me once for Christmas when he was small. Have a seat. I saved you some lunch. I sink into a chair. Not because he told me to, but because I honestly cannot remember the last time someone cooked for me, instead of the other way around. He transfers the warmed food to a plate he removes from the refrigerator. When Oliver leans forward to set it in front of me, I can smell his shampoo, like fresh-cut grass and pine trees. There's an omelet with Swiss cheese, pineapple, cornbread, and, on a separate plate, yellow cake. I look up at him. What is this? It's from one of your mixes, he says. Gluten-free, but the icing Jake and I made from scratch. I wasn't talking about the cake. Oliver sits down at the kitchen table and reaches across to snag a piece of pineapple off the plate. It's Yellow Wednesday, right? He says, matter of fact. Now eat it before the omelet gets cold. I take a bite, and then another. I eat the whole block of cornbread before I realize how hungry I am. Oliver watches me, grinning, and then bounces up just like his avatar did on the television screen after Jacob decked him. He opens the refrigerator. Lemonade? He asks. I set down my fork. Oliver, listen. You don't have to thank me, he answers. Really, this was way more fun for me than reading Discovery. There's something I have to tell you. I wait for him to sit down again. I don't know how I'm going to pay you. Don't worry, my babysitting fees are pretty cheap. I'm not talking about that. He looks away from me. We'll figure something out. How? I demand. I don't know. Let's just get through the trial and then we can sort it out. No. My voice falls like an axe. I don't want your charity. Good, because I can't afford to give it, Oliver says. Maybe you can do some paralegal work for me or editing or something. I don't know anything about the law. That makes two of us, he replies, and then he grins. Kidding. I'm serious. I'm not going to let you try this case if we can't work out some kind of payment schedule. There is one thing you could help me out with, Oliver admits. He looks like a cat that's devoured the whole carton of half and half, like a guy waiting under the covers watching a woman undress. Where the hell did that thought come from? Suddenly, My cheeks are burning. I hope you aren't about to suggest that we play a game of virtual tennis? Oliver interrupts, and he holds up a small electronic game cartridge he's taken from his pocket. He widens his eyes, all innocence. What did you think I was going to say? Just so you know, I say, grabbing the cartridge out of his hand, I have a wicked serve.
Oliver. At the police station, Jacob admitted that chipping Jess Ogilvy's tooth was an accident, that he moved her body and set up a crime scene around it. Any juror who hears that is going to make the very simple and logical leap that he's confessed to murder. After all, it's not like dead bodies are lying around all over the place to feed the passions of autistic kids who are obsessed with criminology. Which is why my best hope of keeping Jacob out of prison for life is to strike that entire police interview before it can be admitted as evidence. In order to do this, we have to have a suppression hearing, which means that, once again, Emma and Jacob and I have to face the judge. The only problem is that the last time I had Jacob in a courtroom, things didn't exactly go swimmingly. This is why I'm wound tight as a spring beside my client as we watch Helen Sharp lead the detective through a direct examination. "When did you first become involved with this case?" she asks. "On the morning of Wednesday, January 13th, I received information that there was a missing person from Jess Ogilvy's boyfriend, Mark McGuire. I investigated, and on January 18th, after an extensive search, Ms. Ogilvy's body was found in a culvert. She had died of internal bleeding as the result of a head trauma, had multiple contusions and abrasions, and was wrapped in the defendant's quilt." Jacob furiously writes something down on the pad I've placed in front of him and tips it toward me. He's wrong. I take the pad from him, suddenly hopeful. An oversight like this bit of mistaken evidence would be just the kind of detail Jacob might have neglected to mention to anyone. "It wasn't your quilt?" "It's not technically internal bleeding," he scrawls. "It's blood pooling between the dura that covers the brain and the arachnoid, which is the middle layer of the meninges." I roll my eyes. "Thanks, Dr. Hunt," I write. Jacob frowns. "I'm not a doctor," he scribbles. "Let's back up a minute," Helen says. "Did you speak to the defendant before finding Ms. Ogilvy's body?" "Yes. As we went through the victim's calendar, I interviewed everyone who'd come in contact with her on the day she was last seen, and the ones who were supposed to meet with her. Jacob Hunt was due to have a tutoring session with Ms. Ogilvy at 2:35 p.m. on the afternoon of her disappearance. I met with him to inquire whether or not that meeting had taken place." "Where did you meet?" "At the defendant's home." "Who was present when you got to the house that day?" Helen asks. "Jacob Hunt and his mother. I believe his younger brother was upstairs." "Had you ever met Jacob before this day?" "Once," the detective says. "He showed up at a crime scene I was working several days earlier." "Did you think he might be a suspect?" "No. Other officers had seen him on site before, too. He liked to show up and offer unsolicited advice about crime scene analysis." He shrugs. "I figured he was just a kid who wanted to play cop." "When you first met with Jacob, did anyone tell you he had Asperger's syndrome?" "Yes," Matson says. "His mother. She said Jacob had a very hard time communicating, and that a lot of his behaviors, which might look like guilty behavior to an outside observer, were actually the symptoms of his autism." "Did she ever tell you that you couldn't speak with her son?" "No," Matson says. "Did the defendant tell you that he didn't want to speak with you?" "No." "Did he give you any indication on that first day you met that he didn't understand what you were saying, or who you were?" "He knew exactly who I was," Matson replies. "He wanted to talk about forensics." "What did you discuss during that initial meeting?" "I asked him if he'd seen Jess for his appointment, and he said no. He also told me that he knew Jess's boyfriend, Mark. That was pretty much it. I left my card with his mother and said that she should give me a call if anything else came up, or if Jacob remembered something. How long did this conversation last? I don't know. Altogether 5 minutes, maybe? Mattson says. The prosecutor nods. When did you next learn that Jacob Hunt knew something more about this case? His mother called and said Jacob had some new information about Jess Ogilvy. Apparently, he'd forgotten to tell us that when he was at her house, waiting for her, he'd tidied up some things and alphabetized the CDs. The victim's boyfriend had mentioned that the CDs had been reorganized, and that made me want to talk to Jacob some more. Did Jacob's mother tell you he wouldn't understand you if you asked him questions? She said that he might have trouble understanding questions that were phrased in a certain way. During that second conversation, did Jacob say he didn't want to talk to you, or that he didn't understand your questions? No. Did the defendant's mother have to translate for him, or tell you to rephrase your questions? No. And how long did this second conversation last? 10 minutes, tops. Did you have another conversation with Jacob Hunt? Helen asks. Yes, the afternoon after we discovered Jess Ogilvy's body in the culvert. Where did that conversation with the defendant take place? The police station. Why did Jacob come in to speak to you again? His mother called me, Mattson says. She was very upset because she believed her son had something to do with the murder of Jess Ogilvy. Suddenly Jacob stands up and faces the gallery so that he can see Emma. You thought that? He asks, his hands balled into fists at his sides. Emma looks like she's been hit in the stomach. She looks at me for help, but before I can do or say anything, the judge smacks his gavel. Mr. Bond, control your client. Jacob starts flapping his left hand. I need a sensory break. Immediately I nod. Your Honor, we need a recess. Fine. Take 5 minutes, the judge says, and he leaves the bench. The minute he's gone, Emma steps over the bar. Jacob, listen to me. But Jacob's not listening. He's emitting a high-pitched hum that has Helen Sharp covering her ears. Jacob, Emma repeats, and she puts her hands on either side of his face, forcing him to face her. He closes his eyes. I shot the sheriff, Emma sings. The bailiff standing in the room shoots her a dirty glance, but the tension melts out of Jacob's shoulders. That's it, baby, Emma murmurs. Helen is watching every move, her mouth slightly agape. Gee, she says, my kid only knows the words to Candyman. Hell of a song to be singing when you're on trial for murder, the bailiff mutters. Do not listen to him, Emma says. You listen to me. I believe you. I believe you didn't do it. Interestingly, she doesn't look Jacob in the eye when she says this. Now, he'd never have noticed, since he's not looking her in the eye either. But by Emma's own reasoning with the detective, if you assume that someone who doesn't look you in the eye is either lying or on the autism spectrum, and Emma isn't on the autism spectrum, what does that imply? Before I can interpret this any further, the judge comes back, and Helen and Rich Mattson take their places again. Your only job here is to stay cool, I whisper to Jacob as I lead him back to the defense table, and then I watch him take a piece of paper, fold it into an accordion pleat, and begin to fan himself. How did Jacob get to the police station? Helen asks. His mother brought him down. Jacob fans a little faster. Was he placed under arrest? No, the detective says. Was he brought in a cruiser? No. Did a police officer accompany his mother to the police department? No, she brought her son in voluntarily. What did you say when you saw him there? I asked if he could help me with some cases. What was his response? He was extremely excited and very willing to go with me, Mattson says. Did he indicate that he wanted to have his mother in the room, or that he wasn't comfortable without her? To the contrary, he said he wanted to help me. Where did the interview take place? In my office. I started to ask him about the crime scene he'd crashed a week earlier, which involved a man who died of hypothermia. Then I told him I'd really like to pick his brain about Jess Ogilvy's case, but that it was a little trickier since it was still an open investigation. I said he'd have to waive his rights to not discuss it, and Jacob quoted me Miranda. I read along as he recited it verbatim, and then I asked him to read over it and initial it and sign at the bottom so that I knew he understood and hadn't just memorized some random words. Was he able to answer your questions intelligibly? Helen asks. Yes. Helen offers the Miranda form into evidence. No further questions, Your Honor, she says. I stand up and button my suit jacket. Detective, the very first time you met with Jacob, his mother was there, right? Yes. Did she stay the entire time? Yes, she did. Great, I say. How about the second time you met with Jacob? Was his mother there? Yes. In fact, she's the one who brought him to the station at your request, correct? That's right. But when she asked you if she could stay with him, you refused. Well, yeah, Mattson says, since her son is 18. Yes, but you were also aware that Jacob is on the autism spectrum. Isn't that true? It is, but nothing he'd said previously had led me to believe he couldn't be interrogated. Still, his mother told you he had a hard time with questions, that he got confused under pressure, and that he couldn't really understand subtleties of language, I say. She explained something about Asperger's syndrome, but I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. He seemed perfectly capable to me. He knew every legal term imaginable, for God's sake, and he was more than happy to talk. Detective, when you told Jacob what happens during an autopsy, didn't he quote Silence of the Lambs to you? Mattson shifts in his chair. Yes? Does that indicate that he really understood what he was doing? I figured he was trying to be funny. It's not the first time Jacob's used a movie quote to answer one of your questions, is it? I can't recall. Let me help you then, I say, grateful to Jacob for his verbatim memory of the conversation. When you asked him if Jess and her boyfriend, Mark, fought, he said, "Hasta la vista, baby." Didn't he? That sounds about right. And he quoted a third movie line to you at one point during your interrogation. Didn't he, Detective? Yes. When was that? I asked him why he'd done it. And he said, "Love means never having to say you're sorry." The only crime Jacob Hunt committed, I argue, is quoting from a movie as sappy as Love Story. Objection, Helen says. Are we doing closings now? Because nobody sent me the memo. Sustained, the judge answers. Mr. Bond, save the editorial commentary for yourself. I turn back to Mattson. How did that third interview at the station end? Abruptly, the detective replies. In fact, Ms. Hunt arrived with me, saying that her son wanted a lawyer, didn't she? That's right. And once she made that announcement, what did Jacob say? That he wanted a lawyer, Mattson answers, which is when I stopped questioning him. Nothing further, I say, and I sit down beside Jacob again. Freddie Soto is a former cop whose oldest son is profoundly autistic. After working for the state police in North Carolina for years, he went back to school and got his master's in psychology. Now he specializes in teaching law enforcement professionals about autism. He's written articles for the FBI Law Enforcement Bulletin and for Sheriff Magazine. He was a consultant for ABC News on a 2020 special about autism and the law and false confession. He helped develop the state of North Carolina's 2001 curriculum about why law enforcement needs to recognize autism, a curriculum now in use in police departments around the globe. His fee for expert testimony is $15,000 plus first-class plane fare, which I didn't have. But we started talking on the phone, and when he heard that I had been a farrier, he divulged that he had partial ownership of a racehorse that wound up with flat feet. The horse meant everything to his son, so he had fought to keep the animal from being euthanized. When I suggested pads to keep the soles from bruising, and wedges on the hooves with integral frog supports, and a soft packing material underneath to realign the hoof pasterns by reducing the weight on the heel without crushing the horns and deforming the heels, he said he'd testify for free if I agreed to fly down to North Carolina and take a look at his horse when the trial was through. Can you tell us, Mr. Soto, would someone with Asperger's syndrome have the same difficulties dealing with law enforcement personnel as someone who is autistic? I ask. Naturally, since Asperger's is on the autism spectrum. For example, a person with Asperger's might be nonverbal. He might have a hard time interpreting body language, like a command presence or a defensive pose. He may have a meltdown if confronted by flashing lights or sirens. His lack of eye contact may lead an officer to believe he's not listening. He may appear stubborn or angry. Instead of answering a question asked by an officer, he might repeat what the officer has said. He'll have trouble seeing from someone else's point of view, and he will tell you the truth, relentlessly. Have you ever met Jacob, Mr. Soto? I have not. Have you had a chance to review his medical records from Dr. Morano? Yes, 15 years' worth, he says. What in those medical records fits the possible indicators for Asperger's? From what I understand, Soto replies, Jacob is a very bright young man who has trouble making eye contact, doesn't communicate very well, speaks in movie quotes from time to time, exhibits stimulatory behavior such as flapping his hands, and sings certain songs repetitively as a means of self-calming. He also can't break down complex questions, has trouble judging personal space and interpreting body language, and is supremely honest. Mr. Soto, I ask, have you also had a chance to read the police reports and the transcript of Jacob's recorded statement with Detective Matson? Yes. In your opinion, did Jacob understand his Miranda rights at the time they were given? Objection, Helen says. Your Honor, Miranda is intended to prevent violation of an individual's Fifth Amendment rights purposefully by the police. However, there's nothing that requires the police to know all the inner workings of any particular individual defendant's developmental abilities. The test under a motion to suppress is whether the police officer fulfilled his obligation, and that shouldn't be flipped around to ask whether Jacob Hunt has some unknown disorder that the officer should have identified. There is a tug on the bottom of my suit jacket, and Jacob passes me a note. Your Honor, I say, and I read exactly what Jacob's written. The test under Miranda is whether a defendant knowingly and voluntarily has waived his right to silence. Overruled, the judge says, and I glance at Jacob, who grins. It is highly doubtful that Jacob truly understood Miranda, given the way Detective Matson behaved. There are things a law enforcement agency can do to make sure autistic people understand their rights in that sort of situation, and those measures were not implemented, Soto replies. Such as? When I go to police departments and work with the officers, I recommend talking in very short, direct phrases and allowing for delayed responses to questions. I tell them to avoid figurative expressions like, "Are you pulling my leg?" or "You think that's bright." I suggest they avoid threatening language and behavior, that they wait for a response or eye contact, and that they don't assume a lack thereof is evidence of disrespect or guilt. I tell them to avoid touching the individual, and to be aware of a possible sensitivity to lights, sounds, or even canine units. Just to be clear, Mr. Soto, were any of those protocols followed, in your opinion? No. Thanks, I say, and I sit down beside Jacob as Helen rises to cross-examine my witness. I am excited. No, I am beyond excited. I have just knocked it out of the park. I mean, honestly, what are the odds of finding an expert like this in a field no one has even heard of who can win your motion for you? What stimuli inside Detective Matson's office would have set Jacob off? Helen asks. I don't know. I wasn't there. So you don't know if there were loud noises or bright lights, do you? No, but I have yet to find a police department that's a warm and welcoming space, Soto says. So, in your opinion, Mr. Soto, in order to effectively interrogate someone who has Asperger's syndrome, you have to take them down to Starbucks and buy them a vanilla latte? Obviously not. I'm just saying that measures could have been taken to make Jacob more comfortable. He might have been more aware of what was going on at the time instead of being suggestible enough to do or say whatever it took to get out of there as quickly as possible. A kid with Asperger's is particularly prone to making a false confession if he thinks it's what the authority figure wants to hear. Oh, I want to hug Freddie Soto. I want to make his racehorse run again. For example, he adds, when Jacob said, "Are we done now? Because I really have to go," that's a classic response to agitation. Someone who knew about Asperger's might have recognized that and backed off. Instead, according to the transcript, Detective Matson hammered Jacob with a series of questions that further confused him. So, it's your expectation that police officers need to know what each individual defendant's triggers are in order to effectively interrogate them. It sure wouldn't hurt. You do understand, Mr. Soto, that when Detective Matson asked Jacob if he knew his Miranda rights, Jacob actually recited them verbatim, rather than waiting for the detective to read them aloud? Absolutely, Soto replies. But Jacob could probably also recite to you the entire script of The Godfather Part 2. That doesn't mean he has any real understanding of or emotional attachment to that particular film. Beside me, I see Jacob open his mouth to object, and immediately I grab his forearm where it rests on the table. Startled, he turns to me, and I shake my head hard. But how do you know he doesn't understand his Miranda rights? Helen asks. You yourself said he's very bright, and he told the detective he understood them, didn't he? Yes, Soto admits. And by your own testimony, didn't you also say Jacob is supremely honest? My brilliant witness, my stellar find, opens and closes his mouth without answering. Nothing further, Helen says. I am about to tell the judge that the defense rests when, instead, something else entirely pops out of my mouth. Mr. Soto, I ask, getting to my feet, would you agree that there is a difference between a true understanding of the law and a photographic memory of the law? Yes. That's exactly the difference between someone with Asperger's and someone who truly understands Miranda rights. Thank you, Mr. Soto. You can step down, I say, and I turn back to the judge. I'd like to call Jacob Hunt to the stand. Nobody is happy with me. During the recess I asked for before Jacob's testimony, I told him that all he had to do was answer a few questions, that it was okay to speak out loud when I asked questions, or if the judge or Helen Sharp asked questions, but that he shouldn't say anything other than the answers to those questions. In the meantime, Emma danced around us in circles, as if she was trying to find the best spot to sink her knife into me. You can't put Jacob on the stand, she argued. That's going to traumatize him. What if he breaks down? How's that going to look? That, I said, would be the best that could possibly happen. That shut her up pretty quickly. Now, Jacob is visibly nervous. He's rocking on the chair in the witness stand, and his head is bent at some strange angle. Can you tell us your name? I ask. Jacob nods. Jacob, you have to speak out loud. The stenographer's writing down your words, and she has to be able to hear you. Can you tell me your name? Yes, he says. I can. I sigh. What is your name? Jacob Hunt. How old are you? 18. Jacob, do you know what the Miranda warning says? Yes. Can you tell me? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney and to have an attorney present during any questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you at government expense. Now, Jacob, I ask, do you know what that means? Objection, Helen argues as Jacob starts to hit his fist against the side of the witness box. I'll withdraw the question, I say. Jacob, can you tell me what the Second Amendment to the Constitution says? A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, Jacob recites. That a boy, I think. What does that mean, Jacob? He hesitates. You'll shoot your eye out, kid. The judge frowns. Isn't that from A Christmas Story? Yes, Jacob replies. Jacob, you don't know what the Second Amendment really means, do you? Yes, I do. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I look at the judge. Your Honor, nothing further. Helen is already on the prowl. I watch Jacob shrink back in his seat. Did you know Detective Matson wanted to talk to you about what happened to Jess? Yes. Were you willing to talk to him about that? Yes. Can you tell me what it means to waive your rights? I hold my breath as Jacob hesitates, and then slowly, beautifully, the right fist he's been banging against the wooden railing unfurls and is raised over his head, moving back and forth like a metronome.
Emma. I was furious when Oliver pulled this stunt. Wasn't he the one who'd said putting Jacob on the witness stand would only be detrimental to the trial? Even if it was a judge here, not a jury of 12, Jacob was bound to suffer. Thrusting him into a situation certain to make him have a meltdown simply for the sake of being able to say to the judge, "See, I told you so," seemed cruel and pointless. The equivalent of jumping off a building in order to command attention, which you'd be too dead to enjoy in the aftermath. But Jacob rose to the occasion. Granted, with stims and tics. He didn't freak out, not even when that dragon lady of a prosecutor started in on him. I have never been so proud of him.
I've listened to all the evidence, Judge Cutting says. I've observed the defendant, and I do not believe that he voluntarily waived his Miranda rights. I also believe that Detective Matson was on notice that this defendant has a developmental disorder and yet did nothing to address that disability. I'm going to grant the motion to suppress the defendant's statement at the police station.
Once the judge leaves, Oliver turns around and gives me a high five as Helen Sharp begins to pack up her briefcase.
I'm sure you'll be in touch,
Helen says to Oliver. So what does it mean? I ask.
She's going to have to make her case without Jacob's confession, which means that the prosecutor's job just got a lot harder.
So it's good.
It's very good, Oliver says. Jacob, you were perfect up there. Can we go? Jacob asks. I'm starving.
Sure. Jacob stands up and starts walking down the aisle. Thanks, I say to Oliver, and I fall into place beside my son. I'm halfway up the aisle when I turn around. Oliver is whistling to himself, pulling on his overcoat. If you want to join us for lunch tomorrow, Fridays are blue, I tell him. He looks up at me.
Blue? That's a tough one. Once you get past the blueberries and yogurt and blue Jell-O, what's left?
Blue corn chips, blue potatoes, blue popsicles, blue fish.
That's not technically blue,
Oliver points out. True, I reply, but it's still allowed.
Blue Gatorade's always been my favorite,
he says. On the way home, Jacob reads the newspaper out loud from his spot in the back seat,
They're building a new bank downtown, but it's going to eliminate 40 parking spaces, he tells me. A guy was taken to Fletcher Allen after he crashed his motorcycle into a snow fence. He flips the page. What's today? Thursday. His voice races with excitement. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, Dr. Henry Lee is going to be speaking at the University of New Hampshire, and the public is welcome. Why is that name familiar? Mom, Jacob says. He's only the most famous forensic scientist ever. He's worked on thousands of cases, like the suicide of Vince Foster and JonBenet Ramsey's murder and the O.J. Simpson trial. There's a phone number here for information. He starts rummaging in my purse for my cell phone. What are you doing? Calling for tickets? I glance at him in the rearview mirror. Jacob, we cannot go see Dr. Lee. You aren't allowed to leave your house, much less the state. I left the house today. That's different. You went to court. You don't understand. This is Henry Lee. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm not asking to go out to a movie. There's got to be something Oliver can do to get a furlough or something for the day. I don't think so, babe. So you're not even going to try? You're just going to assume that the answer's no? That's right, I tell him. Since the alternative to having you under house arrest is being thrown back in jail. And I am 100% sure that the warden would not have given you a day pass to see Henry Lee speak either. I bet he would if you told him who Henry Lee was. This isn't up for discussion, Jacob, I say. You left the house yesterday. That's completely different. Why? The judge said you had to watch over me at all times. Me or another adult. See, he already made exceptions for you. Because I wasn't the one who... Realizing what I'm about to say, I snap my mouth shut. Who what? Jacob's voice is tight. Who killed someone? I turn into our driveway. I didn't say that, Jacob. He stares out the window. You didn't have to. Before I can stop him, he jumps out of the car while I'm still pulling to a stop. He runs past Theo, who stands at the front door with his arms crossed. A strange car is parked in the driveway, with a man behind the wheel. I tried to get him to leave, Theo says, but he said he would wait for you. With that information, he goes back into the house and leaves me face to face with a small, balding man with a goatee shaved in the shape of a W. Ms. Hunt, he says, I'm Farley McDuff, the founder of Neurodiversity Nation. Maybe you've heard of us? I'm afraid I haven't. It's a blog for people who believe that atypical neurological development is a matter of simple human difference and, as such, should be celebrated instead of cured. Look, this isn't a very good time right now. There's no time like the present, Ms. Hunt, for those in the autism community to stand up for the respect they deserve. Instead of having neurotypicals try to destroy diversity, we believe in a new world where neurological plurality is accepted. Neurotypical? I repeat. Another word for what's colloquially called normal, he says. Like you. He smiles at me, but he can't hold my gaze for more than a heartbeat. He thrusts a pamphlet into my hand. Majoritism, an unrecognized condition. Majoritism is an incapacitating developmental condition which affects 99% of the population in areas of mental function, including self-awareness, attention, emotional capacity, and sensory development. The effects begin at birth and cannot be cured. Luckily, the number of those afflicted by majoritism is decreasing as a better understanding of autism emerges. You've got to be kidding me, I say.
I step around him, intent on getting inside my house.
Why is it so delusional to think that a person who feels someone else's grief or pain isn't hampered by that excess of emotion? Or that imitating others in order to fit into the crowd is more acceptable than doing what interests you at any given moment? Why isn't it considered rude to look a total stranger in the eye when you first meet him? Or to invade his personal space by shaking hands? Couldn't it be considered a flaw to veer off topic based on a comment someone else makes, instead of sticking to your original subject? Or to be oblivious when something in your environment changes, like a piece of clothing that gets moved from a drawer to a closet?
That makes me think of Jacob. I really have to go.
Ms. Hunt, we think that we can help your son.
I hesitate.
Really? Do you know who Darius McCollum is?
No.
He's a man from Queens, New York, who has a passion for anything transit-related. He wasn't much older than Jacob the first time he took over the E-train, headed from the World Trade Center to Herald Square. He's taken city buses out for a spin. He tripped the emergency brakes on an N train and impersonated a transit worker in uniform in order to fix it himself. He's posed as a railroad safety consultant. He's been convicted more than 19 times. He also has Asperger's.
A shiver goes down my spine that has nothing to do with the cold.
Why are you telling me this? Do you know of John Odgren? At age 16, he stabbed a student to death at a suburban high school in Sudbury, Massachusetts. He'd previously had knives and a fake handgun confiscated at school, but didn't have a history of violent behavior. He has Asperger's and a special interest in weapons. But as a result of the stabbing, the link between Asperger's and violence was raised, when in fact medical experts say there's no known link between Asperger's and violence, and in fact kids diagnosed with the disorder are far more likely to be teased as victims than to be perpetrators themselves.
He takes a step forward.
We can help you. We can rally the autistic community to spread the word. Imagine all the mothers who will stand behind you once they realize their own autistic children might be targeted by neurotypicals once again. Not just to be fixed this time around, but possibly to be charged with murder over what might otherwise be a misunderstanding.
I want to say that Jacob is innocent, but God help me, I can't make the words come out of my mouth. I don't want my son to be the poster child for anything. I just want my life to go back to the way it used to be. Mr. Macduff, please get off my property or I'll call the police.
How convenient that they'd already know the quickest route here,
he says, but he moves back toward his car. He hesitates at the door, a small, sad smile twitching at the corner of his mouth.
It's a neurotypical world, Miss Hunt. We're just taking up space in it.
I find Jacob at his computer.
Tickets are $35 each,
he says, without turning to face me.
Have you ever heard of a group called Neurodiversity Nation? No, why?
I shake my head and sit down on his bed. Never mind.
According to MapQuest, it will take 3 hours and 18 minutes to get there.
To get where? I ask.
UNH, remember? Dr. Henry Lee?
He pivots in his chair. You can't go, Jacob. Period. I'm very sorry, but I'm sure Dr. Lee will be speaking again sometime in the future. Will you be in prison then? The thought jumps into my head like a cricket onto a picnic blanket, and it's equally unwelcome. I walk toward his desk and stare down at him. I need to ask you something, I say quietly. I need to ask you because I haven't, and I need to hear your voice saying the answer. Jess is dead, Jacob. Did you kill her? His face collapses around a frown. I did not. The breath I've not realized I'm holding rushes out of me. I throw my arms around Jacob, who stiffens in a sudden embrace. "Thank you," I whisper. "Thank you for that." Jacob doesn't lie to me. He can't. He tries, but it's so blatantly obvious that all I have to do is give a beat of silence before he caves in and admits the truth.
You do realize that keeping me locked up in this house for weeks or months could be considered criminal behavior? That good parents do not treat their children like caged animals?
And you do realize that even if we had Oliver go before the judge to ask for an exception, Dr. Lee's speech would be over before the judge scheduled the hearing? I point out. I'm sure it will be recorded. We can listen to the podcast.
That's not the same,
Jacob yells. The cords of his neck stand out in relief. He's dangerously close to losing control again. I moderate my voice so that it spreads like a balm. Take a deep breath. Your Asperger's is showing.
I hate you,
Jacob says.
This has nothing to do with my Asperger's. It's about being made a slave in my own household.
He shoves me aside, heading for the hallway. I use every ounce of strength I can to hold him back. I know better, but sometimes when Jacob is being particularly supercilious, I can't help but argue back. You walk out that door and you'll be in jail before morning, and this time I swear I won't try to get you out, I tell him. I may be 6 inches shorter than you and 50 pounds lighter, but I am still your mother, and no means no. He struggles against the restraint of my arms for a few seconds, and then all the fight goes out of him. Almost too easily, he sinks onto his bed and puts a pillow over his head. Without another word, I back out of Jacob's bedroom and close the door behind me. I lean against the wall for a moment, sagging under the weight of the relief his admission has brought me. I had been telling myself that the reason I hadn't directly asked Jacob earlier if he had murdered Jess was that I was afraid he'd be disappointed in me for even believing it was a possibility. But the real reason I'd waited so long was that I was afraid to hear his answer. How many times, after all, had I asked Jacob a question only to hope for a white lie? Do I have too many wrinkles? I just baked these. It's a new recipe. What do you think? I know you're angry, but you don't really wish your brother had never been born, do you? Even today on the witness stand, the expert Oliver had found said Aspie kids don't lie. Then again, Jacob told me Jess didn't talk to him that Tuesday he was supposed to meet with her, but he didn't tell me she was dead. Jacob told me that he'd been to Jess's house, but he neglected to mention that he'd found it in a state of disarray. And he never mentioned taking his rainbow quilt anywhere. Technically, he had told me the truth, and at the same time he had lied by omission.
Mom,
Theo yells.
I think I set the toaster on fire.
I hurry downstairs. By the time I'm extricating the charred bagel with 2 knives, I've convinced myself that everything Jacob hasn't told me has been an oversight, a typical Aspie side effect of having so much information that some of it gets lost or forgotten. I've convinced myself that this could not have been deliberate.
Jacob. The term stir-crazy comes from the early 1900s. Stir was slang for prison, based on the gypsy word stariben. Stir-crazy was actually a play on an older expression, stirbugs, which described a prisoner who became mentally unstable due to being locked up too long. You can attribute my next actions to the fact that I was stir-crazy, or to the correct stimulus, the fact that Dr. Henry Lee, my idol, was going to be 188.61 miles away from me, and I was not going to be able to meet him. In spite of my mother's assertions that if I went to college, I would have to go somewhere local, where I could live at home and benefit from her help and organization, I had long assumed that, one day, I'd apply to the University of New Haven. Never mind that as a high school senior, I was already over a month past deadline. I would get into the criminalist program he'd founded there, where I would be plucked from undergraduate obscurity by Dr. Lee himself, who would notice my attention to detail and my inability to be distracted by girls or frat parties or loud music emanating from dorm windows, and would invite me to help solve a real current case and consider me his protege. Now, of course, I had an even more pressing reason to meet him. Imagine, Dr. Lee, I would begin. You've set up a crime scene to point to someone else's involvement and wind up a suspect yourself. And then together, we would analyze what might have been conceived differently to prevent it from happening the next time. My mother and I argue about the same things over and over, such as why she refuses to treat me normally. This would be a classic example, where she's taking my desire to see Dr. Lee and twisting it into a pretzel so that it seems like an unreasonable ASPI request, instead of one grounded in reality. There are many instances where I want to do things other kids my age do. 1. Get a license and drive a car. 2. Live on my own at college. 3. Go out with my friends without her having to call their parents first and explain my quirks. A. It should be noted, of course, that this would apply to a time when I currently had friends. 4. Get a job so that I have money for the above. A. It should be noted that she did let me get a job, and unfortunately, to date, the only people who've chosen to hire me were completely unreasonable asses who couldn't see the big picture, like whether being 5 minutes late on a shift is truly going to cause a global catastrophe. Instead, I watch Theo sail out the door while she waves goodbye to him. Unlike me, he'll be allowed to get his driver's license sooner or later. Imagine how incredibly humiliating it'll be for me to be driven around by my younger brother, the same child who used his own poop to paint a mural on the garage door once. My mother argued that I couldn't have it both ways. I could not ask to be treated like an ordinary 18-year-old and also demand clothing with tags cut out and refuse to drink orange juice because of its name. Maybe I did feel that I could have it both ways, be disabled sometimes and normal at others. But then again, why couldn't I? Let's say that Theo sucked at growing vegetables but was really good at bowling. My mother might treat him like a slightly remedial student if she was teaching him to grow rutabagas, but when she hit the lanes with him, she'd ditch the slow voice. Not all humans have one standard, so why should I? At any rate, whether I've simply been cooped up too long or whether I'm suffering acute mental distress from my soon-to-be missed opportunity with Dr. Lee, I do the only thing that seems justifiable at the time. I call 911 and tell them I am being abused by my mother.
Rich. It's like one of those pictures in celebrity magazines I read at the dentist's office. What's different? The first shot shows Jess Ogilvy with a big smile on her face and Mark McGuire's arm draped over her shoulder. It's a photograph we took from her nightstand. The second picture was taken by my CSI team and shows Jess with her eyes closed and ringed with bruises, her skin frozen a solid pale blue. She is draped with a postage stamp quilt that looks like a painter's color wheel. Ironically, she's wearing the same sweatshirt in both photos. There are obvious differences. the physical trauma being the biggest one. But there's something else about her I can't put my finger on. Did she lose weight? Not really. Was it the makeup? Nah, she wasn't wearing any in either shot. It's the hair. Not the cut, which would be easy. It's straight in the picture of Jess and her boyfriend. In the crime scene print, though, it's curled and frizzy, a cloud around her battered face. I pick up the photo and study it at close range. It seems likely that curls were the default setting for her hair, given that she would have gone to the trouble to style it when out with her boyfriend, which means that her hair got wet while the body was out in the elements. Something easily assumed, except for the fact that she was protected from rain and snow by the concrete culvert where she was dumped. So her hair was wet when she was killed. And there was blood in the bathroom. Was Jacob a peeping Tom, too? Captain? I look up to find one of the street cops standing in front of me. Dispatch just got a call from a kid who says he's being abused by a parent. Don't need a detective for that, do you? No, Captain, it's just... the kid? He's the one you arrested for that murder. The photo flutters out of my hand onto the floor. You gotta be kidding. I mutter, and I stand up and grab my coat. I'll take care of it.
Jacob. Immediately, I realize I've made a colossal mistake. I begin hiding things, my computer, my file cabinet. I shred papers that are sitting on my desk and tuck a stash of journals from forensics associations in the bathtub. I figure all of these things can be used against me, and they've already taken so much of what was mine. I don't think I can be arrested again, but I'm not entirely sure. Double jeopardy only refers to the same crime and only after an acquittal. I will say this for the boys in blue. They are speedy. Less than 10 minutes after my 911 call, there's a knock at the door. My mother and Theo, who are still downstairs, trying to reinstall the fire alarm Theo set off with some abortive kitchen snack, are caught completely unawares. It's stupid, I know, but I hide underneath my bed.
Rich. What are you doing here? Emma Hunt demands. Actually, we received a call through 911. I didn't call 911. Jacob! She yells, and she turns on her heel and flies up the stairs. I step into the house to find Theo staring at me. We don't want to donate to the Police Athletic League, he says sarcastically. Thanks. I point up the staircase. I'm, just going to go. Without waiting for him to answer, I head toward Jacob's room. Abusing you? Emma is shrieking when I reach the doorway. You've never been abused a day in your life. There's physical abuse and there's mental abuse, Jacob argues. Emma whips her head in my direction. I have never laid a hand on that boy, although right now I'm incredibly tempted. I have 3 words for you, Jacob says. Dr. Henry Lee. The forensic scientist? I'm completely not following. He's speaking at UNH tomorrow, and she says I can't go. Emma looks at me. Do you see what I'm dealing with? I purse my lips, thinking, let me talk to him alone for a minute. Seriously? Her eyes widened. Were you not in the same courtroom I was in 3 hours ago? When the judge told you accommodations should have been made when you questioned Jacob? I'm not questioning him now, I tell her. Not professionally, anyway. She throws up her hands. I don't care. Do what you want, both of you. When her last footstep fades down the stairs, I sit down beside Jacob. You know, you're not supposed to call 911 unless you're in serious trouble. He snorts. So arrest me. Oh wait, you already did. You ever hear of the boy who cried wolf?
I didn't say anything about wolves, Jacob replies. I said I was being abused, and I am. This is the one chance I have to meet Dr. Lee, and she won't even consider it. If I'm old enough to be tried as an adult, how come I'm not old enough to walk to the bus stop and travel down there on my own?
You're old enough. You'll just wind up with your ass in jail again. Is that what you want? From the corner of my eye, I spy a laptop peeking out of a pillowcase. Why is your computer under the covers? He pulls it free and cradles it in his arms.
I thought you'd steal it from me, just like you took my other stuff.
I didn't steal that. I had a warrant to seize it. And you'll get it back one day. I glance at him. You know, Jacob, your mother is only protecting you.
By locking me up in here?
No, the judge did that. By not letting you break your bail requirements. We're both quiet for a second, and then Jacob glances at me from the corner of his eye.
I don't understand your voice.
What do you mean?
It should be angry because I made you come all the way out here. But it's not angry. And it wasn't angry when I talked to you at the police station either. You treated me like I was just a friend of yours. But then you arrested me at the end, and people don't arrest their friends.
He clasps his hands between his knees.
Frankly, people don't make sense to me.
I nod in agreement. Frankly, people don't make sense to me either, I say.
Theo. Why do the cops keep coming to our stupid house? I mean, given that they've already arrested Jacob, shouldn't they let justice take its course? Okay, I get that Jacob was the one to summon them this time, but surely a phone call would have been just as effective to get him to call off his request for help, and yet the police, this one guy in particular, keeps showing up. He chats up my mother, and now I can hear him yapping with Jacob about maggots that land on bodies within 10 minutes of death. Tell me how exactly this has any bearing on the 911 call, Here's what I think. Detective Matson isn't here to talk to Jacob. He's certainly not here to talk to my mother. He's come because he knows that in order to get to Jacob's room, he has to pass mine, and that means at least 2 glimpses inside. Maybe someone has reported missing the Wii game I took. Maybe he's just waiting for me to crack, to fall at his feet and confess that I was at Jess Ogilvy's place shortly before my brother, so that he can tell that bitch prosecutor to put me on the witness stand to testify against Jacob. For these reasons, and a dozen more I haven't thought of yet, I close my door and lock it, so that when Detective Matson passes by again, I don't have to look him in the eye.
Jacob. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but Rich Matson is not a complete and utter ass. For example, he told me that you can tell the sex of an individual by looking at the skull, because a male skull has a square chin and a female chin is rounded. He told me that he's been to the body farm in Knoxville, Tennessee, where an acre of land is covered with corpses rotting in all different stages, so that forensic anthropologists can measure the effects of weather and insects on human decay. He has pictures and promised to mail me a few. This is still not Dr. Henry Lee worthy, but it makes a decent consolation prize. I learned that he has a daughter who, like Jess, faints at the sight of blood. When I tell him that Jess used to do this too, his face twists, as if he smelled something awful. After a while, I promise him not to call the police on my mother again, unless she is causing me dire bodily harm. And he convinces me that an apology to her might go a long way right now. When I walk him downstairs, my mother is pacing in the kitchen. "Jacob has something to tell you," he announces. "Detective Matson is going to send me photographs of decomposing bodies," I say. "Not that. The other thing." I push my lips out and then suck them in. I do it twice, as if I'm melting the words in my mouth. I shouldn't have called the cops. Asperger's impulsiveness. My mother's face freezes, and so does the detective's. Only after I've said it do I realize that they're probably assuming Jess's death was Asperger's impulsiveness too. Or in other words, talking about my Asperger's impulsiveness was a bit too impulsive. I think we're all set here, the detective says. You two have a nice evening. My mother touches his sleeve. Thank you. He looks at her as if he's about to tell her something important, but instead he says, You have nothing to thank me for. When he leaves, a lick of cold air from outside wraps around my ankles. Would you like me to make you something to eat? My mother asks. You never had lunch. No thanks. I'm going to lie down, I announce, although I really just want to be alone. I've learned that when someone invites you to do something, and you really don't want to, they don't particularly want to hear the truth. Her eyes fly to my face. Are you sick? I'm fine, I tell her. Really. I can feel her staring at me as I walk up the stairs. I don't plan to lie down, but I do. And I guess I fall asleep because all of a sudden Dr. Henry Lee is there. We're crouched down on either side of Jess's body. He examines the tooth in her pocket, the abrasions on her lower back. He looks up the cavities of her nostrils. Oh, yes, he says, crystal clear. I understand. I can see why you had to do what you did. Case 8. 1 in 6 billion. In the 1980s and 90s, over 50 women in the Seattle-Tacoma, Washington area were murdered. Most of the victims were prostitutes or teen runaways, and most of the bodies were dumped in or near the Green River. Dubbed the Green River Killer, the murderer was unknown until science managed to catch up to crime. In the early 1980s, while performing autopsies on the victims, pathologists and medical technologists were able to recover small amounts of DNA in semen left behind by the killer. These were retained as evidence, but then current scientific techniques proved worthless, since there wasn't enough material for testing. Gary Ridgway, who was arrested in 1982 on a prostitution charge, was a suspect in the Green River killings. But there wasn't any evidence to formally link him to the crimes. In 1984, he passed a polygraph test. In 1987, while searching his home, the King County Sheriff's Department took a saliva sample from Ridgway. By March 2001, improvements in DNA typing technology had identified the source of the semen on the victims' bodies. In September 2001, the lab received results. They were able to get a comparative match between the DNA in that semen and the DNA in Ridgway's saliva. A warrant was issued for his arrest. The DNA results linked Ridgway to 3 of the 4 women listed as victims in his indictment. Sperm samples taken from one of these victims, Carol Ann Christensen, were so conclusive that not more than one person in the world, excluding identical twins, would exhibit that particular DNA profile. Ridgway was charged with 3 more murders after microscopic paint evidence found with the bodies matched paint at his workplace. In return for confessing to more of the Green River murders, Ridgway was spared the death penalty and is currently serving 48 life sentences with no possibility of parole.
Chapter 8. Oliver. A month later, I am sprawled on the couch in the Hunt's living room, caught in a weird déjà vu. I am scanning the discovery that's been sent to me, which includes Jacob's journals on crime busters, while he sits on the floor in front of me, watching on TV the very same episode I'm reading about. Want me to tell you how it ends? I ask. I already know. Not that that's kept him from writing down yet another journal entry, this one in a brand new composition-style notebook. Episode 49, Sex, Lies, and iMovie. Situation. After a suicide note is spliced into the credits of a feature at a film festival, a B-movie director is found dead in the back of a car, but the team suspects foul play. Evidence. Trailer from festival. Cuttings from editing studio. Who is the blonde, and is she really dead or just acting? Hard drive of director's computer. Director's collection of rare butterflies. Red herring. Entomology not involved. Acid in pipes. Solved by me. 024. You figured it out in 20 minutes? Yeah. The butler did it, I say. No, actually, it's the plumber, Jacob corrects. So much for making a joke. We've gotten into a routine. Instead of staying at my office during the day, I do my trial preparation here at the Hunts. That way, I can watch Jacob if Emma needs to run out, and I have my client available to answer any questions I've got. Thor likes it because he spends most of the day curled up in Jacob's lap. Jacob likes it because I bring the Wii with me. Theo likes it because if I bring guacamole on Green Monday for his brother, I slip a personal-sized non-green sausage pizza into the fridge for him. I don't really know if Emma likes it. Theo walks past us in the living room to a file cabinet in the back. You still doing your homework? Jacob asks. There's not really any malice in his tone. It's flat, like everything else Jacob says, but Theo flips him the bird. Usually Theo's the one to finish his work first, but today he seems to be dragging. I wait for Jacob to tell him to go fuck himself, but instead he just fixes his glassy gaze on the television again. Hey, I say, approaching Theo. He startles and takes the piece of paper he's scanning and stuffs it into his jeans pocket. Stop sneaking up on me. What are you doing in here anyway? Isn't this your mother's file cabinet? Isn't this none of your business? Theo says. No, but Jacob is, and you should apologize. I should also have 5 servings of vegetables a day, but that rarely happens, he replies, and he heads back into the kitchen to finish his homework. I know Jacob well enough by now to pick up on the cues that flag his emotions. The fact that he's rocking back and forth slightly means whatever Theo just said rattled him more than he's letting on. If you tell your mother he does that shit to you, I say, I can bet you it will stop. You don't tell on your brother, you take care of him. He's the only one you've got, Jacob recites. It's a rule. If I could only make the jury see how Jacob lives from one decree to another. If I could make the connection between a kid who won't even break one of his mother's rules, much less the law governing our country. If I could somehow prove that his Asperger's makes it virtually impossible for him to cross that line between right and wrong, well, I could win his case. Hey, after lunch, I want to talk to you about what's going to happen later this week when we... Shh, Jacob says. The commercial's over. I flip the page and see an entry that doesn't have an episode number. I start reading, and my jaw drops. Oh, shit, I say out loud. A month ago, after the suppression hearing, I'd called Helen Sharp. I think you need to give up, I told her. You can't prove the case. We're willing to take probation for 5 years. I can win this without the police department confession, she said. I've got all the statements that were made at the house before Jacob was in custody. I have the forensic evidence at the scene and eyewitness evidence that goes to motive. I've got his history of violence, and I've got the defendant's journals. At the time, I'd shrugged it off. Jacob's journals were formulaic, and every other piece of evidence she listed was something I could excuse away on cross. We're going forward, Helen had said, and I'd thought, good freaking luck. Here's what the journal says. At her house, 1/12/10. Situation, girl missing. Evidence, Clothes in pile on bed. Toothbrush missing. Lip gloss missing. Victim's purse and coat remain. Cell phone missing. Cut screen. Boot prints outside match up with boyfriend's footwear. Jesus Christ, Jacob! I explode, so loud that Emma comes running in from the laundry room. You wrote about Jess in your Crime Busters journals? He doesn't respond, so I stand and turn off the TV. What do you mean? Emma says. I pass her the photocopy of the notebook. What were you thinking? I demand. Jacob shrugs. It was a crime scene, he says simply. Do you have any idea what Helen Sharp is going to do with this? No, and I don't care, Emma replies. I want to know what you're going to do about it. She folds her arms and moves a step closer to Jacob. I don't know, to be honest, because after all the work we did to get the police station statement thrown out, this brings it all back in. Jacob repeats what I said, and then repeats it again. Brings it all back. Brings it all back. The first time I heard him do it, I thought he was mimicking me. Now I know it's echolalia. Emma explained it to me as just the repetition of sounds. Sometimes Jacob does that by reciting movie quotes, and sometimes it's an immediate parroting of something he's heard. I just hope no one hears him doing it in court, or they'll assume he's a wise ass. Bring it all back, Jacob says again. Bring what all back? Something that's going to make the jury assume you're guilty. But it's a crime scene, Jacob says again. I just wrote down the evidence like usual. It's not a fictional crime scene, I point out. Why not? He asks. I'm the one who created it. Oh my God, Emma chokes. They're going to think he's a monster. I want to put my hand on her arm and tell her I will be able to keep that from happening. But I cannot make that kind of promise. Even having been with Jacob for the past month like I have, there are still things he does that strike me as utterly chilling. Like now, when his mother is hysterical, and he turns away without registering any remorse and cranks up the volume on his TV show. Juries, which are supposed to be about reason, are actually always about the heart. A juror who watches Jacob stare blankly through the graphic testimony about Jess Ogilvy's death will deliberate his fate with that image etched in her mind, and it cannot help but sway her decision. I cannot change Jacob, which means I have to change the system. This is why I filed a motion, and why we're going to court tomorrow, although I haven't broken the news to Emma yet. I need to tell you both something, I say, as Emma's watch begins to beep. Hold on, she says. I'm timing Theo on a math quiz. She faces the kitchen. Theo? Put your pencil down. Jacob, lower that volume. Theo? Did you hear me? When there's no answer, Emma walks into the kitchen. She calls out again, and then I hear her footsteps overhead in Theo's room. A moment later, she is back in the living room, her voice wild. He never did his math quiz, and his coat and sneakers and backpack are missing, she says. Theo's gone.
Theo. Let me just say that I think it's pretty insane that a kid who's 15, like me, can fly across the country without a parent. The hardest part was getting the ticket, which turned out to not be very hard at all. It was no secret that my mother keeps an emergency credit card buried in her file cabinet, and honestly, didn't this count as an emergency? All I had to do was dig it out, get the number off the front and the PIN code on the back, and book my ticket on orbitz.com. I had a passport, too. We'd driven up to Canada once on a vacation that lasted approximately 6 hours after Jacob refused to sleep in the motel room because it had an orange carpet, which was stored one file folder away from the emergency credit card. And getting to the airport was a piece of cake. It took 2 hitched rides, and that was that. I wish I could tell you I had a plan, but I didn't. All I knew was that directly or indirectly, this was my fault. I hadn't killed Jess Ogilvy, but I'd seen her the day she died, and I hadn't told the police or my mother or anyone else, and now Jacob was going to be tried for murder. In my mind, it was like a chain reaction. If I hadn't been breaking into houses at the time, if I hadn't been in Jess's, if I had never locked eyes with her, maybe that missing link would have broken the string of events that happened afterward. It was no great secret that my mother was totally freaking out about where the money would be coming from for Jacob's trial. I figured that if I was ever going to remove my karmic debt, I might as well start by finding the solution to that problem. Hence, this visit to my father. On the plane, I'm sitting between a businessman who's trying to sleep and a woman who looks like a grandmother. She's got short white hair and a light purple sweatshirt with a cat on it. The businessman is shifting in his seat because he's got a kid behind him who keeps kicking it. "Jesus H. Christ," he says. I've always wondered why people say that. Why the H? I mean, what if his middle name was Stanley? I'm stuck on the last one, the grandma says. I pull my iPod earphone free. Sorry? No, that doesn't fit. She's hunched over a crossword puzzle in the back of the U.S. Airways magazine. It had been filled out halfway. I hate that. Doesn't the jerk who's sitting in the seat on the previous flight think someone else might want to try it on his own? The clue is regretted, and it's 4 letters. Theo, I think. Suddenly, the businessman comes out of his seat and twists around. "Madam," he says to the kid's mom, "is there any chance you could keep your brat from being so incredibly rude?" "That's it," the grandma says. "Rude." I watch her write it in pencil. I think it's spelled differently. I suggest. R-U-E-D. "Right," she says, erasing it to make the correction. I admit to being a horrendous speller. She smiles at me. "Now, what's bringing you out to sunny California?" "I'm visiting someone." "Me too. Someone I've never met. My first grandbaby." "Wow," I say. "You must be pretty stoked." "If that's a good thing, then yes, I guess I am. My name's Edith." "I'm Paul." Okay, I don't know where the lie came from. I shouldn't have been surprised. After all, I'd hidden my involvement in this whole nightmare for over a month now, and I was getting really good at pretending I wasn't the same person I was back then. But once I made up the name, the rest kept coming. I was on school break. I was an only child. My parents were divorced. Ha, not a lie. And I was going to see my dad. We were planning on taking a college tour of Stanford. At home, we don't talk about my father. In World Studies class, we learned about indigenous cultures who no longer speak the names of the dead. Well, we no longer say the name of the person who quit when the going got tough. I don't really know the details of my parents' split, except that I was still a baby when it happened, and so of course there's a piece of me that thinks I must have been the straw that broke the camel's back. But I do know that he tries to pay off his guilt by sending my mom a child support check every month, and I also know that he has replaced Jacob and me with 2 little girls who look like China dolls and who probably have never broken into a house or stimmed a day in their short lives. I know this because he sends us a Christmas card every year, which I throw out if I get to the mail before my mother does. "Do you have brothers or sisters?" Edith asks. I take a sip of the 7-Up I bought for $3. "Nope," I say. "Only child." "Stop it," the businessman says, and for one awful moment I think he's going to tell this woman who I really am. Then he turns around in his seat. "For the love of God," he says to the little kid's mom. "So, Paul," Edith says, "what do you want to study at Stanford?" I'm 15. I have no idea what I want to do with my life, except fix the mess I've made of it. Instead of answering, I point down at her crossword puzzle. Quito, I say. That's the answer to 42 across. She gets all excited and reads aloud the next clue. I think about how happy she'll be if we finish this crossword puzzle. She'll get off the plane and tell her son-in-law, or whoever is picking her up, about the nice young man she met, about how helpful I was, how proud my parents must be of me.
Jacob. My brother isn't as smart as I am. I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm just stating a fact. For example, he has to study all his vocabulary words if he wants to do well on a test. I can look at the page and it's stuck in my head for easy retrieval after that first glance. He would leave the room if two adults started discussing adult things like current events. I would just pull up a chair and join the conversation. He doesn't care about storing information away, like a squirrel would save nuts for the winter. It's only interesting to Theo if it has current real-life applications. However, I'm not nearly as intuitive as my brother. This is why when I begin to let some of that stored information bleed free, like, for example, how Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak released the Apple I computer on April Fool's Day 1976, and the person I'm speaking with begins to go glassy-eyed and make excuses, I'll keep talking, although Theo would easily read the clues and shut up. Being a detective is all about intuition. Being a good crime scene investigator, however, requires great thoroughness and intelligence. Which is why, while my mother is rendered immobile by her panic over Theo's disappearance, and Oliver is doing stupid things like patting her shoulder, I go to Theo's bedroom and get on his computer. I'm very good with computers. I once took my guidance counselor's laptop apart and put it back together, motherboard and all. I could probably configure your wireless network in my sleep. Here's the other reason I like computers. When you're talking to someone online, you don't have to read expressions on faces or interpret tones of voice. What you see is what you get, and that means I don't have to try so hard when I interact. There are chat rooms and message boards for Aspies like me, but I don't frequent them. One of the house rules in the family is to not go to websites my mother hasn't vetted. When I asked her why, she made me sit down with her and watch a television show about sexual predators. I tried to explain that the website I wanted to chat on wasn't quite the same thing, that it was only a bunch of people like me trying to connect without all the bullshit that's part of face-to-face meetings. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. "You don't know what these people are like, Jacob," she said to me. In fact, I did. It was the people in the real world I didn't understand. It takes only a few clicks to delve into his cache. Even though he thinks he's emptied it, nothing is ever really gone on a computer. And to see where he was last surfing the net. Orbitz.com, flights to San Jose. When I bring downstairs the printout of the webpage that has his ticket information on it, Oliver is trying to convince my mother to call the police. "I can't," she says. "They won't want to help me." "They don't get to pick and choose their cases." "Mom," I interrupt. "Jacob, not now," Oliver says. "But—" My mother looks at me and starts crying. I watch one tear make an S-curve down her cheek. "I want to talk to you," I say. "I'm getting the phone," Oliver says. "I'm dialing 911. "I know where Theo is," I tell them. My mother blinks. "You what?" "It was on his computer." I hand her the printed page. "Oh my God," my mother says, holding her hand up to her mouth. "He's going to Henry's." "Who's Henry?" Oliver asks. "My father," I answered. "He walked out on us." Oliver takes a step backward and rubs his chin. "He's connecting in Chicago," I add. "His plane leaves in 15 minutes. "You can't catch him before he takes off," Oliver says. "Does Henry know? About Jacob?" Of course he knows about me. He sends checks every year for my birthday and Christmas. I meant, does Henry know about the murder charge? My mother looks down at the fault line between the cushions of the couch. I don't know. He might have read about it in the papers, but I didn't talk to him about it, she admits. I didn't know how to tell him. Oliver holds out the phone. Now's the time to figure that out, he says. I don't like to think of Theo on a plane. I don't like planes. I understand Bernoulli's principle, but for the love of God, no matter how physical forces are being exerted on the wings for lift, the hardware weighs 1,000,000 pounds. For all intents and purposes, it should fall out of the sky. My mother takes the phone and starts to dial a long-distance number. It sounds like the notes of a game show theme song, but I can't remember which one. Christ, Oliver says. He looks at me. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond. We'll always have Paris, I say. When Theo was 8, he became convinced that there was a monster living underneath the house. He knew this because he could hear its breath every night when the radiators in his room hissed awake. I was 11 and very into dinosaurs at the time. And as thrilling as it was for me to assume that there might be a sauropod rooting around under the foundations of our house, I knew this was not likely. 1. Our house was built in 1973. 2. To build it, there would have been an excavation. 3. The probability of the world's sole long-lost dinosaur surviving the excavation and residing beneath my basement floor would be pretty slim. 4. Even if it had survived, what the hell would it be eating? Grass clippings, Theo said when I told him all this. Duh. One of the reasons I like having Asperger's is that I don't have an active imagination. To many, teachers and guidance counselors and shrinks included, this is a great detriment. To me, it's a blessing. Logical thinking keeps you from wasting time worrying or hoping. It prevents disappointment. Imagination, on the other hand, only gets you hyped up over things that will never realistically happen. Like running into a hadrosaur on your way to the bathroom at 3 a.m. Theo spent 2 weeks freaking out in the middle of the night when he heard the hiss from the heating registers in his room. My mother tried everything, from warm milk before bedtime to an illustrated diagram of the heating system of the house, to an unnecessary dose of children's Benadryl at night to knock Theo out. But, like clockwork, he'd start screaming in the middle of the night and would run out of his room and wake both of us. It was getting old, frankly, which is why I did what I did. After my mother tucked me in, I stayed up with a flashlight hidden under my pillow and read until I knew she had gone to bed too. Then I took my pillow and blankets and sleeping bag and camped outside Theo's bedroom door. That night, when he woke up screaming and tried to run to my mother's room to wake her up too, he tripped over me. He blinked for a second, trying to figure out if he was dreaming. "Go back to bed," I said. "There's no stupid dinosaur." I could tell he didn't believe me, so I added, "And if there is, he'll kill me first before he gets to you." This actually worked. Theo crawled back into bed, and we both fell asleep again. My mother was the one who found me sprawled on the floor the next morning. She panicked. Assuming I'd had some kind of seizure, she started shaking me. "Stop, Mom," I finally said. "I'm fine." "What are you doing out here?" "I was sleeping." "In the hallway?" "Not the hallway," I corrected. "In front of Theo's room." "Oh, Jacob, you were trying to make him feel safe, weren't you?" She threw her arms around me and held me so tight I thought I just might have a seizure after all. "I knew it," she babbled. "I knew it. All those books, all those idiot doctors who said kids with Asperger's have no theory of mind and can't empathize. You do love your brother. You wanted to protect him. I let her embrace me because it seemed to be what she wanted to do. Behind Theo's door, I could hear him starting to stir. What my mother had said was not technically inaccurate. What those doctors and books all say about how Aspies like me can't feel anything on behalf of others, that's total bullshit. We understand when someone else is in pain. It just affects us differently than it affects other humans. I see it as the next step of evolution. I can't take away your sadness, so why should I acknowledge it? In addition, I hadn't slept in front of Theo's door because I wanted to protect him. I'd slept in front of his door because I was exhausted after a week of midnight crying, and I only wanted to get a good night's rest. I was looking out for my own best interests. You could say, actually, that this was the impetus behind what happened with Jess, too.
Oliver. Emma wants to call U.S. Airways and make them stop the plane from departing, but the entire system is automated. When we finally do reach a human employee, he's in Charlotte, North Carolina, and has no way of contacting the Burlington gate. Here's the thing, I tell her. You can beat him there by flying direct to San Francisco. It's almost the same distance to Palo Alto from the San Jose airport. She looks over my shoulder at the computer screen, which has the flight I've found. With the layover in Chicago that Theo's going to make, you'll still get in an hour before he does. She leans forward, and I can smell the shampoo in her hair. Her eyes flicker over the flight information, hopeful, and then land on the bottom, and the price. $1,080? That's ridiculous. Same-day fares aren't cheap. Well, that's not in my budget, Emma says. I click on the button to purchase the ticket. It's in mine. I lie. What are you doing? You can't pay for that. Too late, I shrug. The truth is, financially, I'm a little shaky now. I have one client, and she can't afford to pay me. And worse, I'm okay with that. Surely I missed the blood-sucking your client class in law school, since all evidence points to me being the poster boy for financially ruined defense attorneys. But at the same time, I'm thinking that I can sell my saddle. I have a beautiful English one that's in storage below the pizza place. No use having it when I don't have a horse anyway. I'll add it to the bill, I say, but we both know I probably won't. Emma closes her eyes for a moment. I don't know what to say. Then just be quiet. You shouldn't have to get involved in this mess. Lucky for you, the only other thing I had to do today was organize my sock drawer. I joke, but she's not laughing. I'm sorry, Emma replies. It's just, I don't have anyone else. Very slowly, very deliberately, so that she will not startle or pull away, I thread my fingers through hers and squeeze her hand. You have me, I say. If I were a better man, I wouldn't have eavesdropped on Emma's conversation with her ex-husband. Henry, she said, it's Emma. No, actually, I can't really call back later. It's about Theo. He's fine. I think he's fine. He's run away from home. Well, of course I know that. He's on his way to your place. Yes, California, unless you've moved lately. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't an insult. I don't know why. He just took off. He used my credit card. Look, can we just talk about this when I get there? Oh, did I forget to mention that? If all goes well, I'll land before Theo. Meeting us at the airport would be great. We're both on U.S. Airways. Then there is a hesitation. Jacob? She replies. No, he won't be joining me. It is decided that I will camp out for the night to be the over 25 adult watching Jacob while Emma hauls Theo's ass back across the country. At first, after she leaves, it seems like a piece of cake. We can play the Wii. We can watch TV. And thank God it's Brown Thursday, which is relatively easy. I can cook Jacob a burger for dinner. It isn't until an hour after she leaves that I remember my hearing tomorrow. The one I had not yet told Emma about. The one I will have to take Jacob to by myself. "Jacob?" I say while he is engrossed in a television show about how Milky Way bars are made. "I have to talk to you for a second." He doesn't respond. His eyes don't even flicker from the screen. So I step in front of it and turn it off. "I just want to have a little chat." When Jacob doesn't answer, I keep speaking. "Your trial starts in a month, you know." "A month and 6 days." "Right. Well, I've been thinking about how hard it might be for you to be in court all day long, and I figured we need to do something about it." "Oh," Jacob says, shaking his head. "I can't be in court all day. I have schoolwork to do, and I have to be home by 4:30 so that I can watch Crime Busters." "I don't think you get it. It's not your call. You go to court when the judge says you go to court, and you get to come home when he's ready to let you go." Jacob chews on this information. "That's not going to work for me." "Which is why you and I are going back to court tomorrow." "But my mother's not here." "I know that, Jacob. I didn't plan for her to be away, but the fact of the matter is the whole reason we're going is something you said to me." "Me?" "Yes. Do you remember what you told me when you decided I could run an insanity defense?" Jacob nods. "That the Americans with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination by the state or local governments, including the courts," he says, "and that some people consider autism to be a disability, even if I don't happen to be one of them." "Right. But if you do consider Asperger's syndrome to be a developmental disability, then under the ADA, you're also entitled to provisions in court that will make the experience easier for you." I let a slow smile loose, like a card that's been played close to the chest. "Tomorrow, we're going to make sure you get them."
Emma. From Auntie M's column Archives. Dear Auntie M, recently I've been dreaming about my ex. Should I consider this a sign from a higher power and call him to say hi? Sleepless in Stratford. Dear Sleepless, yes, but I wouldn't tell him you're calling because he's starring in your dreams. Unless he happens to say, "Gosh, it's so strange that you called today because I dreamed about you last night." Auntie M. I asked Henry out on our first date because he didn't seem to be picking up on hints that I was his for the taking. We saw the movie Ghost and went out to dinner afterward, where Henry told me that, scientifically, ghosts could simply not exist. "It's basic physics and math," he said. "Patrick Swayze couldn't walk through walls and tag along behind Demi Moore. If ghosts can follow someone, that means their feet apply force to the floor. If they go through walls, though, they don't have any substance. They could be either material or be unmaterial, but they can't be both at the same time. It violates Newton's rule." He was wearing a t-shirt that said "Full Frontal Nerdity," and his corn silk hair kept falling into his eyes. "But don't you wish it could be true?" I asked him. "Don't you wish love was so strong it could come back to haunt you?" I told him the story of my mother, who one night had woken up at 3:14 a.m. with a mouthful of violet petals and the scent of roses so thick in the air that she couldn't breathe. An hour later, she was roused by a phone call. Her own mother, a florist by trade, had died of a heart attack at 3:14 a.m. Science can't answer everything, I told Henry. It doesn't explain love. Actually, it does, he told me. There have been all kinds of studies done, People are more attracted to people with symmetrical features, for example, and symmetrical men smell better to women. Also, people who have similar genetic traits are attracted to each other. It probably has something to do with evolution. I burst out laughing. "That is awful," I said. "That is the most unromantic thing I've ever heard."
I don't think so.
"Oh, really? Say something that will sweep me off my feet," I demanded. Henry looked at me for a long moment, until I could feel my head growing lighter and dizzier.
"I think you might be perfectly symmetrical," he said.
On our second date, Henry took me to Boston. We had dinner at the Parker House, and then he hired a hansom cab to take us around the Boston Common. It was late November, and frost crouched in the bare branches of the trees. When we settled into the back of the carriage, the driver handed us a heavy wool blanket to put over our laps. The horse was spirited, stamping its feet and snorting. Henry was telling me riddles.
The ratio of an igloo circumference to its diameter?
I give up.
Eskimo pie? He said. How about half of a large intestine?
I don't know.
A semicolon.
That's not a math or science joke, I said.
I'm a Renaissance guy.
Henry laughed.
8 nickels?
I shook my head.
2 paradigms, he said.
The puns weren't, by definition, funny. But on Henry's lips, they were. Lips that were curved at the ends, and that always seemed a little embarrassed to smile. Lips that had kissed me goodnight on our first date with a surprising amount of force and intensity. I was staring at his lips when the horse dropped dead. Technically, it wasn't dead. It had slipped on a patch of black ice, and its front legs had buckled. I had heard one snap. We rolled in slow motion out of the hansom cab, Henry twisting so that he would cushion my fall. "You all right?" he asked, and he helped me to my feet. He held the rough blanket around me while the police came and then animal control. "Don't watch," Henry whispered, and he turned my face away when the officer pulled out a pistol. I tried to focus on the words on Henry's t-shirt, where his coat was gaping open. "Does this proton make my mass look fat?" But the sound was like the world cracking in half. And the last thing I remember was wondering who wore a t-shirt in the winter, and if that meant his skin was always warm, and if I would ever get to lie against it. I woke up in an unfamiliar bed. The walls were cream-colored, and there was a dresser made of dark wood with a television on it. It was very clean and corporate. "You fainted," I told myself. "The horse," I said out loud. A voice said quietly.
"He's in that big carousel in the sky?"
I rolled over to find Henry pressed against the far wall, still wearing his coat. "You don't believe in heaven," I murmured.
"No, but I figured you would. Are you okay?"
I nodded gingerly, testing. "What's wrong? Don't women swoon around you all the time?"
He grinned. "It was a little Victorian of you."
"Where are we?"
"I got a room at the Parker House. I thought you might need to lie down for a while."
His cheeks bloomed a bright red.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea, though."
I came up on an elbow. "You don't?"
"Well, not unless you want me to,"
he stammered. "Well, that's a little gothic," I said. "Henry, can I ask you something?" "Okay." "What are you doing all the way over there?" I held out my hand and felt the mattress give under his weight as Henry crawled onto it. I felt his mouth come down against mine, and I realized that this relationship wouldn't be what I'd imagined it to be. Me, playing teacher to the shy young computer science geek. I should have known from watching Henry work at the office. Programmers moved slowly and deliberately, and then waited to see the reaction. And if they didn't succeed the first time, they would try over and over again until they broke through that fifth dimension and got it right. Later, when I was wearing Henry's t-shirt and his arms were wrapped around me, when we had turned on the television and were watching a show on primates in the Congo with the volume muted, when he had fed me chicken nuggets from the kids' room service menu, I thought how clever I'd been to see past what other people saw in Henry. The silly t-shirts, the Star Wars canteen in which he stored his coffee, the way he could barely look a woman in the eye. Beneath that exterior was a man who touched me as if I were made of glass, who focused with such intensity on me that sometimes I had to remind him to breathe when we were making love. I never imagined at the time that Henry wouldn't be able to love anything other than me, not even a baby he'd made. I never imagined that all that passion between us would pool beneath the tangled threads of Jacob's genetic code, waiting for just the perfect storm to dig in its roots, to burst and blossom into autism. Henry's waiting for me when I get off my plane. I walk toward him, stopping an awkward foot away. I lean forward to embrace him just as he turns away toward the arrivals monitor, which means I close my arms around nothing but air. "He should be landing in 20 minutes, Henry says. "Good," I reply. "That's good." I look at him. "I'm really sorry about this." Henry stares down the empty corridor past the security barrier. "You going to tell me what's going on, Emma?" For 5 minutes, I tell him about Jess Ogilvy, about the murder charge. I tell him I'm sure Theo's escape had something to do with all of this. When I'm finished, I listen to the call for a passenger about to miss his plane, and then muster the courage to meet Henry's gaze. "Jacob's on trial for murder?" he says, his voice shaky. "And you didn't mention it?" "What would you have done?" I challenge. "Fly back to Vermont to be our white knight? Somehow I doubt that, Henry." "And when this hits the papers out here, how am I supposed to explain to my 7- and 4-year-old that their half-brother is a murderer?" I reel back as if he slapped me. "I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that," I murmur. "And if you knew your son at all, if you had ever actually spent time with Jacob instead of just sending a check every month to ease your conscience, you'd know that he's innocent." A muscle ticks in Henry's jaw. "Do you remember what happened on our 5th anniversary? That time of my life, when we were trying every intervention and therapy possible to get Jacob to connect with the world again, is a dark blur. We were out at a movie, the first time we'd been alone in months. And suddenly the strange man walks down the aisle and crouches down and starts talking to you, and a minute later you walk out with him. I sat there thinking, who the hell is this guy and where's my wife going with him? And I followed you into the lobby. Turned out that he was the father of our babysitter and an EMT. Livy had called him in a panic because Theo was bleeding like crazy.
He went to the house, put a butterfly bandage on Theo, and came and got us. I stare at Henry. I don't remember any of this. Theo wound up getting 10 stitches in his eyebrow, Henry says, because Jacob had gotten angry and knocked over his high chair when Livy had her back turned. Now it is coming back to me. The panic we came home to with Jacob in total meltdown mode, and Theo hysterically crying, a knot the size of his tiny fist rising over his left eye. Henry making the hospital run, while I was left behind to calm Jacob. I wonder how it's possible to put something so far out of one's mind, to rewrite history. I can't believe I forgot that, I say softly. Henry glances away from me. You were always good at seeing what you wanted to see, he answers. And then suddenly, we both notice our son. What the hell? Theo says. I fold my arms. My thoughts exactly, I reply. It's a strange thing to be in an airport and to not be celebrating a reunion or a departure. It's even stranger to sit in the back seat of Henry's car and listen to him making small talk with Theo, as if Theo isn't smart enough to know that, at some point, a colossal bomb is going to drop. When Theo went into the restroom at the airport, Henry came up with a plan. Let me talk to him, Henry said. He won't listen to you. Well, he ran away from you, Henry pointed out. The freeways here are white as bone and clean. There's no cracking from frost heaves, like in Vermont. Shiny and happy and new. No wonder Henry likes it. Theo, I say, what were you thinking? He twists in his seat. I wanted to talk to Dad. In the rearview mirror, Henry meets my gaze. I told you so. Haven't you ever heard of a phone? But before he can answer, Henry pulls into a driveway. His house has Spanish tiles on its roof and a plastic, child-sized princess castle on the front lawn. That makes my chest tighten. Meg, Henry's new wife, bursts out the front door. Oh, thank goodness, she says, clasping her hands together when she sees Theo in the front seat. She's a tiny blonde with uber-white teeth and a shiny ponytail. Henry approaches her, leaving me to wrestle my own bag out of the trunk. Standing beside each other, with their blue eyes and golden hair, they look like a poster for the quintessential Aryan family. Theo, Henry says, all fatherly, too little too late. Let's go into the library and talk a little. I want to hate Meg, but I can't. She immediately surprises me by linking her arm through mine and leading me into the house. You must have been worried sick, she says. I know I would have been. She offers me coffee and a slice of lemon poppy seed cake, while Theo and Henry vanish deeper into the house. I wonder if the cake was just lying around, if she's the sort of mother who makes sure there's a homemade baked good at all times on the kitchen counter, or if she'd popped it in the oven after Henry told her I was coming. I'm not quite sure which image upsets me more. Her daughters, well, Henry's too, dart across the living room threshold to get a peek at me. They're sprites, little tow-headed fairies. One of them wears a pink sequined tutu. Girls, Meg says, come on in here and meet Ms. Hunt. Emma, I say automatically. I wonder what these little girls make of a stranger who has the same last name they do. I wonder if Henry's ever explained me to them.
"This is Isabella," Meg says, lightly touching the taller girl on the crown of her head. "And this is Grace." "Hello," they chime, and Grace pops her thumb in her mouth. "Hi," I answer, and then I don't know what to say. Did Henry feel there was some balance to his second life, having 2 girls instead of 2 boys? Grace tugs on her mother's shirt and whispers in her ear. "She wants to show you what she does in ballet," Meg says apologetically. "Oh, I love ballet," I say. Grace puts her arms in the air and touches her fingertips together. She begins to turn in a circle, wobbling only a little. I clap for her. Jacob used to spin. It was one of his stims when he was little. He'd go faster and faster until he crashed into something, usually a vase or another breakable item. I already know it's not true by looking at her. But if little Grace turned out to be autistic, would Henry run away again? As if I've conjured him, Henry ducks into the room. "You were right," he says to me. "He won't talk without you there." Whatever small satisfaction this gives me vanishes as Grace sees her father. She stops spinning and hurls at him with the force of a tropical storm. He lifts her into his arms and then tousles Isabella's hair. There's an ease to Henry that I haven't seen in him before. A quiet confidence that this is where he belongs. I can see it etched on his face, in the tiny lines that now fan out from his eyes. Lines that were not there when I loved him. Meg takes Grace on her hip and grasps Isabella's hand. "Let's give Daddy a chance to talk to his friends," she says. Friends. I loved him. I created children with him. And this is what we've been demoted to. I follow Henry down a corridor to the room where Theo is waiting. "Your family," I say. "They're perfect." But what I'm really saying is, why didn't I deserve this with you?
Oliver. "Well, Mr. Bond," the judge says, "here you are again." "Like a bad penny," I reply, smiling. Jacob and I are in court again, this time without Emma. She had called late last night and left a message saying that she and Theo would be flying home today. I hoped to have good news for her when she arrived. God knows she would need some by then. The judge glances over the half-moons of his glasses. "We've got a motion before the court for accommodations during the trial of Jacob Hunt. What are you looking for, counselor?" Sympathy for a client who is incapable of showing any himself, but I can't admit that. After Jacob's last outburst in court, I thought about asking the judge to let him watch the proceedings from a separate room, but I need him in full view of the jury in order to make my defense work. If I'm playing the disability card, they have to be able to see Asperger's manifesting itself in its full glory. "First, Your Honor," I say, "Jacob needs sensory breaks. You've seen how he can get agitated by courtroom procedure. He has to be able to get up and leave the courtroom when he feels the need to do so. Second, he would like to have his mother sitting at the defense table beside him. Third, due to Jacob's sensitivity to stimuli, we ask that Your Honor not use his gavel during the proceedings, and that the lights be turned down in the courtroom. Fourth, the prosecution needs to ask questions in a very direct and literal manner." "For God's sake," Helen Sharp sighs. I glance at her, but keep talking. "Fifth, we request that the length of the day in court be abbreviated." The judge shakes his head. "Miss Sharp, I'm quite sure you have objections to those requests." "Yes, Your Honor. I don't have a problem with numbers 1, 3, and 5, but the others are absolutely prejudicial." "Mr. Bond," the judge says, "why are you asking for your client's mother to sit at counsel table?" "Well, Your Honor, you've seen Jacob's outbursts, Emma Hunt serves as a coping mechanism for him. I think that, given the stress of a court experience, having his mother beside him would be beneficial to all involved. And yet Miss Hunt is not with us today, the judge points out. But the defendant seems to be faring well. Ms. Hunt wanted to be here, but there has been a family emergency, I say. And in terms of stress, there's a huge difference between coming to court for a motion and coming for a full-blown murder trial. Ms. Sharp, the judge asks, what is the basis for your objection to having the defendant's mother sit at counsel table? It's twofold, Your Honor. There's a concern about how to explain to the jury the defendant's mother's presence there. She's testifying as a witness, so she will clearly be identified as the defendant's mother, and as the court well knows, it is not good protocol to allow anyone other than the attorney and clients to sit at counsel table. Giving her the elevated position at table awards her more importance in the eyes of the jury, and it becomes an unexplained incident that negatively impacts the state. Moreover, we've heard all too often that the defendant's mother interprets for him. She intervenes at his school with teachers, with strangers, with police officers. She's the one who burst into the station and told the detective she had to be present at the interrogation. Judge, what's to prevent her from writing an entire script for Jacob and passing it to him, or whispering in his ear during the course of the trial to coach him into saying or doing something inappropriate and prejudicial? I stare at her for a moment. She's really good. Mr. Bond, how do you respond? The judge asks. Judge, Jacob's mother's presence at counsel table is the equivalent of having a seeing eye dog for a defendant who's blind. The jury will understand, if told, that it's not just an animal in the courtroom, it's a necessity, an accommodation being made for the defendant because of his disability. Jacob's mother and her proximity to him during the trial can be explained the same way, I say. What you're ruling on today, Judge, is what accommodations need to be made to ensure that my client has a fair trial. That right, and those accommodations, are assured to him pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act and, even more important, pursuant to the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendments of the United States Constitution. Does this mean giving Jacob some minor concessions that other defendants don't get in court? Yes, because those other defendants don't have to deal with the crippling inability to communicate effectively and to interact with other people like Jacob does. For them, a trial is not a gigantic mountain standing between them and freedom, without even having the most basic tools with which they can begin climbing. I glance surreptitiously at the judge and make the snap decision to tone it down a little. So how do we explain Jacob's mother's position to the jury? Easy. We say that the judge has given her a right to sit at counsel table. We say that this isn't usual practice, but in this case she has a right to sit there. As for her role in the trial, Your Honor, I will have her agree not to speak to Jacob, but instead to communicate with him via writing, and those notes can be turned into the court at the close of the day or during each recess so that Ms. Sharp gets to see exactly what dialogue is going on between them. The judge removes his glasses and rubs the bridge of his nose. This is an unusual case with unusual circumstances. I've certainly had a good number of defendants come in front of me who had a hard time communicating. But in this case, we have a young man facing very serious charges and possible incarceration for the rest of his life. And we know he has a diagnosed inability to communicate the way the rest of us do. So it would be an oversight to expect him to behave in a courtroom the way the rest of us would. He looks at Jacob, who, I imagine, is still not meeting his gaze. What a fair trial looks like for this defendant may well be different from what it looks like for others. But that's the nature of America. We make room for everyone. And that's what we're going to do for Mr. Hunt. He looks down at the motion before him. All right. I'm going to allow for the sensory breaks. We will ask the bailiff to set up a special room at the back of the courtroom, and any time the defendant feels the need to leave, he is to pass a note to you, Mr. Bond. Is that satisfactory? Yes, I say. Then, Counselor, you may approach and ask me to call for a recess. You will explain to your client that he may not leave the courtroom until the recess has been called, and he's been excused by the court. Got it, Your Honor, I reply. As for your third request, I will not use my gavel for the duration of this trial. However, I'm not going to turn down the lights. It's a security hazard for the bailiffs. Hopefully having sensory breaks will help compensate. and I have no objection to the defendant turning out the lights in the break room in the rear of the court. Jacob tugs on my coat. Can I wear sunglasses? No, I say curtly. Third, I'll shorten the court sessions. We will break the trial into 3 45-minute sessions in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, with 15-minute breaks in between. We will adjourn at 4 p.m. every day. I assume that will be satisfactory, Mr. Bond? Yes, Your Honor. I agree to allow the defendant's mother to sit at counsel table. However, they can only communicate in writing, and those notes must be turned into the court at every break. Finally, in regard to your request for the prosecution's questioning to be direct and simple, the judge says, that I will deny. You can ask whatever short, literal questions you like, Mr. Bond, but the defendant has no constitutional right to direct how the state chooses to present its case. He sticks my motion back inside a folder. I trust that's all satisfactory, Mr. Bond. Of course, I say, but inside I'm doing handsprings, because all of these little quirks and concessions are greater than the sum of their parts. The jury cannot help but see that Jacob's different from your average defendant, from the rest of us, and should be judged accordingly.
Theo. I wake up sneezing. When I open my eyes, I'm in a pink room, and there are feathers tickling my nose. I jackknife upright in the narrow little bed and remember where I am. One of the girls' rooms. There are mobiles with glittery stars and piles of stuffed animals and a pink camouflage rug. I sneeze again, and that's when I realize I'm wearing a pink feather boa. What the fuck? I say, unspooling it from my neck, and then I hear giggling. I lean over the side of the bed and find my father's younger kid, I think her name is Grace, hiding under the bed. You said a bad word, she tells me. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? She asks. This is my room. I flop back down on the mattress. Between the time my flight arrived and the talk, I probably got all of 4 hours of sleep. No wonder I feel like shit. She slips out from underneath the bed and sits down beside me. She's really little. I'm not good with kid ages, though. She has purple nail polish on her toes, and she's wearing a plastic tiara. How come you're not in school? Because it's Friday, silly, Grace says, although this doesn't make any sense to me. You have really big feet. They're bigger than Leon. I'm wondering who Leon is, but then she takes a stuffed pig and holds it up against the bare sole of my foot. My watch is on the nightstand, next to a book about a mouse too shy to tell anyone her name. I read it last night before I went to bed. It's only 6:42 a.m., but we're leaving early. We've got a plane to catch. Are you my brother? Grace asks. I look at her. I try really hard, but I can't see a single feature we have in common. And that's really weird because my mom has always told me I remind her of my dad. For the record, now that I've seen for myself, it's not true. I'm just blonde, that's all, and everyone else in my household has dark hair. I guess you could say that, I tell her. Then how come you don't live here? I look around at the princess poster on the wall, the china tea set on a table in the corner. I don't know, I say, when the real answer is, because you have another brother, too. This is what happened last night. I got off the plane and found my parents, both of them, waiting for me outside airport security. What the hell? I blurted out. My thoughts exactly, Theo, my mother said curtly, and then before she could tear me a new one, my father said we were going to his house to discuss this. He made stupid conversation for the 20-minute drive while I felt my mother's eyes boring holes into the back of my skull. When we reached his home, I got a glimpse of a real pretty woman who had to be his wife before he led me into the library. It was very modern and totally unlike our house. There were windows that made up one entire wall, and the couch was black leather and full of right angles. It looked like the kind of room you see in magazines at doctors' offices, and not anywhere you'd want to live. Our couch was made of some red stain-proof fabric, and yet there was a stain on the arm from where I spilled grape juice once. The zippers on 2 of the pillows were broken. But when you wanted to flop down and watch TV, it fit you perfectly. "So," my father said, gesturing to a seat. "This is a little awkward." "Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much of a right to tell you that running away was a stupid thing to do, and that you scared your mother to death. And I'm not going to tell you that she's out for blood. You don't have to tell me that." He clasps his hands between his knees. "Anyway, I've been thinking about it, and I'm not going to tell you any of those things." He looks at me. "I figured you came all the way out here so that I would listen." I hesitate. He seems so familiar to me. But that's crazy, given that I talk to him twice a year, on Christmas and my birthday. And yet, maybe that's what being related to someone does for you. Maybe it lets you pick up where you left off, even if that was 15 years ago. I want to tell him why I'm there. The story of Jacob's arrest, the truth behind my own breaking and entering, the phone message I never gave my mother from the bank denying her the second mortgage loan. But all the words jam in my throat. I choke on the sentences until I can't breathe, until tears spring to my eyes, and what comes out, finally, is none of these things. Why didn't I matter? I say. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted him to see me as the responsible young man I've become, trying to save my family, and I wanted him to shake his head and think, I sure fucked up. I should have stayed with him, gotten to know him. He turned out so well. Instead, I'm a blubbering mess, with my nose running and my hair in my eyes, and I'm so tired. I'm suddenly so freaking tired. When you expect something, you're sure to be disappointed. I learned that a long time ago. But if this had been my mother sitting next to me, her arms would have wrapped around me in an instant. She would have rubbed my back and told me to relax, and I would have let myself melt against her until I felt better. My father cleared his throat and didn't touch me at all. I'm, not very good at this kind of thing, he said. He shifted, and I wiped my eyes, thinking he was trying to reach out to me, but instead he took his wallet out of his back pocket. Here, he says, holding out a few 20s. Why don't you take this? I look at him, and before I know it, a laugh has snorted its way out of me. My brother is about to be tried for murder. My mother wants my head on a silver platter. My future's so dim I might as well be buried in a coal mine. And my father can't even pat me on the back and tell me I'm going to be okay. Instead, he thinks $60 is going to make everything better. I'm sorry, I say, laughing in earnest now. I'm really sorry. It strikes me that I'm not the one who should be saying that. I don't know what I was thinking, coming out here. There are no silver bullets in life. There's just the long, messy climb out of the pit you've dug yourself. I think maybe you should go get Mom, I say. I'm sure my father thinks I'm crazy, laughing my ass off like this when a minute before I was sobbing, and as he gets up, relieved to get the hell away from me, I'm sure, I realize why my father seems familiar. It's not because we have anything in common. much less share a genetic code. It's because, with his obvious discomfort and the way he won't look at me now and the fact that he doesn't want physical contact, he reminds me so much of my brother. I don't speak to my mom the whole time my father is driving us to the airport. I don't say a word when my father gives her a check and she looks at the number written on it and cannot speak. "Just take it," he says. I wish I could be there for him." He doesn't mean it. What he really wishes is that he was capable of being there for Jacob. But my mother seems to understand this, and whatever money he's given her helps, too. She gives him a quick goodbye hug. Me, I hold out my hand. I don't make the same mistake twice. We don't talk in the departure lounge, or as we're boarding, or during takeoff. It isn't until the pilot gets on the loudspeaker to mumble about our cruising altitude that I turn to my mother and tell her I'm sorry. She's flipping through an in-flight magazine. "I know," she says. "Really sorry." "I'm sure." "Like, about stealing your credit card number and all of that. Which is why you're paying me back for these tickets. Return trips, too, even if it takes you till you're 56, she says. The flight attendant walks by, asking if anyone would like to purchase a beverage. My mother holds up her hand. "What do you want?" she asks me, and I say tomato juice. "And I'll have a gin and tonic," she tells the flight attendant. "Really?" I'm impressed. I didn't know my mother drank gin. She sighs. "Desperate times call for desperate measures, Theo." Then she looks up at me, her brow wrinkled in thought. "When was the last time you and I were alone like this?" I say, "Never?" "Huh," my mother says, considering this. The flight attendant returns with our drinks. "Here you go," she chirps. "You two getting off in L.A. or continuing on to Hawaii?" "I wish," my mother says, and when she twists the bottle top of the gin, it makes a sighing sound. "Don't we all?" The flight attendant laughs, and she moves down the aisle. The page my mother has stopped at in her magazine is a tourism spread of Hawaii, actually, or at least something equally tropical. "Maybe we should just stay on the plane and go there," I say. She laughs. "Squatters' rights. Sorry, sir. We're not vacating seats 15A and B. By dinner time, we could be sitting on a beach." "Getting tan," my mother muses. "Drinking pina coladas," I suggest. My mother raises a brow. "Virgin for you." There's a pause, as we both imagine a life that will never be ours. "Maybe," I say after another moment, "we should bring Jacob along. He loves coconut." This will never happen. My brother won't get on a plane. He'd have the mother of all meltdowns before that happened. And you can't exactly row a boat to Hawaii, not to mention the fact that we are categorically broke. But still. My mother lays her head on my shoulder. It feels weird, like I'm the one taking care of her instead of the other way around. Already, though, I'm taller than her, and still growing. "Let's do that," my mother agrees, as if we have a prayer.
Jacob. I have a joke. 2 muffins are in an oven. One muffin says, "Wow, it's really hot in here." The other one jumps and says, "Yikes, a talking muffin." This is funny because, 1, muffins don't talk. 2, I'm sane enough to know that, in spite of what my mother and Oliver and practically every psychiatrist in Vermont seem to think, I have never struck up a conversation with a muffin in my entire life. 3. That would be just plain corny. 4. You got that joke too, right? My mother said that she would be talking to Dr. Newcomb for a half hour. Yet it has been 42 minutes, and she still hasn't come back into the waiting room. We're here because Oliver said we have to be. Even though he managed to get all those concessions at court for me, and even though all of those help improve his insanity defense to the jury, although, don't ask me how, insanity is not equivalent to disability or even quirkiness, apparently, we also have to meet with a shrink he's found, whose job it will be to tell the jury that they should let me go because I have Asperger's. Finally, when it's been 16 minutes longer than my mother said it would be, when I've started to sweat a little and my mouth has gone dry because I'm thinking maybe my mother forgot about me, and I'll be stuck in this little waiting room forever, Dr. Newcomb opens the door. "Jacob," she says, smiling, "why don't you come in?" She's a very tall woman, with an even taller tower of hair, and skin as smooth and rich as dark chocolate. Her teeth gleam like headlights, and I find myself staring at them. My mother is nowhere in the room. I feel a hum rise in my throat. "Where's my mom?" I ask. "She said she'd be back in a half hour, and now it's 47 minutes. "We took a little longer than I expected. Your mom went out the back way and is waiting for you just outside," Dr. Newcomb says, as if she can read my mind. "Now, Jacob, I've had a lovely talk with your mom and Dr. Morano." She sits down and offers me the seat across from her. It's upholstered in zebra stripes, which I don't really like. Patterns in general make me uneasy. Every time I look at a zebra, I can't figure out whether it's black with white stripes or white with black stripes, and that frustrates me. "It's my job to examine you," Dr. Newcomb says. "I have to give a report back to the court so that what you say here isn't confidential. Do you understand what that means?" "Intended to be kept secret," I say, rattling off the definition and frowning. "But you're a doctor." "Yes, a psychiatrist just like Dr. Morano." "Then what I tell you is privileged," I say. "There's doctor-patient confidentiality." "No. This is a special circumstance where I'm going to tell people what you say because of the court case." This whole procedure is starting to sound even worse. Not only do I have to speak to a psychiatrist I don't know, but she plans to blab about the session. Then I'd rather talk to Dr. Moon. She doesn't tell anyone my secrets. "I'm afraid that's not an option," Dr. Newcomb says. And then she looks at me. "Do you have secrets?" "Everyone has secrets." "Does having secrets sometimes make you feel bad?" I sit very upright on the chair, so that my back doesn't have to touch the crazy zigzagged fabric. "Sometimes, I guess." She crosses her legs. They're really long, like a giraffe's. Giraffes and zebras. And I am the elephant, who can't forget. "Do you understand that what you did, Jacob, was wrong in the eyes of the law?" "The law doesn't have eyes," I tell her. "It has courts and judges and witnesses and juries, but no eyes. I wonder where Oliver dug this one up. I mean, honestly." "Do you understand that what you did was wrong?" I shake my head. "I did the right thing." "Why was it right?" "I was following the rules." "What rules?" I could tell her more, but she's going to tell other people, and that means I won't be the only one who gets into trouble. But I know she wants me to explain. I can tell by the way she leans forward. I shrink back in the chair. It means touching the zebra print, but it's the lesser of two evils. "I see dead people," Dr. Newcomb just stares at me. It's from The Sixth Sense, I tell her. Yes, I know, she says, and she tilts her head. Do you believe in God, Jacob? We don't go to church. My mom says religion is the root of all evil. I didn't ask what your mom thinks about religion. I asked what you think about it. I don't think about it. Those rules you mentioned, Dr. Newcomb says. Didn't we get off this topic? Do you know that there's a rule against killing people? Yes. Well, Dr. Newcomb asks, do you think it would be wrong to kill somebody? Of course I do, but I can't say that. I can't say it because to admit to this rule would break another one. I stand up and start walking, bouncing up and down on my toes because sometimes it helps me jog the rest of my brain and body into sync. But I don't answer. Dr. Newcomb isn't giving up, though. When you were at Jess's house on the day she died, did you understand that it's wrong to kill somebody? I'm not bad, I quote. I'm just drawn that way. I really need you to answer the question, Jacob. On the day that you were at Jess's house, did you feel like you were doing something wrong? No, I say immediately. I was following the rules. Why did you move Jess's body? She asks. I was setting up a crime scene. Why did you clean up the evidence at the house? Because we're supposed to clean up our messes. Dr. Newcomb writes something down. You had a fight with Jess during your tutoring session a couple of days before she died, right? Yes. What did she say to you that day? Just get lost. But you went to her house on Tuesday afternoon anyway. I nod. Yes, we had an appointment. Jess was obviously upset with you. Why did you go back? People are always saying things that aren't true. I shrug. Like when Theo tells me to get a grip, it doesn't mean hold something, it means calm down. I assumed Jess was doing the same kind of thing. What were your reactions to the victim's responses? I shake my head. I don't know what you're talking about. When you got to Jess's house, did you yell at her? At one point, I had leaned right down into her face and screamed at her to wake up. Yes, I say. But she didn't answer me. Do you understand that Jess is never coming back? Of course I understand that. I could probably tell Dr. Newcomb a thing or two about body decomposition. Yeah. Do you think Jess was scared that day? I don't know. How do you think you would have felt if you were the victim? For a moment, I consider this. Dead, I say.
Oliver. 3 weeks before we go to trial, we start jury selection. You would think that, with autism being diagnosed at the rate it currently is, finding a jury of Jacob's peers, or at least parents who have children on the spectrum, would not be as difficult as it is. But the only 2 jurors with autistic children who are in our initial pool are the ones Helen uses her peremptory strikes against to get them removed. In between my stints in court, I received reports from Dr. Newcomb and Dr. Cohn, the 2 psychiatrists who've met with Jacob. Unsurprisingly, Dr. Cohn has found Jacob quite sane. The state's shrink would declare a toaster sane, and Dr. Newcomb has said that Jacob was legally insane at the time the crime was committed. Even so, Newcomb's report isn't going to be that much help. In it, Jacob comes off sounding like an automaton. The truth is, jurors might want to be fair, but their gut instinct about a defendant has a great deal to do with the verdict rendered, which means that I'd better stack the odds to make Jacob look as sympathetic as possible, since I have no intention of letting him actually testify. With his flat affect, his darting eyes, his nervous tics, well, that would just be a disaster. A week before the trial begins, I turn my attention to getting Jacob ready for court. When I reach the Hunt household, Thor bolts out of the car and runs to the porch, his tail wagging. He's gotten pretty attached to Theo, to the point where I sometimes wonder if I ought to just leave him curled up on the kid's bed overnight, since he seems to have taken up residence there anyway. And God knows Theo needs the company. In the wake of his cross-country journey, he's been grounded until he's 30. Although I keep telling him that I can probably find a reason to appeal. I knock, but no one answers the door. I've gotten used to letting myself inside, though, so I walk in and watch Thor trot upstairs. "Hello?" I call out, and Emma steps forward with a smile. "You're just in time," she says. "For what?" "Jacob got 100 on a math test, and as a reward, I'm letting him set up a crime scene." "That's macabre." "Just another day in my life," she says. "Ready?" Jacob calls from upstairs. I follow Emma, but instead of heading to Jacob's room, we continue on to the bathroom. When she pushes open the door, I gag, my hand pressed against my mouth. What is this?" I manage. There is blood everywhere. It's like I've stepped into the lair of a serial killer. One long line of blood arcs horizontally across the white shell of the shower wall. Facing that, on the mirror, are a series of drops in various elongated shapes. Even more strange, Emma doesn't seem to be the least bit upset that the walls of the shower and the mirror and sink are completely drenched with blood. She takes one look at my face and starts laughing. "Relax, Oliver," she says. "It's just corn syrup." She reaches over the mirror, dabs her finger to the mess, and holds it up to my lips. I can't resist the urge to taste her. And yeah, it is corn syrup. With red dye, I'm guessing. "Way to contaminate a crime scene, Mom," Jacob mutters. "So you remember that the tail of the bloodstain usually points in the direction the blood was traveling." All of a sudden, I can see Jess Ogilvy standing in the shower, and Jacob across from her, standing right where Emma is. "I'll give you a hint," Jacob tells Emma. "The victim was right here." He points to the bath mat between the shower stall and the mirror over the sink. I can easily picture Jacob with a bleach solution, wiping down the mirror and the tub at Jess Ogilvy's place. "Why the bathroom?" I ask. "What made you choose to set your crime scene here, Jacob?" Those words are all it takes to make Emma understand why I'm so shaken. "Oh, God," she says, turning. "I didn't think. I didn't realize." "Blood spatter's messy," Jacob says, confounded. "I thought my mom would be less likely to yell at me if I did it in the bathroom." A line from Dr. Newcomb's report jumps out at me. I was following the rules. "Clean it up," I announce, and I walk out. "New rules," I say when the three of us are sitting at the kitchen table. "First and foremost, no more crime scene staging." "Why not?" Jacob demands. "You tell me, Jake. You're on trial for homicide. You think it's smart to create a fake murder a week before your trial? You don't know what neighbors are peeking through your curtains. A, our neighbors are too far to see through the windows, and B, that crime scene upstairs was nothing like what was at Jess's house. This one showed the arterial bleed in the shower and also the cast-off pattern of blood flung from the knife that killed the victim behind her, on the mirror. At Jess's, I don't want to hear it," I interrupt, covering my ears. Every time I think I have a chance to save Jacob's ass, he does something like this. Unfortunately, I waver between thinking that behavior like what I've just witnessed proves my case, how could he not be considered insane, and thinking that it's chillingly off-putting to a jury. After all, Jacob's not talking to imaginary giant rabbits. He's pretending to kill someone. That looks pretty fucking deliberate to me. That looks like practice, so that in reality, he might get it perfect. Rule number 2. You need to do exactly what I tell you in court. "I've been to court like 10 times now," Jacob says. "I think I can figure it out." Emma shakes her head. "Listen to him," she says quietly. "Right now, Oliver's the boss." I'm going to give you a stack of Post-its every time we walk into that courtroom, I tell him. If you need a break, you hand me a note. What kind of note? Jacob says. Any note. But you only do it if you need a break. I'm also going to give you a pad and pen, and I want you to write stuff down, just like you would if you were watching Crime Busters. But there's nothing interesting going on in that courtroom. Jacob, I tell him flatly, your life is being decided in there. Rule number 3. You can't talk to anyone. Not even your mother. And you, I say, turning to Emma, cannot tell him how he's supposed to feel or react or what he should look like or how he should act. Everything you two pass back and forth is going to be read by the prosecution and the judge. I don't even want you two discussing the weather because they're going to interpret it. And if you do anything suspicious, you're going to be kicked off that council table. You want to write, breathe? That's fine. Or, it's okay, don't worry. But that's as specific as I want you to get. Emma touches Jacob's arm. You understand? Yes, he says. Can I go now? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get corn syrup off a wall once it dries? I completely ignore him. Rule number 4. You will wear a button-down shirt and a tie. And I don't want to hear that you haven't got the money for it because this isn't negotiable, Emma. No buttons, Jacob announces in a tone that brooks no argument. Why not? Because they feel weird on my chest. All right, I say. How about a turtleneck? Can't I wear my lucky green sweatshirt? Jacob asks. I wore it when I took my SATs, and I got 800 on the math section. Why don't we go up to your closet and find something? Emma suggests, and we all trudge upstairs again, this time to Jacob's room. I studiously avoid looking into the bathroom as we pass. Although the police still have his fuming chamber as evidence, Jacob has configured a new one, an overturned planter. It's not transparent like his fish tank, but it must be getting the job done, because I can smell the glue. Emma throws open the closet door. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Chromatically ordered, Jacob's clothes hang side by side, not quite touching. There are jeans and chinos in the blue area, and a rainbow of long and short-sleeved tees. And yes, in its correct sequence, the lucky green sweatshirt. It looks like a gay pride shrine in there. There is a fine line between looking insane in court and looking disrespectful. I take a deep breath, wondering how to explain this to a client who cannot think beyond the feeling of a placket of buttons on his skin. Jacob, I say, you have to wear a shirt with a collar. And you have to wear a tie. I'm sorry, but none of this will work. What does the way I look have to do with telling the jury the truth? Because they still see you, I answer. So you need to make a good first impression. He turns away. They're not going to like me anyway. Nobody ever does. He doesn't say this in a way that suggests he feels sorry for himself. More like he's just telling me a fact, relating the way the world works. After Jacob leaves to clean up his mess, I remember that Emma's in the room with me. The bathroom, I don't know what to say. She sinks down onto Jacob's bed. He does this all the time. Sets up scenes for me to solve. It's what makes him happy. Well, there's a big difference between using a bottle of corn syrup to get your jollies and using a human being. I don't need the jury to be wondering how far a leap there is from one to the other. Are you nervous? She asks, turning to face me. I nod. I probably shouldn't be admitting this to her, but I can't help it. Can I ask you something? Sure, I say. Anything. Do you believe he killed Jess? I already told you that doesn't matter to a jury. We're utilizing the defense most likely to... I'm not asking you as Jacob's lawyer, Emma interrupts. I'm asking you as my friend. I draw in my breath. I don't know. If he did, I don't believe it was intentional. She folds her arms. I just keep thinking that if we could get the police to reopen the case, to look harder at Jess's boyfriend. The police, I say, think they've found their murderer, based on the evidence. If they didn't, we wouldn't be going to court on Wednesday. The prosecutor thinks she's got enough proof to make a jury see things her way. But Emma, I'm going to do everything I can to keep that from happening. I have a confession to make, Emma says. When we saw Dr. Newcomb, I was supposed to meet with her for a half hour. I told Jacob that I'd be 30 minutes, and then I very intentionally kept talking for another 15. I wanted Jacob to get rattled because I was late. I wanted him stimming by the time he met with her, so that she'd be able to write about all that behavior in the court report. Emma's eyes are dark and hollow. What kind of mother does that? I look at her. One who's trying to save her son from going to prison. Emma shivers. She walks to the window, rubbing her arms, even though it's downright hot in the room. I'll find him a collared shirt, she promises. But you'll have to get it on him.
Case 9. Pajama Game. Early in the morning on February 17, 1970, the officers at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, responded to a call from Army Doctor Jeffrey McDonald. They arrived to find his pregnant wife, Colette, and 2 young daughters dead from multiple stab wounds. Colette had been stabbed 37 times with a knife and an ice pick, and McDonald's torn pajama top was draped on top of her. On the headboard of the bed, in blood, was the word pig. McDonald himself was found with minor wounds beside his wife. He said he'd been hurt by 3 males and a woman in a white hat who chanted, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." When the men attacked him, McDonald said that he pulled his pajama top over his head and used it to block the jabs of the ice pick. Eventually, he said, he was knocked unconscious. The Army didn't believe McDonald. The living room, for example, didn't show signs of a struggle except for an overturned table and plant. Fibers from the torn pajama top were not found in the room where it was torn, but rather in the bedrooms of his daughters. They theorized that McDonald killed his wife and daughters and tried to cover up the murders by using articles about the Manson family in a magazine that was found in the living room. The Army dropped the case because of the poor quality of the investigative techniques, and McDonald was honorably discharged. In 1979, McDonald was tried in a civilian court. A forensic scientist testified that the doctor's pajama top, which he said had been used to block his attackers, had 48 clean, cylindrical holes that were too tidy for a violent attack. To make a hole that shape, the top would have had to be immobile, something that was very unlikely if McDonald was defending himself from someone trying to stab him. The scientist also showed how, by folding the top a certain way, those 48 holes could have been created by 21 jabs, the exact number of times Colette McDonald had been stabbed with an ice pick. The holes lined up with the pattern of her wounds, indicating that the pajama top had been placed on her before she was stabbed and not used in self-defense by McDonald. He was sentenced to life in prison for 3 murders and still maintains that he is innocent.
Chapter 9. Theo. It isn't the first time I wrestled my brother into a coat and tie. Jesus, Jacob, cut it out before you give me a black eye, I mutter, holding his hands pinned over his head and straddling his body, which twists like a fish that suddenly found itself on a dock. My mother is working her hardest to make a knot in his tie, but Jacob's thrashing so much that it's practically a noose. Do you really need to button it? I yell. But I doubt she can hear me. Jacob's got us beat in sheer decibels. I bet the neighbors can hear him, and I wonder what they think. Probably that we're sticking pins in his eyeballs. My mother manages to fasten one of the tiny buttons on the Oxford shirt collar before Jacob bites her hand. She makes a little squeak and jerks her fingers away from his neck, leaving one of the buttons still unfastened. "That's good enough," she says, just as Oliver arrives to pick us all up for the first day of the trial. "I knocked," he says, but obviously we wouldn't have heard him downstairs. "You're early," my mother answers. She's still wearing a bathrobe. "Well, let's see the finished product," Oliver says, and my mom and I both step away from Jacob. Oliver looks at him for one long moment. "What the hell is this?" he asks. Okay, I'll admit Jacob's not going to win any fashion awards, but he's in a coat and tie, which were the criteria. He's wearing a polyester suit the color of an egg yolk that my mother found at a thrift store, a pale yellow shirt with a stretchy golden knit tie. "He looks like a pimp," Oliver says. My mother presses her lips together. "It's Yellow Wednesday." "I don't care if it's Polka Dot Sunday," Oliver says, "and neither does anyone on that jury. That's the kind of suit Elton John wears to a gig, Emma, not what a defendant wears to trial." "It was a compromise," my mother insists. Oliver runs a hand down his face. "Didn't we talk about a blue blazer?" "Fridays are blue days," Jacob says. "I'm wearing one then." "And coincidentally, you are also wearing it today," Oliver replies. He glances at me. "I want you to help me, while your mother goes and gets dressed." "But, Emma, I don't have time to fight with you right now," Oliver tells her. My mother is planning to wear a very simple dark gray skirt with a blue sweater. I was here when Oliver went through her entire closet, channeling his inner Heidi Klum, and picked out what he said would be dark and conservative. Angry, my mother huffs out of Jacob's room. I fold my arms. I just got him into those clothes. No way I'm getting him out of them. Oliver shrugs. "Jacob, take that off." "Gladly," Jacob explodes, and he rips the clothes off his own body in seconds flat. Oliver tackles him. "Get the pinstriped shirt and the blazer and the red tie," he orders, squinting into Jacob's open closet. The second I do, Jacob takes one look at the clothing, styles he hates, plus they're the wrong color, and lets out a blood-curdling scream. "Holy shit," Oliver murmurs. I reach for Jacob's hands and pin them over his head again. "You ain't seen nothing yet," I say. The last time I had to dress my brother in a coat and tie, we were headed to my grandfather's funeral. My mother wasn't herself that day, which is maybe why Jacob didn't put up as big a fight about the clothes as he did today. Neither of us owned a coat and tie, so my mother had borrowed them from a neighbor's husband. We were younger then, and a man's jacket fit neither of us. We sat on the side of the viewing room where the coffin was with our clothes swimming on us, as if we'd been bigger before our grief hit. In reality, I didn't know my grandfather very well. He'd been in a nursing home since my grandmother died, and my mom dragged us to visit him twice a year. It smelled like pee, and I used to get totally creeped out by the old people in their wheelchairs, whose skin seemed stretched too shiny and tight over bony knuckles and knees. The one good memory I had of my grandfather involved sitting on his lap when I was really little and having him pull a quarter out of my ear. His breath smelled like whiskey, and his white hair, when I touched it, was stiff as a Brillo pad. But still, he was dead, and I thought I should feel something. Because if I didn't, that meant I was no better than Jacob. My mother had, for the most part, left us to our own devices while she accepted the condolences of people whose names she didn't even know. I sat next to Jacob, who was staring straight ahead at the casket. It was black and propped up on fancy sawhorses that were covered with red velvet drapes. "Jacob," I whispered, "what do you think happens after?" "After what?" After, you die, do you think you still get to go to heaven even if you never went to church? I thought about this for a moment. Do you think that you recognize people in heaven? Or is it like moving to a new school and starting over? Jacob looked at me. After you die, you decompose. Coliforida arrive on a body within minutes of death. The blowflies lay eggs in open wounds or natural orifices even before death, and their larvae hatch out in 24 hours. So even though maggots can't live underground, the pupal cases might be buried alive with the corpse and do their work from inside the coffin. My jaw dropped. What? Jacob challenged. Did you really think embalming lasted forever? After that, I didn't ask him any more questions. Once Jacob had been forced into his new formal wear, I leave Oliver to deal with the fallout and go to my mother's bedroom. She doesn't answer when I knock, so I push the door open a little bit and peek inside. In here, she calls from her closet. Mom, I say, and I sit down on her bed. Is Jacob dressed? She pokes her head around the doorframe. Pretty much. I pick at a thread on her quilt. In all the years we've lived here, my mother has slept on the left side of the bed. You'd think by now she would have branched out and taken over the whole damn thing. But no. It's like she's still waiting for someone to crawl into the other side. Mom, I repeat, I have to talk to you. Sure, baby, shoot, she says, and then, where the hell are my black heels? It's sort of important. It's about Jacob. She steps out of the closet and sits down beside me on the bed. Oh, Theo, she sighs. I'm scared too. It's not that. We're going to do this the way we've done everything when it comes to Jacob, she promises. Together. She gives me a tight squeeze, which only makes me feel more miserable, because I know I'm not going to say what I want to say to her, what I need to say. How do I look? She asks, drawing away from me. For the first time, I notice what she's wearing. Not the conservative skirt and blue sweater and pearls that Oliver picked out for her, but instead, a totally out-of-season, bright yellow sundress. She grins at me. It's Yellow Wednesday, she says.
Jacob. The first job from which I was fired was a pet store. I won't give the name of the chain because I'm not sure if that's printable, and I have enough legal trouble to last me a lifetime right now. However, I will say, objectively, that I was the best employee they had, and that, in spite of this, they still dismissed me. Even though when someone bought a corgi puppy, I offered facts along with puppy chow. It's related to the dachshund. Its name is Welsh and means dwarf dog. Even though I didn't steal from the cash register like one of my coworkers. Even though I didn't tell on that coworker. Even though I wasn't rude to customers and never bitched when it was my turn to clean the public restrooms. What my boss, Alan, who was 19 and an extremely viable candidate for Proactive, told me was that customers had complained because of my appearance. No, I didn't have snot running down my face. I wasn't drooling. I didn't wear my pants halfway to my knees like the coworker I referenced above. All I did, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was refuse to wear the store uniform. It was a blue button-down shirt. I wore it on Fridays, but honestly, it was bad enough I had to deal with buttons. Was I supposed to put up with wearing colors on their off days, too? No one had complained, by the way. And it was easy to spot me as an employee because even when I wasn't wearing the uniform, I still wore a tag as big as a newborn's head that read, "Hello, my name is Jacob. Can I help you?" The real reason I was fired was that, after several weeks of making excuses to Alan about why my uniform did not appear on my body unless I happened to be scheduled to work on a Friday, I finally told him that I was autistic and that I had a thing about clothing colors, not to mention buttons. So, in spite of the fact that the puppies genuinely loved me, and that I sold more of them than any other person working here, in spite of the fact that even at the moment I was fired, one of the employees was texting her boyfriend instead of ringing up a customer, and another was flirting with Steve in amphibians, in spite of all these things, I was made a scapegoat because of my disability. Yeah, I'm playing the Asperger's card. All I know is that before I told Alan I had AS, he was willing to make excuses along with me, and afterward, he just wanted me gone. This is the story of my life. We ride to the courthouse in Oliver's car. My mother is in the front seat, and Theo and I are in the back. I spend most of the trip looking at the things I took for granted, sights I hadn't seen while I was cooped up under house arrest. The Colony Diner, with its busted neon sign advertising, "Eat at the Colon." The picture window of the pet store where I used to work, with a Gordian knot of puppies on view. The movie theater where I lost my first tooth, and the cross on the side of the road where a teenager once died en route to school during an ice storm. The Restwood Bible Church billboard that reads, "Free coffee, eternal life. Membership has its privileges." "Okay," Oliver says, after he pulls into the parking spot and turns off the ignition. "Here we go." I open my door and step out of the car, and suddenly there are 1,000 sounds hitting me like arrows, and so much light that everything goes white. I can't hold my hands up to my eyes and my ears at the same time, and somewhere in between the screaming I can hear my name and my mother's voice and Oliver's. They multiply before my eyes, microphones like cancer cells, and they're coming closer. Oliver. Shit, I should have thought of this. Mom. Jacob, close your eyes, baby. Can you hear me? Theo, have you got a hold of him? And then there's a hand on my arm, but who can say if it belongs to my brother or to one of the strangers? The ones who want to cut my veins lengthwise and bleed me dry. The ones with headlight eyes and cavern mouths who want a piece of me to stick into their pockets and take away until there's nothing left. I do what any ordinary person would do when faced with a horde of wild animals gnashing their teeth and wielding microphones. I run. It feels fantastic. Keep in mind I've been in a cage that's 20 by 40 feet, 2 stories high. I may not be as fast as I'd like to be because I'm wearing dress shoes and also I'm a natural klutz. But I managed to get far enough away to not hear their voices anymore. I can't hear anything, really, but the wind whistling in my ears and my breathing. And then, suddenly, I'm knocked off my feet. "Fuck it," Oliver wheezes. "I'm getting too old for this." I can barely speak because he's lying flat on my back. "You're 28, I grunt. He rolls off me, and for a moment we're both sprawled on the pavement, underneath a sign at a gas station. Unleaded, $2.69. "I'm sorry," Oliver says after a moment. "I should have seen that coming." I push up on my elbows to look at him. "There are a lot of people who want to see what happens with your case," he says, "and I should have prepared you." "I don't want to go back there," I say. "Jake, the judge is going to put you back in jail if you don't." I run through the list of rules in my head, the ones Oliver gave me for court behavior. I wonder why he didn't give the reporters the same rules, because clearly shoving a microphone up my nostrils doesn't qualify as good etiquette. "I want a sensory break," I announce, one of the appropriate responses to Oliver when we are at the trial. He sits up and draws his knees into his chest. A car pulls up to the gas pump a few feet away. and the guy who gets out looks at us strangely before swiping his credit card. Then we'll ask the judge for one as soon as we get inside. He tilts his head. What do you say, Jake? You ready to fight with me? I roll my toes into the bells of the dress shoes. I do it 3 times because that's lucky. I love the smell of napalm in the morning, I answer. Oliver looks away from me. I'm nervous, he admits. This doesn't seem like a great thing to hear from one's attorney before going into a trial, but I like the fact that he's not lying to me. You tell the truth, I say. It's a compliment, but Oliver interprets it as a directive. He hesitates. I'll tell them why you're not guilty. Then he gets up, dusting off his pants. So what do you say? This phrase has always seemed to be a trick question. Most of the time, it's uttered by a person when you haven't even said a damn thing. But of course, the minute you point out that you haven't said anything, you have. Do I have to go through all those people again? I ask. Yeah, Oliver says, but I've got an idea. He leads me to the edge of the parking lot, where Theo and my mom are anxiously waiting. I want to tell Oliver something, but it fades in the face of this more immediate problem. Close your eyes, he instructs, so I do. Then I feel him grab my right arm, and my mother grabs my left. My eyes are still closed, but I start to hear the humming of the voices, and without even realizing it, I make the same sound in the back of my throat. Now, sing! I shot the sheriff. So Theo starts singing, and Oliver, and my mother. All of us, a barbershop quartet but without the harmony, up the stairs of the courthouse. It works, probably because they are so surprised by the musical number, the Red Sea of reporters parts and we walk right up the middle. I'm so amazed that it takes me a while to remember what was stuck like a fishbone in my throat before we walked up the steps of the courthouse. 1. I said to Oliver the verbal equation we'll call P. You tell the truth. 2. He replied with Q. I'll tell them why you're not guilty. 3. In the logic equation of this conversation, I have made the assumption that P and Q were equivalent. 4. Now I realize that's not necessarily true. Before Jess and I started to work together, I had to go to social skills class at my school. This was largely populated by kids who, unlike me, were not particularly interested in joining the social scene. Robbie was profoundly autistic and spent most of the sessions lining crayons from end to end across the room. Jordan and Nia were developmentally disabled and spent all their time in special ed instead of being mainstreamed. Seraphima was probably the most similar to me, although she had Down syndrome. She wanted to be a part of the action so badly she'd crawl into the lap of a stranger and hold his face between her hands, which was cute when she was 6, but not so much when she was 16. Lois, the teacher, had all sorts of interactive games that we had to participate in. We'd role-play and have to greet each other as if we hadn't been sitting in the same room together for the past half hour. We'd have contests to see how long we could keep eye contact. Once, she used an egg timer to show us when we should stop talking about a topic so that someone else could have a turn in the conversation. But that stopped quickly when Robbie went ballistic the first time the buzzer went off. Every day we had to end with a circle time, where we each gave a compliment to the person next to us. Robbie always said the same thing, no matter whom he was placed beside. I like terrapins. He did, too. He knew more about them than anyone I've ever met since, and probably ever will. And if not for him, I'd still be confusing them with box turtles. Jordan and Nia always gave compliments based on appearance. I like that you brush your hair. I like that your skirt is red. One day, Seraphima told me that she liked hearing me talk about mitochondrial DNA. I turned to her and said I didn't like the fact that she was a liar, since she had just that very day used the hand signal we agreed on as a class, a peace sign raised in the air, to tell Lois that she was tired of the topic, even though I hadn't gotten to the part about how all of us in this world are related. That was when Lois called my mother, and my mother found Jess. I worked on compliments with Jess too, but it was different. For one thing, I really wanted to give them to her. I did like the way her hair looked like the stringy silk you pull out of a corn husk before it goes into the boiling water, and how she drew smiley faces on the white rubber rims of her sneakers. And when I went on and on about forensic science, she didn't wave a peace sign in the air. Instead, she'd ask more questions. It was almost like that was her way of getting to know me, through how my mind worked. It was like a maze. You had to follow all the twists and turns in order to figure out where I started from. And I was amazed that Jess was willing to put in the time. I guess I didn't really think about the fact that my mother must have been paying her to do that. At least not until that idiot Mark McGuire said so at the pizza place. But still, it wasn't like she was sitting there counting down the minutes she had to suffer with me. You would have realized that if you'd seen her. My favorite session with Jess was the one where we practiced asking a girl to the dance. We were sitting at a Wendy's because it was raining. We had gotten caught in a sudden downpour. While it passed, Jess decided to get a snack, although there wasn't much fast food that was gluten and casein-free. I had ordered 2 baked potatoes and a side salad without dressing, while Jess had a cheeseburger. You can't even have French fries? Nope, I said. It's all about the coating and the oil they're fried in. The only fast food fries that are gluten-free are at Hooters. Jess laughed. Yeah, I won't be taking you there. She peered at my bare potato, my undressed salad. You can't even have a little butter? Not unless it's soy. I shrug. You get used to it. So this, she said, turning the cheeseburger over in her hand, is the kiss of death for you? I felt my face go bright red. I didn't know what she was talking about, but hearing her say the word kiss was enough to make me feel like I'd just eaten a butterfly instead of a cucumber. It's not like an allergy. What would happen if you ate it? I don't know. I'd get upset more easily, I guess. The diet just works, for some reason. She looked at the bun and picked a seed off it. Maybe I should go cold turkey, too. Nothing upsets you, I told her. Little do you know, Jess said, and then she shook her head and went back to the topic of the day. Go ahead, ask. I said, looking into my potato. So, do you want to go to the dance with me? No, Jess said flatly. You've got to sell it, Jacob. I'm, going to the dance, and I thought since you might be there too, blah, 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 she interrupted. I forced myself to look Jess in the eye. I think you're the only person who gets me. I swallowed hard. When I'm with you, the world doesn't feel like a problem I can't figure out. Please come to the dance, I said, because you're my music. Jess's mouth dropped open. Oh, Jacob, yes, she shouted, and then all of a sudden she was out of her seat and pulling me up and hugging me, and I could smell the rain in her ponytail, and I didn't mind at all that she was in my space and too close. I liked it. I liked it so much that you know what happened, and I had to push her away before she noticed, or worse, felt it hard against her. An old couple that was sitting across from us was smiling. I have no idea what they thought we were up to, but chances are autistic kid with social skills tutor was not high on the list. The elderly woman winked at Jess. Looks like that's one cheeseburger you won't forget. There's a lot about Jess I won't forget, like the way her fingernails were painted with sparkly purple polish that day. and how she hated barbecue sauce. How when she laughed, it wasn't a tiny, delicate thing, but a sound that came from her belly. So much time is spent with people superficially. You remember all the fun you had, but nothing specific. I'll never forget anything about her.
Oliver. When Jacob and Emma and I reach the defense table, the courtroom is already full, and Helen Sharp is reviewing her notes. "The fun room's great," she says, sliding a glance toward me. "Gotta get me one of those." By fun room, she means the sensory break zone, which has been erected at the rear of the courtroom. There are heavy soundproof curtains that seal it off from the gallery. Inside there are rubber balls with knobs on them, and a vibrating pillow, and a lava lamp, and something that reminds me of the long fabric tongues in a car wash. Emma swears all of these function as soothing devices, but if you ask me, they might just as easily have come from a fetish porn movie set. "If you're going to ask the wizard for something, Helen," I suggest, "start with a heart." The bailiff calls us to attention, and we stand for the arrival of Judge Cuttings. He takes one look at the 4 cameras in the back of the courtroom. "I'd like to remind the media they are here only by my decree, a decision that can be changed at any minute if they become intrusive in any way. And the same goes for the gallery. Outbursts will not be tolerated during this trial. Counselors, please approach." I walk toward the bench with Helen. "Given the previous experiences we've had during closed court sessions," the judge says, "I thought it might be prudent to check in with you before we begin. Mr. Bond, how is your client this morning?" Well, he's on trial for murder, I think. But other than that, he's doing swell. I have a brief flash of myself sitting on Jacob's chest so that I can button his shirt, of him sprinting down the divided highway. "Never better, Your Honor," I say. "Are there any other problems we need to be made aware of?" the judge asks. I shake my head, heartened by the fact that the judge seems to truly care about Jacob's welfare. "Good, because a lot of people are watching this trial, and I'll be damned if I'm going to be made to look like a fool," he snaps. So much for human charity. "And you, Ms. Sharp, you're prepared?" 100%, Your Honor," Helen says. The judge nods. "Then let's begin with the prosecution's opening argument." Emma offers me a brave smile as I sit down on Jacob's other side. She turns around to locate Theo, who is tucked in the back of the gallery, and then faces forward as Helen begins to speak. 4 months ago, Jess Ogilvy was a bright, beautiful girl full of hopes and dreams. A graduate student at the University of Vermont, she was working toward a master's in child psychology. She balanced her studies with part-time jobs, like her recent position as caretaker for a professor's home at 67 Serendipity Way, Townsend, and student teaching, and tutoring special needs kids. One of her pupils was a young man with Asperger's syndrome. The same young man, Jacob Hunt, who sits before you as a defendant today. Jess helped Jacob specifically with social skills, teaching him how to engage others in conversation, how to make friends, and how to interact in public, all tasks that were difficult for him. Jess and Jacob met twice a week, on Sundays and on Tuesdays. But on Tuesday, January 12th, Jess Ogilvy did not tutor Jacob Hunt. Instead, that young man, the same one she had treated with kindness and compassion, murdered her in a brutal and vicious attack inside her own residence. Behind the prosecutor's table, a woman starts weeping quietly. The mother. I don't have to turn around to see that. But Jacob does, and his face twists as he registers something familiar about her. Maybe the same line of jaw her daughter had, or the color of the hair. 2 days before her death, Jess took Jacob out for pizza on Main Street in Townsend. You'll hear evidence from Callista Spadakopoulos, the owner of the restaurant, that Jacob and Jess got into a heated argument that ended with Jess telling Jacob to just get lost. You'll hear from Mark McGuire, Jess's boyfriend, that when he saw her later that night and on Monday, she was fine, but that she disappeared by Tuesday afternoon. You'll hear from Detective Rich Matson of the Townsend Police Department, who will tell you how officers searched for any sign of Jess for 5 days to see if she'd been abducted, and finally tracked a GPS signal on her cell phone to find her bruised and battered body lying lifeless in a culvert several hundred yards from her home. You'll hear the medical examiner testify that Jess Ogilvy had abrasions on her back, choke marks around her neck, a broken nose, and bruises on her face, a broken tooth, and that her underwear was on backward. I scan the faces of the jurors, each of whom is thinking, what kind of an animal would do that to a girl? And then glancing furtively at Jacob. And, ladies and gentlemen, you will get to see the quilt that Jess Ogilvy's body was found wrapped in, a quilt that belonged to Jacob Hunt. Beside me, Jacob started to shake. Emma puts her hand on his arm, but he knocks it off. With a finger, I push the post-it pad I've set in front of him a little closer. I uncap the pen I've given him, willing him to take out his frustration in writing instead of having an outburst. The evidence we present will clearly show that Jacob Hunt murdered Jess Ogilvy with premeditation. And at the end of this trial, when the judge instructs you to decide who's responsible, we are confident that you will find that Jacob Hunt killed Jess Ogilvy, a vibrant young woman who considered herself his teacher, mentor, and friend. And then she walks to the prosecutor's table and rips the top piece of paper off her legal pad. Suddenly, I realize what she's about to do. Helen Sharp crumples the paper in one fist and lets it drop to the floor. He threw her away like trash, she says. But by that time, Jacobs started to scream.
Emma. The minute the prosecutor reaches for the legal pad, I can finish the end of her sentence. I start to rise from my seat, but it's too late. Jacob's out of control, and the judge, who has no gavel, is pounding his fist.
Your Honor, can we have a brief recess?
Oliver yells, struggling to be heard over Jacob's shrieks.
No wire hangers ever!
Jacob screams.
We'll take 10 minutes,
the judge says. And suddenly one bailiff is moving toward the jury to escort them out of the courtroom, and another one is coming toward us to take us to the sensory break room.
Counsel, I want to see you at the bench.
The bailiff is taller than Jacob and is shaped like a bell, heavy in his hips. He wraps one beefy hand around Jacob's arm.
Let's go, buddy,
he says, and Jacob tries to jerk away from him, and then starts thrashing. He clips the bailiff hard enough to cause him to grunt, and then suddenly Jacob goes boneless, all 185 pounds of him, and falls heavily to the floor. The bailiff reaches down for him, but I throw myself on top of Jacob instead. Don't touch him, I say, well aware that the jury is straining to see what's going on, even as they're being shooed away, certain that every one of those cameramen has his lens trained on me. Jacob's crying into my shoulder, making small snuffling sounds as he tries to catch his breath. Okay, baby, I murmur into his ear. You and I, we're going to do this together. I tug until he starts to sit up, and then I wrap my arms around him, struggling to bear the brunt of his weight as we get to our feet. The bailiff opens the gate of the bar for us and leads us down the gallery aisle to the sensory break room. As we pass, the entire courtroom falls dead silent until we're ensconced within the black curtains, and all I can hear outside is the tidal swell of a murmur of sound. What was that? Never seen anything like it. The judge won't stand for stunts. A ploy to get sympathy, I'll bet. Jacob buries himself beneath a weighted blanket.
"Mom," he says from beneath it. "She crumpled paper."
I know.
"We have to fix the paper."
It's not our paper. It's the prosecutor's paper. You have to let it go.
"She crumpled the paper,"
Jacob repeats.
"We have to fix it."
I think of the woman on the jury who looked at me with abject pity on her face the moment before she was hustled out of the courtroom.
"That's a good thing,"
Oliver would say. But he's not me. I've never wanted to be pitied for having a child like Jacob. I've pitied other mothers who could slip by on loving their children maybe only 80% of the time, or less, instead of giving it their all every minute of every day. But I have a son who is on trial for murder. A son who behaved the same way the afternoon of Jess Ogilvy's death as he did minutes ago when a piece of paper was torn apart. If Jacob is a murderer, I will still love him. But I will hate the woman he's turned me into. One whom others talk about when her back is turned. One whom people feel sorry for. Because although I'd never feel that way about a mother whose child had Asperger's, I would feel that way about a mother whose child took the life of another mother's child. Jacob's voice is a hammer at the back of my head.
"We have to fix it," he says.
"Yes," I whisper. "We do."
Oliver. "That must be a record, Mr. Bond," Judge Cuttings drawls. "We made it a whole 3 minutes and 20 seconds without an outburst." "Judge," I say, thinking on the fly, "I can't predict everything that's going to set this kid off. That's part of why you're allowing his mother to be here. But you know, with all due respect, Jacob doesn't just get 10 hours of justice. He gets as much justice as he needs. That's the whole purpose of the constitutional system." "Gee, Oliver, I don't mean to interrupt," Helen says, "but aren't you forgetting the All-American Marching Band and the flag that's supposed to drop from the rafters right now?" I ignore her. "Look, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry in advance if Jacob makes you look silly or makes me look silly or—" I glance at Helen. "Well, as I was saying, I certainly don't want my client having fits in front of the jury. It doesn't do my case any good either." The judge peers over his glasses. "You've got 10 minutes to pull your client together," he warns. "Then we're coming back in, and the prosecution will have a chance to refinish her closing." "Well, she can't crumple the paper again," I say. "I believe you lost that motion," Helen replies. "She's right, Counselor. If Miss Sharp is inclined to crumple a boatload of paper, and your client goes ballistic every time, it's to your own detriment." "That's okay, Judge," Helen says. "I won't be doing that again. From now on, only folded paper." She bends down, picks up the little ball that sent Jacob sky high, and tosses it in the trash can beside the stenographer's table. I glance down at my watch. By my calculations, I have 4 minutes and 15 seconds to get Jacob's perfectly zen butt into the chair beside me at the defense table. I stalk up the aisle and slip between the black curtains of the sensory break room. Jacob is hidden under a blanket, and Emma sits doubled over a vibrating pillow. "What else aren't you telling me?" I demand. "What else sets him off? Paper clips? When the clock reads 11:45? For Christ's sake, Emma, I've only got one trial to convince the jury Jacob didn't snap in a fit of rage and kill Jess Ogilvy. How am I supposed to do that when he can't even make it 10 minutes without losing control?" I'm yelling so loudly that even those stupid curtains probably can't drown me out, and I wonder if the television cameras are picking up everything with their microphones. But then Emma lifts her face, and I see how red her eyes are. "I'll try to keep him calmer." "Aw, shit," I say, all the bluster fizzing out of me. "You're crying?" She shakes her head. "No, I'm fine." "Right. And I'm Clarence Thomas. I reach into my pocket and pull out a Dunkin' Donuts napkin, press it into her hand. You don't have to lie to me. We're on the same side. She turns away and blows her nose, then folds, not crumples, the napkin, and tucks it into the pocket of her yellow dress. I pull the blanket off Jacob's head. Time to go, I say. For a minute I think he's coming, but then he rolls away from me. Mom, he mutters. Fix it. I turn to Emma, who clears her throat. He wants Helen Sharp to smooth out the paper first, she says. It's already in the trash can. You promised, Jacob says to Emma, his voice rising. Jesus, I mutter under my breath. Fine. I stalk down the aisle of the courtroom and fish through the trash at the stenographer's feet. She stares as if I've lost my mind, which isn't entirely impossible. What are you doing? Don't ask. The paper is underneath a candy wrapper and a copy of the Boston Globe. I tuck it into my jacket pocket and walk back to the sensory break room, where I remove it and smooth it out as best as I can in front of Jacob. That's the best I can do, I tell him. So, what's the best you can do? Jacob stares at the paper. You had me at hello, he says.
Jacob. I hated Mark McGuire before I even laid eyes on him. Jess had changed. Instead of focusing only on me when we had our sessions, she'd answer her cell phone or fire back a text message, and every time she did, she smiled. I assumed that I was the reason for her distraction. After all, everyone else seemed to get sick of me quick enough when we were in the middle of a conversation, and it was bound to happen with Jess, although that was my greatest fear. Then one day, she said she wanted to tell me a secret. I think I'm in love, she said, and I swear to you, my heart stopped beating for a second. Me too, I burst out. Case study 1. Let me stop here for a minute and just talk about prairie voles. They're part of only a tiny fraction of the animal kingdom that practice monogamy. They mate for 24 hours and then, just like that, they're together for life. However, the montane vole, which is a close relative, sharing 99% of the prairie vole's genetic makeup, has no interest in anything except a wham-bam, thank-you-ma'am, one-night stand. How come? When prairie voles have sexual intercourse, the hormones oxytocin and vasopressin flood the brain. If the hormones are blocked, prairie voles behave more like those slutty montane voles. Even more interesting, if prairie voles get injections of those hormones but then are prevented from having sex, they still become slavishly devoted to their would-be mates. In other words, you can make a prairie vole fall in love. The opposite, though, isn't true. You can't give a shot of hormones to a montane vole and make it lovesick. It just doesn't have the right receptors in the brain. It does, however, get a flood of dopamine to the brain when it mates, the hormonal equivalent of, man, that feels good. It's just missing the other two hormones, the ones that help pinpoint that ecstasy to a particular individual. Sure enough, if you genetically modify mice, removing the genes that affect oxytocin and vasopressin, they can't recognize mice they've already met. I'm a prairie vole trapped in the body of a montane vole. If I think I've fallen in love, it's because I've considered it analytically. Heart palpitations? Check. Lack of stress in her company? Check. And it seems to me to be the most likely explanation for what I feel. Although I couldn't truly tell you the difference between feelings for a romantic interest versus feelings for a close friend. Or in my case, my only friend. Which is why, when Jess told me she was in love, I reciprocated. Her eyes widened, and so did her smile. "Oh my God, Jacob," she said. "We'll have to double date." That was when I realized we weren't talking about the same thing. I know you like having time alone for our sessions, but it's good for you to meet people, and Mark really, truly wants to get to know you. He's a part-time ski instructor over at Stowe, and he thought maybe he could give you a free lesson. I don't think I'd be very good at skiing. One of the hallmarks of Asperger's is that we can barely walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm forever tripping over my feet or stumbling on a curb. I could easily see myself falling off a chairlift or snowballing down a mountain. I'll be there to help too, Jess promised. And so, the following Sunday, Jess drove me to Stowe and got me fitted for rental skis and boots and a helmet. We hobbled outside and waited near the ski school sign until a black blur whizzed down the hill and sprayed us in a tsunami of powdered snow. "Hey, babe," Mark said, pulling off his helmet so that he could grab Jess and kiss her. In one glance, I could tell that Mark McGuire was everything I was not. 1. Coordinated. 2. Attractive, if you're a girl, I mean. 3. Popular. 4. Muscular. 5. Confident. I could also tell that I was one thing Mark McGuire was not. 1. Smart. "Mark, this is my friend Jacob." He leaned down into my face and yelled, "Hey, dude, cool to meet you." I yelled back, "I'm not deaf." He grinned at Jess. He had perfect white teeth. "You're right. He is funny." Had Jess told him I was funny? Had she meant that I made her laugh because I told good jokes or because I was a joke? In that instant, I hated Mark McGuire viscerally because he'd made me doubt Jess. And up until then, I had known unequivocally that we were friends. "So, what do you say we give the bunny hill a try?" Mark asked, and he held out a pole so that he could drag me to the rope tow. "Like this," he said, showing me how to grab on to the moving rope. And I thought I had it right, but my left hand got screwed up with my right, and I wound up spinning backward and collapsing on the little kid behind me. The guy running the rope tow had it shut off while Mark hauled me to my feet again. "You okay, Jacob?" Jess asked, but Mark brushed her off. "He's doing great," Mark said. "Relax, Jake. I teach retarded kids all the time." "Jacob is autistic," Jess corrected. And I turned around so fast that I forgot about the skis and fell down in a heap again. "I'm not retarded," I shouted. But that statement is somewhat less resonant when one can't even untangle one's own legs. I will say this for Mark McGuire. He taught me how to snowplow efficiently enough to make it down the bunny hill twice, solo. Then, he asked Jess if she wanted to take a run up the big hill while I practiced. They left me in the company of 7-year-olds in pink snowsuits. Case Study 2. In laboratory studies, scientists have learned that, when it comes to love, a very tiny portion of the brain is actually involved. For example, friendship lights up receptors all over the cerebral cortex. But this isn't true with love, which activates parts of the brain more commonly associated with emotional responses like fear and anger. The brain of a person in love will show activity in the amygdala, which is associated with gut feelings, and in the nucleus accumbens, an area associated with rewarding stimuli that tends to be active in drug abusers. Or, to recap, the brain of a person in love doesn't look like the brain of someone overcome by deep emotion. It looks like the brain of a person who's been snorting coke. That day at Stowe, I did 2 runs with the help of a kid who was learning to snowboard, then inched myself toward the main ski lift. I leaned against a rack where people could store their skis while they were in the lodge getting hot chocolate and chicken nuggets, and I waited for Jess to come back to me. Mark McGuire is wearing a suit. He has dark circles under his eyes, and I almost feel bad for him, because he must be missing Jess too, until I remember how he hurt her. "Can you state your name for the record?" the prosecutor asks. Mark McGuire. Where do you live, Mr. McGuire? 44 Green Street in Burlington. How old are you? I'm 25, he says. And what do you do for a living? I'm a grad student at UVM and a part-time ski instructor at Stowe. How did you know Jess Ogilvy, Mr. McGuire? She'd been my girlfriend for 5 months. Where were you on Sunday, January 10th, 2010? Helen Sharp asks. At Mama's Pizza in Townsend. Jess had a tutoring session with Jacob Hunt, and I like to come along every now and then. That is not true. He just didn't like that she was spending time with me and wouldn't give me up for him. So you know Jacob? Yes. Do you see him in the courtroom today? I stare down at the table so I can't feel the serrated edges of Mark's eyes. He's sitting over there. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, the prosecutor says. How many times before January 10th had you met Jacob? I don't know, maybe 5 or 6. The prosecutor walks toward the witness box. Did you get along with him? Mark is looking at me again. I can tell. I didn't really pay attention to him, he says. We're in Jess's dorm room watching a TV movie about the JonBenet Ramsey murder case, which of course was one in which Dr. Henry Lee was involved. I tell Jess what's true and what Hollywood has changed. She keeps checking her voicemail messages, but there aren't any. I'm so excited about the movie that for a while I don't realize she's crying. You're crying, I say, the obvious, and I don't get it because she didn't know JonBenet, and usually people who cry at someone's death knew them very well. I'm just not very happy today, I guess, Jess says, and she stands up. When she does, she makes a sound like a dog that's been kicked. She has to stand on a chair to reach a high shelf where she keeps her extra toilet paper in Ziploc bags and Kleenex. When she grabs the box of tissues, her sweater rides up on the side, and I can see them, red and purple and yellow like a tattoo. But I've watched enough Crime Busters to know bruises when I see them. What happened to you? I ask, and she tells me she fell down. I've watched enough Crime Busters to know that's what girls always say when they don't want you to know that someone is beating them up. We ordered pizza, Mark says, the kind that Jacob can eat, without wheat in the crust. While we were waiting for it, Jacob asked Jess out, like on a date. It was hilarious, but when I laughed at him, she got pissed off at me. I didn't have to sit around and take that, so I left. Even worse than Mark's stare, it turns out, is my mother's. Did you talk to Jess at any point after that? Helen asks. Yeah, on Monday. She called me and begged me to come over that night, and I did. What was her state of mind? She thought I was mad at her. Objection, Oliver says. Speculation. The judge nods. Sustained. Mark looks confused. What was her emotional state? Helen asks. She was upset. Did you continue to argue? No, Mark says. We kissed and made up, if you get my drift. So you spent the night? Yes. What happened on Tuesday morning? We were having breakfast, and we started to fight again. About what? Helen Sharp asks. I don't even remember, but I got really angry, and I sort of shoved her. You mean the fight became physical? Mark looks down at his hands. I didn't mean to, but we were yelling, and I grabbed her and pushed her against the wall. I stopped right away, said I was sorry. She told me to leave, so I did. I only had my hands on her for a minute. My head snaps up. I grab the pen in front of me and write so hard on the legal pad that it rips through the paper. He is lying, I write, and I push the pad toward Oliver. He glances at it and writes, Question mark. Bruises on her neck. Oliver rips off the piece of paper and tucks it into his pocket. Meanwhile, Mark covers his eyes and his voice cracks. I called her all day long to apologize again, and she wouldn't answer her phone. I figured she was ignoring me, and I deserved it, but by Wednesday morning I was getting worried. I went over to her place figuring I could catch her before she went to class, but she wasn't there. Did you notice anything unusual? The door was open. I went in, and her coat was hanging up, and her purse was on the table, but she didn't answer when I called. I looked all over for her, but she was gone. There were clothes all over the bedroom, and the bed was messed up. What did you think? At first, I figured she might have left on a trip, but she would have told me that, and she had a test that day. I called her phone, but no one answered. I called her parents and her friends, and no one had seen her, and she hadn't told anyone she was leaving. That's when I went to the police. What happened? Detective Matson told me I couldn't file a missing persons report for 36 hours, but he came with me to Jess's place. I didn't get the sense he was taking me seriously, to be honest. Mark looks at the jury. I skipped class and stayed at the house in case she came back. But she didn't. I was sitting in the living room when I realized that someone had organized all the CDs, and I told the police that too. When the police began a formal investigation, Helen Sharp asks, were you cooperative in giving them forensic samples? I gave them my boots, Mark says. The prosecutor turns around and looks at the jury. Mr. McGuire, how did you find out what had happened to Jess? He sets his jaw. A couple of cops came to my apartment and arrested me. When Detective Matson was interrogating me, he told me Jess was dead. Angel. As Helen Sharp finishes, Oliver stands up and buttons his suit jacket. Why do lawyers always do that? On Crime Busters, the actors playing lawyers do it too. Maybe it's so that they look professional, or they need something to do with their hands. Mr. McGuire, you just testified that you were actually arrested for the murder of Jess Ogilvy. Yes, but they had the wrong guy. Still, for a little while anyway, the police believed you were involved. Isn't that true? I suppose. You also testify that you grabbed Jess Ogilvy during your fight. Yes. Where? On her arms. He touches his biceps muscle. Here. You choked her too, didn't you? He goes beet red. No. You are aware, Mr. McGuire, that the autopsy revealed bruises around Jess Ogilvy's neck, as well as on her upper arms. Objection, the prosecutor says. Hearsay. Sustained. You're aware that you're testifying here today under oath? Yes. So let me ask you again if you choked Jess Ogilvy. I didn't choke her, Mark argues. I just put my hands on her neck for a second. While you were fighting? Yes, Mark says. Oliver raises his eyebrows. Nothing further, he says, and he sits back down beside me. Me, I duck my head and smile.
Theo. I was 9 when my mother made me go to a therapy group for siblings of autistic kids. There were only 4 of us. 2 girls with faces that looked like ground over a sinkhole, who had a baby sister who apparently never stopped screaming, a boy whose twin was severely autistic, and me. We all had to go around a circle and say one thing we loved about our sibling and one thing we really hated. The girls went first. They said they hated the way the baby kept them up all night, but they liked the fact that her first word had not been mama or dada, but instead sissy. Then I went. I said that I hated when Jacob took my stuff without asking, and how it was okay for him to interrupt me to give some dinosaur fact nobody cared about, but that if I interrupted him, he'd get really angry and have a meltdown. I liked the way he said things, sometimes that were hilarious, even though they weren't meant to be, like when a camp counselor told him swimming would be a piece of cake, and he freaked out because he thought he'd have to eat underwater and surely would drown. Then it was the other boy's turn. But before he could speak, the door burst open, and his twin brother ran inside and sat down on his lap. The kid reeked, and I mean reeked. All of a sudden, their mom poked her head into the room. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Harry doesn't like anyone but Stephen to change his diaper." Sucks to be Stephen, I thought. But instead of getting totally embarrassed, like I would have been, or pissed off, like I also would have been, Stephen just laughed and hugged his brother. "Let's go," he said, and he held his twin's hand and led him out of the room. We did other stuff that day with the therapist, but I wasn't concentrating. I couldn't get out of my head the image of 9-year-old Harry wearing a giant diaper, of Stephen cleaning up the messes. There was one more thing I liked about my own sibling with autism. He was potty trained. At our lunch break, I found myself gravitating toward Stephen. He was sitting by himself, eating apple slices from a plastic bag. "Hey," I said, climbing into the seat next to him. "Hey." I opened the straw of my juice pack and poked it into the cardboard box. I stared out the window, trying to figure out what he was looking at. "So how do you do it?" I asked after a minute. He didn't pretend to misunderstand. He picked an apple slice out of the bag, chewed it, swallowed. "It could have been me," he said. Mama Spadakopoulos can't fit into the witness chair. She has to push and wedge, and finally the judge asks the bailiff to get a seat that might be more comfortable. If it were me up there, I'd want to hide under the stupid chair in embarrassment. But she seems to be perfectly happy. Maybe she thinks it's a testimonial to how good her food is. "Mrs. Spadakopoulos, where do you work?" asks the dragon bitch, a.k.a. Helen Sharp. "Call me Mama." The prosecutor looks at the judge, who shrugs. "Mama, then, where do you work?" "I own Mama S.'s Pizzeria, on Main Street in Townsend." "How long have you run the restaurant?" 15 years this June. Best pizza in Vermont. You come by. I'll give you a free sample." "That's very generous of you. Mama, were you working the afternoon of January 10th, 2010? "I work every afternoon," she says proudly. "Did you know Jess Ogilvy?" "Yes, she was a regular. Good girl, with a good head on her shoulders. Helped me salt the walkway once after an ice storm because she didn't want me to throw my back out." "Did you speak to her on January 10th? "I waved to her when she came in, but it was a madhouse." "Was she alone?" "No, she came with her boyfriend, and the kid she tutored." "Do you see that kid in the courtroom today?" Mama S. blows my brother a kiss. "Had you ever seen Jacob before January 10th? "Once or twice. He came in with his mama to get pizza. Got celiac problems, like my father, God rest his soul." "Did you talk to Jacob Hunt that afternoon?" the prosecutor asks. "Yes. By the time I brought the pizzas they had ordered, he was sitting alone at the table." "Do you know why Jacob Hunt was sitting alone?" Helen Sharp asks. "Well, they were all fighting. The boyfriend was angry at Jacob, Jess was angry at the boyfriend for being angry at Jacob, and then the boyfriend left." She shakes her head. "Then Jess got angry at Jacob, and she left." "Did you hear what they were fighting about?" I had 18 takeout orders to fill. I wasn't listening. The only thing I heard was what Jess said before she left. Which was what? Mama asks. The woman purses her lips. She told him to get lost. The prosecutor sits back down, and then it's Oliver's turn. I don't watch cop shows. I don't really watch anything unless it's Crime Busters, since Jacob hogs the TV. But being in court is kind of like watching a basketball game. One side scores, and then the other takes the ball back and scores, and this goes on and on. And just like basketball, I bet it all comes down to the last 5 minutes. So, you really don't know what the argument was about, Oliver says. No, she leans forward. Oliver, you look very handsome in your fancy suit. He smiles, but it looks a little painful. Thanks, Mama. So, you were in fact paying attention to your customers. I've got to make a living, don't I? She says, and then she shakes her head. You're losing weight, I think. You've been eating out too much. Constantine and I are both worried about you. Mama, I kind of need to get through this, he whispers. Oh, all right. She turns to the jury. I didn't hear the argument. You were behind the counter? Yes. Near the ovens? Yes. And there were other people working around you? 3 that day. And there was noise? The phone and the pinball and the jukebox were all going. So you're not really sure what upset Jess in the first place? No. Oliver nods. When Jacob was sitting alone, did you talk to him? I tried. He wasn't big on conversation. Did he ever make eye contact with you? No. Did he do anything threatening? Mama S. shakes her head. No. He's a good boy. I just left him alone, she says. It seemed to be what he wanted. My whole life, Jacob's wanted to be part of the group. This is one of the reasons why I never brought friends home. My mother would have insisted we include Jacob, and frankly, that would have pretty much guaranteed the end of the friendship for me. The other reason is I was embarrassed. I didn't want anyone to know what my household was like. I didn't want to have to explain Jacob's antics because even though my mother insisted they were just quirks of his, to the rest of the free world, they looked freaking ridiculous. Every now and then, though, Jacob managed to infiltrate my separate life, which was even worse. It was the social equivalent of when I once built a house of cards using all 52 of them, and Jacob thought it would be funny to poke it with his fork. In elementary school, I was a total social outcast because of Jacob. But when we got to middle school, there were people from other towns who didn't know about my brother with Asperger's. Through some miracle, I managed to become friends with 2 guys named Tyler and Wally, who lived in South Burlington and played ultimate frisbee. They invited me to play after school, and when I told them sure and didn't have to even call my mom to check if it was okay, that only made me seem cooler. I didn't explain that the reason I didn't have to call was because I spent as much time away from my house as possible, that my mother was used to me not coming home until it got dark out, and half the time probably didn't even notice I was gone. It was, and I'm not just saying this, the best day of my life. We were flinging the frisbee around the softball field, and a few girls who had stayed after for field hockey practice came to watch in their short skirts, with the sun all caught up in their hair. I jumped extra high, showing off, and when I worked up a sweat, one of the girls let me have a drink from her water bottle. I got to put my mouth where hers had been a minute before, which was practically like kissing her, if you want to get technical. And then Jacob showed up. I don't know what he was doing there. Apparently it had to do with some kind of testing that was being administered at my school instead of his, and he was waiting with his aide for my mother to come pick him up. But the minute he saw me and called out my name, I knew I was screwed. At first I pretended I didn't hear him, but he ran right onto the field. "Friend of yours, Hunt?" Tyler asked, and I just laughed it off. I whipped the frisbee in his direction, extra hard. To my surprise, Jacob, who couldn't catch a freaking cold if he tried, nabbed the frisbee and started to run with it. I froze, but Tyler took off after him. "Hey, retard," he yelled at Jacob. "I'm gonna kick your ass." He was faster than Jacob, big surprise, and he tackled my brother to the ground. He lifted his hand to deck Jacob, but by then I was on his back, yanking him off and straddling his body as the frisbee went spinning into the street. "You don't fucking touch him," I yelled into Tyler's face. "If anyone's going to beat up my brother, it's going to be me." I left him in the dirt, coughing, and then took Jacob's hand and walked him to the front of the school, where I couldn't hear the girls whispering about me and my dork of a brother, where there were enough teachers milling around to keep Tyler and Wally from jumping me in revenge. "I wanted to play," Jacob said. "Well, they didn't want you to play," I told him. He kicked at the dirt. "I wish I could be the big brother." Technically, he was. But he wasn't talking about age. He just didn't know how to say what he meant. "You could start by not stealing someone's goddamn frisbee," I said. And then my mother drove up and rolled down the window. She was smiling, a huge smile. "I thought I was only picking up Jacob. But look at that," she said. "You two found each other."
Oliver. I am sure that the jury isn't absorbing anything that Marcy Alston, the CSI, is saying. She's so drop-dead gorgeous that I can practically imagine the dead bodies she stumbles across sitting up and panting. The first time we came to the house, we dusted for fingerprints and found some on the computer and in the bathroom. "Can you explain the process?" Helen asks. "The skin of your fingers, the palms of your hands, and the soles of your feet aren't smooth. They are friction-ridged skin, with lines that start, stop, and have certain contours or shapes. Along those lines of skin are a series of sweat pores, and if they become contaminated with sweat, blood, dirt, dust, and so on, they leave a reproduction of those lines on the object that's been touched. My job is to make that reproduction visible. Sometimes you need a magnifying glass to do it, sometimes you need a light source. Once I make the print visible, it can be photographed, and once it can be photographed, I can preserve it and make a comparison against a known sample." "Where do those known samples come from?" "The victim, the suspects, and from APHIS, a fingerprint database for all criminals in the United States who have been processed." "How do you make the comparison?" "We look at specific areas and find patterns, deltas, whorls, arches, loops, and the core, the centermost part of the fingerprint. We make a visual comparison between the known fingerprint and the unknown one, looking for general shapes that match, and then we look at more specific details, ending ridges or bifurcations where one line might split into two. If approximately 10 to 12 similarities occur, a person trained in fingerprint identification will be able to determine whether the two fingerprints came from the same individual." The prosecutor enters into evidence a chart that shows two fingerprints side by side. Immediately, Jacob sits up a little straighter. "The fingerprint on the right was found on the kitchen counter. The one on the left is a known sample taken from Jacob Hunt during his arrest." As she walks through the 10 little red flags that show similarities between the prints, I look at Jacob. He is grinning like mad. "Based on your comparison, did you come to a conclusion?" Helen asks. "Yes, that this was Jacob Hunt's fingerprint in the kitchen." "Was there anything else of note during your processing of the house?" Marcy nods. We found a kitchen window screen that had been cut from the outside, and the sash jimmied and broken. A screwdriver was found in the bushes below the window. Were there any fingerprints on the sash, or on the screwdriver? No, but the temperature that day was extremely cold, which often compromises fingerprint evidence. Did you find anything else? A boot print beneath the windowsill. We made a wax cast of the print and were able to match it to a boot on the premises. Do you know who that boot belonged to? Mark McGuire, the victim's boyfriend, Marcy said. We determined that these were boots he kept at the house, since he often stayed there overnight. Did you find anything else in the house? Yes. Using a chemical called luminol, we found significant traces of blood in the bathroom. Jacob writes a note on the pad and gives it to me. Bleach plus luminol equals false positive for blood. At some point, did you receive a 911 call from the victim's cell phone? Helen asks. Yes. Early on January 18th, we responded to a culvert approximately 300 yards from the home where Jess Ogilvy had been house-sitting and found the victim's body. What was the position of the body? She was propped up with her back against the cement wall, and her arms were folded in her lap. She was fully clothed. Was there anything else noteworthy about how the body was found? Yes, Marcy replies. The victim was wrapped in a distinctive handmade quilt. Is this the quilt that you found with the victim that day? The prosecutor asks, and she offers Marcy a bulky roll of fabric in all the colors of the rainbow, the pattern marred by dark brown areas of dried blood. That's the one, Marcy says, and as it is entered into evidence, I can hear Emma draw in her breath. Helen thanks her witness, and I stand up to cross-examine. How long have you been a CSI? 4 years, Marcy says. So, not that long, then. She raises a brow. How long have you been a lawyer? Have you seen a lot of dead bodies at crime scenes? Fortunately, not as many as I would if I worked in Nashua or Boston, Marcy says, but enough to know what I'm doing. You said that you found a fingerprint at Jess Ogilvy's house in the kitchen that belongs to Jacob. That's right. Can you say that the presence of that fingerprint identifies him as a murderer? No. It only places him at the scene of the crime. Is it possible that Jacob might have left the fingerprint there at some other point? Yes. You also found Mark McGuire's boot prints beneath a window sash that had been jimmied and cut, I say. Is that correct? Yes, we did. Did you find Jacob's boot prints anywhere outside? No, Marcy says. I take a deep breath. I hope you know what you're doing, I think silently, looking back once at Jacob. And the blood in the bathroom, were you able to determine whether it belonged to the victim? No. We tried to run a DNA test, but the results were not conclusive. There were traces of bleach in the swabs, and bleach often compromises DNA tests. Isn't it true, Ms. Alston, that when sprayed on bleach, luminol also gives a positive reading? Yes, sometimes. So the traces of blood you found might be traces of bleach instead. It's possible, she concedes. And the alleged blood in the bathroom might simply have been Jess cleaning the tile floor with Clorox. Or, Marcy says, your client cleaning blood off the tile floor with Clorox after he murdered her. I wince and immediately back off. Ms. Alston, you can tell a lot about a body from the way that person is positioned at death, can't you? Yes. Was there anything that struck you about Jess Ogilvy's body when it was found? Marcy hesitates. She wasn't discarded. Someone had taken the time to sit her upright and to wrap her in a quilt instead of dumping her. Someone who cared for her. Objection, Helen interrupts, and like I expect, it's sustained by the judge. Do you know my client, Ms. Alston? Actually, I do. How? He's a crime scene junkie. He's been at a few I've been called to, and he starts giving us advice we don't particularly want or need. Have you ever let him help out at a crime scene? Absolutely not. But it's pretty clear he's fascinated by all that stuff. She shakes her head. Only two kinds of people show up at crime scenes: the serial killers who are checking their handiwork, and the crazies who think police work is like the television shows and want to help solve the crime. Great. Now she's got the jury wondering which of those two categories Jacob fits. I decide to cut my losses before I completely implode. Nothing further, I say, and Helen gets up to redirect. Miss Alston, did Jacob Hunt show up at the culvert when you were processing the body? No, she says. We didn't see him at all. Helen shrugs. I guess this time there was nothing for him to solve.
Jacob. If I don't become a crime scene investigator famous in my field like Dr. Henry Lee, I'm going to become a medical examiner. It's the same work, really, except that your canvas is smaller. Instead of processing an entire house or a stretch of woods to determine the story of the crime, you coax the story out of the dead person on your autopsy table. There are many things that make dead bodies preferable to live ones. 1. They don't have facial expressions, so there's no worry about mistaking a smile for a smirk or any of that nonsense. 2. They don't get bored if you're hogging the conversation. 3. They don't care if you stand too close or too far away. 4. They don't talk about you when you leave the room or tell their friends how annoying you are. You can tell from a dead body the sequence of events that occurred. If the abdominal gunshot wound caused the peritonitis and septicemia, if those complications were the cause of death, or if it was the respiratory distress syndrome they led to, that was the final blow. You can tell if the person died in a field or was left in the trunk of a car. You can tell if a person's been shot in the head before the body was set on fire, or vice versa. When the skull is removed, you can see the blood that has started seeping as a result of the brain being boiled, a thermal injury. If you don't see that, it usually means the execution was the cause of death, not the fire. Admit it, you wanted to know. For all these reasons, I'm very attentive when Dr. Wayne Nussbaum takes the stand to testify. I know him. I've seen him before at crime scenes. Once, I wrote him a letter and got his autograph. He lists his credentials: Yale University Medical School, followed by rotations in pathology and emergency medicine before becoming an assistant medical examiner for the state of New York, and finally, 20 years as chief medical examiner in Vermont. Did you perform an autopsy on Jess Ogilvy? Asked Helen Sharp. I did. On the afternoon of January 18th, he said. The body was brought to my office in the morning, but had to thaw. What was the temperature outside when she was found? 12 degrees, which allowed for excellent preservation. How was she dressed? She was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt and a light jacket. She was not wearing a bra. Her underwear was on backward. There was a tooth wrapped in toilet paper in a small front pocket of the sweatpants, and her cell phone was zipped into the pocket of her jacket. Usually on Crime Busters, when a medical examiner takes the stand, it's a 5-minute testimony, tops. Helen Sharp, however, walks Dr. Nussbaum through his findings 3 times, once verbally, a second time with a diagram of a body while Dr. Nussbaum draws his findings in red marker, and finally with photographs he'd taken during the autopsy. Me, I'm loving every minute. I don't know about that lady on the jury, though, who looks like she's about to throw up. You said, Doctor, that you took samples of Jess Ogilvy's urine, heart blood, and vitreous humor from her eyes for toxicology purposes. That's correct. What's the purpose of those exams? They let us know what foreign substances are in the victim's bloodstream. In the case of the heart blood and the vitreous humor, it's at the time of death. What were the results? Jessica Ogilvy did not have any drugs or alcohol in her system at the time of death. Did you take photographs of the body during the autopsy? Yes, he says. It's routine procedure. Did you make any notations as to unusual marks or bruises on the body? Yes. The victim had bruises on her throat consistent with choking, and bruises on her arms consistent with being restrained. The bruises were reddish-violet and had sharp edges, which suggested that they occurred within 24 hours of death. In addition, the skin on her lower back had been scraped post-mortem, most likely as a result of being dragged. You can see the difference in the photograph here between the two sorts of bruises. The post-mortem one is yellowish and leathery. He pointed to another photograph, this one of Jess's face. The victim was badly beaten. She had suffered a basal skull fracture, bruises around the eyes, and a broken nose. She was missing a front tooth. Were you able to tell if those injuries were pre- or post-mortem? The fact that bruising occurred indicates the injury was prior to death. The tooth, well, that I can't say for sure, but it did seem to be the one tucked in her pocket. Can you punch someone so hard in the face that they lose a tooth? Yes, it's possible, Dr. Nussbaum says. Would someone who had been punched hard in the face present with the same sorts of injuries you found on the victim's body? Yes. Doctor, Helen Sharp asks, after having done the autopsy and studied the results from the toxicology labs, did you form an opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty about the manner of death? Yes. I ruled it a homicide. What was the cause of Jess Ogilvy's death? Blunt head trauma, which led to subdural hematoma, bleeding inside the skull, consistent with a blow or a fall. How long does it take to die from a subdural hematoma? It can be immediate, or it can take hours. In the victim's case, it was relatively soon after injury. Did the bruises you found on Jess Ogilvy's neck and arms contribute to her death? No. How about the tooth that was knocked out? No. And there were no drugs or alcohol in her system? No, there were not. So, Dr. Nussbaum, Helen Sharp says, the sole cause of fatal injury to Jess Ogilvy that you found during the autopsy was a basal skull fracture that caused internal bleeding in the skull? That's correct. Your witness, the prosecutor says, and Oliver stands up. All those injuries you found on Jess Ogilvy's body, he says. You have any idea what caused them? No. And you said that a subdural hematoma could be caused by either a blow or a fall? Correct. Isn't it possible, Doctor, Oliver asks, that Jess Ogilvy tripped and fell and suffered a subdural hematoma? The medical examiner looks up and smiles a little. It's one of those smiles I hate, the kind that might mean you are so smart, but might also mean you moron. It's possible Jess Ogilvy tripped and fell and suffered a subdural hematoma, Dr. Nussbaum says. But I highly doubt that she tried to strangle herself or knocked out her own tooth or put on her underwear backward, dragged herself 300 yards away, and wrapped herself in a quilt in a culvert. I laugh out loud. That's such a great line, it might have been scripted for Crime Busters. My mother and Oliver look at me, and that expression's easy to read. They're both 100% pissed off. Perhaps now's a good time for a serenity break, the judge asks. Sensory, Oliver snaps. It's a sensory break. Judge Cuttings clears his throat. I'll take that as a yes. In the sensory break room, I lie underneath the weighted blanket. My mother's in the bathroom. Theo has his head on the vibrating pillow. He talks through his teeth and sounds like a robot. "Tickle me, Elmo," he says. "Jacob," Oliver says after a minute and 33 seconds of silence. "Your behavior in this courtroom is making me very angry." "Well, your behavior in this courtroom is making me very angry," I say. "You still haven't told them the truth." "You know it's not our turn yet. You've seen trials on television. The prosecution goes first, and then we get to undo the damage Helen Sharp's done. But Jacob, Jesus, every time you have an outburst or you laugh at something a witness says, that adds to the damage." He looks at me. "Imagine you're a juror, and you've got a daughter about Jess's age. And then the defendant laughs out loud when the medical examiner talks about the gruesome way Jess died. What do you think that juror is saying to himself?" "I'm not a juror," I say, "so I don't really know." "What the medical examiner said at the end was pretty amusing," Theo adds. Oliver frowns at him. "Did I ask you for your opinion?" "Did Jacob ask you for yours?" Theo says, and then he tosses me the pillow. "Don't listen to him," Theo tells me, and he slips out of the sensory break room. I find Oliver staring at me. "Do you miss Jess?" "Yes. She was my friend." "Then why don't you show it?" "Why should I?" I ask, sitting up. "If I know I feel it, that's what counts. Don't you ever look at someone who's hysterical in public and wonder if it's because they really feel miserable or because they want others to know they're miserable? It kind of dilutes the emotion if you display it for the whole world to see. Makes it less pure." Well, that's not how the majority of people think. Most people, confronted with photographic evidence of the autopsy of someone they loved, would get upset. Maybe even cry. "Cry? Are you kidding?" I mimic a phrase I've heard kids say at school. "I would have killed to be at that autopsy." Oliver turns away. I'm pretty sure I hear him wrong. "Did you?"
Rich. The running joke among those of us sequestered for the trial involves the sensory break room. If the defendant can get some special accommodation, why not the witnesses? Me? I want a Chinese food takeout room. I tell this to Helen Sharp when she comes to let me know that I'm testifying next. Dumplings, I say, have been scientifically proven to enhance witness focus. And General Tso's chicken clogs the arteries just enough to increase blood flow to the brain. And here all this time I thought your disability was your short, hey, attention span, Helen says. She smiles at me. You have 5 minutes. I'm only half kidding. I mean, if the court was willing to bend over backward for Jacob Hunt's Asperger's syndrome, how long will it be before this is used as a precedent by some career criminal who insists that going to jail will inflame his claustrophobia? I'm all for equality, but not when it erodes the system. I decide to take a leak before court reconvenes, and have just turned the corner toward the hallway where the restrooms are located, when I smack directly into a woman who's walking in the opposite direction. Whoa, I say, steadying her. I'm sorry? Emma Hunt looks up at me with those incredible eyes of hers. I bet, she says. In another lifetime, if I had another job and she had a different kid, maybe we would have been talking over a bottle of wine. Maybe she would be smiling at me, instead of looking like she's just been confronted by her worst nightmare. How are you holding up? You have no right to ask me that. She tries to push past me, but I block her with an outstretched arm. I'm just doing my job, Emma. I have to get back to Jacob. Look, I'm sorry this happened to you, because you've already had to go through a lot. But the day Jess died, a mother lost her child. And now, she says,
You're going to make me lose mine.
She pushes at my arm. This time I let her go. It takes 10 minutes for Helen to walk me through my credentials. My rank as captain, my training as detective in Townsend, the fact that I've been doing this since before Jesus was born, yada yada, all the stuff a jury wants to hear to know they're in good hands.
How did you become involved in the investigation into Jess Ogilvy's death? Helen begins.
Her boyfriend, Mark McGuire, came to the police station and reported her missing on January 13th. He hadn't seen her since the morning of the 12th and had been unable to make contact with her. She had no planned trips, and her friends and parents did not know where she was either. Her purse and coat were at her house, but other personal items were missing.
Such as?
Her toothbrush, her cell phone. I glance at Jacob, who raises his brows expectantly. And some clothes in a backpack. I finish, and he smiles and ducks his head, nodding.
What did you do?
I went with Mr. McGuire to the house and listed the items that were missing. I also took a typed note found in the mailbox, asking for the mail to be held, and sent it to the lab for fingerprints. Then I told Mr. McGuire that we'd have to wait and see if Miss Ogilvy returned.
Why did you send the note to the lab? Helen asks.
Because it seems strange to type a note to your mailman.
Did you get results back from the laboratory?
Yes, they were inconclusive. No fingerprints were found on the paper. That led me to believe that it was possibly a note typed by someone smart enough to wear gloves when placing it. A red herring to make us think Jess had run away on her own.
What happened next?
I received a call from Mr. McGuire a day later, saying that a rack of CDs had been knocked over and then alphabetized. It didn't seem to be a clear sign of foul play. After all, this was something that Jess might have done, and in my experience, felons don't tend to be neat freaks. However, we formally opened an investigation into Miss Ogilvy's disappearance. A CSI team was dispatched to her residence to gather evidence. I took her datebook from her purse, which was found in the kitchen, and began to follow up on the meetings she had prior to her disappearance and was scheduled to have afterward.
Did you attempt to contact Jess Ogilvy during this investigation?
Numerous times. We called her cell phone, but it went right into her voicemail, until even that was full. With the help of the FBI, we attempted to ping her cell phone.
What does that mean?
Using a GPS locator built into the device, the FBI has a software program which can find coordinates within a meter of actual physical location anywhere in the world. But in this case, the results were inconclusive. The phone has to be powered up in order for the software to work, and apparently Jess Ogilvy's was not, I say. We also screened the messages that came into her residence. One was from Mr. McGuire, one was from a vendor, one from the defendant's mother, and 3 were missed calls that originated from Jess Ogilvy's own cell phone number. Based on the timestamps of the answering machine, it suggested that Miss Ogilvy was still alive somewhere at the time the calls were placed, or that we were being led to believe this by whoever had her cell phone.
Detective, when did you first meet the defendant?
On January 15th.
Had you seen him before?
Yes, at a crime scene a week earlier. He crashed an investigation.
Where did you meet Mr. Hunt on January 15th?
At his house.
Who else was present?
His mother.
Did you take the defendant into custody at that time?
No, he wasn't a suspect. I asked him questions about his appointment with Jess. He said that he'd gone to her house for the 2:35 appointment, but did not meet with her. He indicated that he walked home. He also revealed that Mark McGuire was not present when he arrived at Miss Ogilvy's place. When I asked him whether he had seen Jess fight with her boyfriend, he said, "Hasta la vista, baby."
Did you recognize that statement?
I believe it's attributed to the governor of California, I say, before he entered politics.
Did you ask the defendant anything else at that meeting?
No, I was dismissed. It was 4:30, and at 4:30 he watches a television show.
Did you see the defendant again?
Yes, I received a call from Emma Hunt, his mother, indicating that Jacob had something else to tell me.
What did Jacob say during that second conversation?
He presented me with Jess Ogilvy's missing backpack and some of her clothing. He admitted that he had gone to her house and found signs of a struggle, which he cleaned up.
Cleaned up?
Yes, he righted stools and picked up the mail, which had been thrown on the floor, and restacked the CDs and alphabetized them. He took the backpack because he thought she might need it. He then proceeded to show me the backpack and the items inside.
Did you take Jacob into custody at that time?
I did not.
Did you take the clothes and backpack with you?
Yes, we tested them and the results were negative. There were no prints, no blood, no DNA.
Then what happened? Helen asks.
I met the CSI team at Jess Ogilvy's home. They had found trace evidence of blood in the bathroom, and a cut screen in the kitchen window, as well as a broken window sash. They also found a boot print outside the house that seemed to match the boots worn by Mark McGuire.
What happened after that?
I faced the jury. Early Monday morning, January 18th, shortly after 3 a.m., Townsend Dispatch received a 911 call. All 911 calls are traced through GPS technology, so responders can reach whoever is making the call. This call originated from a culvert approximately 300 yards from the home where Jess Ogilvy was residing. I responded to the call. The victim's body and her phone were found there, and she was wrapped in a blanket. There's a video clip from the midday news that aired on WCAX. I hesitate, waiting for Helen to take the tape and enter it as evidence, to pull the television monitor closer to the jury so that they can see it. There is utter silence as the reporter's face fills the screen, her eyes watering in the cold, while crime scene investigators move along behind her. The reporter shifts her feet, and Helen freezes the image.
Do you recognize that blanket, Detective? She asks.
It's a multicolored quilt, definitely hand-sewn. Yes, it was wrapped around Jess Ogilvy's body.
Is this the same blanket?
She holds up the quilt, with its bloodstains ruining the pattern here and there. That's it, I say.
What happened after that?
With the discovery of the body, I had several officers arrest Mark McGuire for the murder of Jess Ogilvy. I was interrogating him when I received another call.
Did the caller identify him or herself?
Yes, it was Jacob Hunt's mother, Emma.
What was her demeanor?
Helen asks. She was frantic, extremely upset.
What did she tell you?
The other lawyer, the one who looks like he's still in high school, objects. "That's hearsay, Your Honor," he says. "Counsel, approach," the judge says. Helen speaks quietly.
Judge, I would make an offer of proof that the mother called because she had just seen the news clip with that quilt on the screen and was able to link it to her son. Therefore, Your Honor, it's an excited utterance.
"The objection's overruled," the judge says, and Helen approaches me again.
What did the defendant's mother tell you? She repeats.
I don't want to look at Emma. I can already feel the heat of her gaze, the accusations. She told me that the quilt belonged to her son.
Based on the results of your conversation, what did you do?
I asked Miss Hunt to bring Jacob down to the station so that we could speak further.
Did you place Jacob Hunt under arrest for the murder of Jess Ogilvy?
Yes.
Then what happened?
I dismissed all charges against Mr. McGuire. I also executed a search warrant for the defendant's house.
What did you find there?
We found Jacob Hunt's police scanner, a self-constructed fuming chamber for fingerprinting, and hundreds of black and white composition notebooks.
What was in those notebooks?
Jacob used them to record information about Crime Busters episodes he watched. He'd write down the date the episode aired and the evidence, and then whether or not he solved the crime before the television detectives did. I saw him writing in one the first time I came to his house to speak to him.
How many did you find?
116. The prosecutor enters one into evidence.
Do you recognize this, Detective Matson?
It's one of those notebooks, the one with the most recent entries.
Can you turn to the 14th page of this notebook and tell us what you find there?
I read aloud the subject heading. At her house, 1/12/10. Situation. Girl reported missing by her boyfriend. Evidence. Clothes in pile on bed. Toothbrush missing. Lip gloss missing. Victim's purse and coat remain. Cell phone missing. Luminol bathroom, blood detected. Knapsack taken with clothing and mailbox note. Red herring for kidnapping. Cut screen. Boot prints outside match up with boyfriend's footwear. Cell phone traced by 911 call to location of body in culvert.
Is there anything intriguing about this entry in particular?
I don't know if it's a Crime Busters episode, but it's the exact crime scene we found at Jess Ogilvy's residence. It's the exact way we found Jess Ogilvy's body, and all this information is information nobody should have had, I say, except for the police and the killer.
Oliver. I knew that Jacob was going to have trouble when those journals were presented as evidence. I wouldn't want the equivalent of my diary being read to a jury. Not that I keep a diary, or not that I would recount the evidence at a murder scene in one. So, I am expecting it when he starts rocking a little bit as Helen enters the journal into evidence. I can feel the stiffening of his spine, the way he is breathing hard, the fact that he barely blinks. When Jacob leans toward the table, I meet Emma's gaze over his head. "Now," she mouths, and sure enough, Jacob shoves a piece of paper into my hands. F sharp, it reads. It takes me a moment to realize that he's passed me a note, just like I told him to do if he needed a sensory break. "Your Honor," I say, standing up, "could we take a short recess?" "We just had a recess, Mr. Bond," Judge Cutting says, and then he looks at Jacob, whose face is bright red. 5 minutes, he announces. With me on one side and Emma locked on the other, we hustle Jacob up the aisle to the sensory break room. "Just hold it together for another 30 seconds, Emma soothes. 10 more steps. 9, 8. Jacob ducks inside and spins around to face us. "Oh my God!" he shrieks, a smile splitting his face. "Wasn't that awesome?" I just stare at him. "I mean, that was the whole point. They finally got it. I set up a crime scene and the cops figured the whole thing out, even the red herrings." He pokes me in the chest with his finger. "You," Jacob says, "are doing a great job." Behind me, Emma bursts into tears. I don't look at her. I can't. "I'll fix it," I say. There is a moment when I stand up to do the cross-examination of Detective Matson that I think we might have a pissing contest instead. He takes a look at Emma, her eyes still red, her face still puffy, and narrows his gaze at me, as if her condition is my fault instead of his. And that only makes me want to sink him even more. "The first time you met with Jacob at his house, Detective," I begin, "he quoted the movie Terminator to you, correct?" "Yes." "And the second time you met with Jacob, he recommended a variety of tests for you to run on the backpack." "Yes." "How many?" "Several." I grab the legal pad that's in front of Jacob. "Did he recommend a DNA test on the straps of the backpack?" "Yes." "And an AP test on the underwear inside?" "I guess." "Luminol?" "That sounds about right." "And what about ninhydrin on the card inside?" "Look, I don't remember them all, but that's probably true." "In fact, Detective," I say, "Jacob seemed to know your job better than you do." He narrows his eyes. "He certainly knew the crime scene better than I did." Those composition notebooks that you found, did you read them all? Yes? What did the other 115 notebooks contain? Synopses, he says, of episodes of Crime Busters. Do you know what Crime Busters is, Detective? I think you'd have to be living under a rock to not know, he says. It's a police procedural television show that's probably syndicated on Mars by now. You ever watch it? He laughs. I try not to. It's not exactly realistic. So the cases aren't true crime? No. Then is it fair to say that the 116 journals you seized from Jacob's room are full of descriptions of fictional crime scenes? Well, yes, Matson says. But I don't think the one he wrote in the 116th journal was fictional at all. How do you know? I take a few steps toward him. In fact, Detective, there was media coverage of Jess Ogilvy's disappearance before you got hold of this notebook, wasn't there? Yes. Her name was on the news. Her parents were asking for help solving the crime. Yes. You testified that Jacob would show up at crime scenes looking to help, correct? Yes, but did he ever offer up information that was surprising to you? Matson hesitates. Yes. So, isn't it possible, especially given that he knew this particular victim, that he wasn't using the notebook to brag about a murder, but rather, like he did with every Crime Busters episode, using it to help solve the case? I turn to the jury before he can even answer. Nothing further, I say. Helen stands up at the prosecutor's table. Detective Matson, she says, can you read the notation at the bottom of the first page of the notebook? It says, solved, me, 24 minutes. What about the notation at the bottom of the entry on page 6? Solved, them, 55 minutes, good one. She walks toward Matson. Do you have any idea what that notation indicates? Jacob told me when I first saw him writing in the journals, he marks down whether he solved the crime before the TV detectives did, and how long it took. Detective, Helen says, can you read the notation at the bottom of page 14, the entry entitled, At Her House, that you read for us earlier? He glances down at the page. It says, solved, me. Anything else notable about that line? Matson looks at the jury. It's underlined 10 times.
Theo. At dinner, I'm the one who sees my brother stealing the knife. I don't say anything at first, but it's perfectly clear to me the way he pauses in the middle of his yellow rice and scrambled eggs to carve the kernels off an ear of corn, and then pushes the knife with his thumbs to the edge of the table so that it falls into his lap. My mother yammers on about the trial, about the coffee machine at the courthouse which only dispenses cold coffee, about what Jacob is going to wear tomorrow, about the defense which will present its case in the morning. I don't think either of us is listening, because Jacob is trying to not move his shoulders while he wraps the knife in a napkin, and I'm trying to study his every move. When he starts to get up from the table and my mother cuts him off with a sharp, forced cough, I'm sure she's going to call him on his stolen cutlery. But instead, she says, "Aren't you forgetting something?" "May I be excused?" Jacob mutters. And a minute later, he's scraped his plate and heads upstairs. "I wonder what's the matter," my mother says. "He hardly ate." I shovel the rest of my food into my mouth and then mumble a request to be excused. I hurry upstairs, but Jacob's not in his room. The bathroom door is wide open, too. It's like he's just vanished. I walk into my own bedroom, and all of a sudden I'm grabbed and pulled against the wall, and there's a knife at my throat. Okay, I'm just going to say it's pretty depressing that this is not the first time I've found myself in this scenario with my brother. I do what I know works. I bite his wrist. You'd think he'd see it coming, but he doesn't. The knife clatters to the floor, and I elbow him in his soft gut. He doubles over, grunting. "What the fuck are you doing?" I yell. "Practicing?" I reach for the knife and stick it inside my desk drawer, the one I keep locked, where I've learned to keep the things I don't want Jacob to get. "Practicing murder?" I say. "You crazy motherfucker, this is why you're going to get convicted." "I wasn't going to actually hurt you." Jacob sits down heavily on my bed. "There was someone looking at me funny today." "I'd think a lot of people in that courtroom were looking at you funny. But this one guy followed me to the bathroom. I have to be able to protect myself." "Right. And what do you think is going to happen tomorrow morning when you walk into the courthouse and the metal detectors start beeping, and the stupid reporters all watch you pull a steak knife out of your sock?" He frowns. This is one of those harebrained Aspie schemes of his, the ones he never thinks through. Like when he called the cops on my mom 2 months ago. To Jacob, I'm sure it seemed perfectly logical. To the rest of the free world, not so much. "What if there's nothing wrong with me?" Jacob says. "What if the reason I act like I do and think like I do is that I'm left out all the time? If I had friends, maybe I wouldn't do things that look strange to everyone else. It's like bacteria that only grows in a vacuum. Maybe there's no such thing as Asperger's. Maybe all there is what happens to you when you don't fit in." Don't go telling your lawyer that. He needs Asperger's to exist big time right now. I look at Jacob's hands. His cuticles are bitten down to the skin. Often he draws blood. My mother used to have to wrap Band-Aids around all his fingers before she sent him to school. Once in the hallways, I heard 2 girls calling him the mummy. "Hey, Jacob," I say quietly. "I'll tell you something no one else knows." His hand flutters on his thigh. "A secret?" "Yeah. But you can't tell Mom." I want to tell him. I've wanted to tell someone for so long now. But maybe Jacob is right. In the absence of having space in the world, the thing that's left behind just gets bigger and more unrecognizable. It swells in my throat. It steals all the air in the room, and suddenly I'm blubbering like a baby. I'm wiping my eyes with my sleeves and trying to pretend that my brother isn't in court, my brother isn't going to jail, that this isn't karmic payment for all the bad things I've done and all the bad thoughts I've had. "I was there," I blurt out. "I was there the day Jess died." Jacob doesn't look at me. And maybe that's easier. He flutters his hand a little faster, and then brings it up to his throat. "I know," he says. My eyes widen. "You do?" "Of course I do. I saw your footprints." He stares just over my shoulder. "That's why I had to do it." Oh my God. She told Jacob that I'd been spying on her naked and that she was going to go to the cops, and he shut her up. Now I'm sobbing. I can barely catch my breath. "I'm sorry." He doesn't touch me or hug me or comfort me the way my mom would, the way any other human would. Jacob just keeps fanning his fingers. And then he says, I'm sorry, like I did, an echo that's been stripped of its music, like rain on tin. It's prosody. It's part of Asperger's. When Jacob was little, he would repeat questions I asked and throw them back at me like a baseball pitch, instead of answering. My mother told me this was like his movie quotes, a verbal stem. It was Jacob's way of feeling the words in his mouth, when he had nothing to say in return. But all the same, I let myself pretend it's his robotic, monotone way of asking for my forgiveness, too.
Jacob. That day when we come home from court, instead of watching Crime Busters, I choose a different video instead. It's a home movie of me when I was a baby, only 1 year old. It must be my birthday because there's a cake, and I'm clapping and smiling and saying things like Mama and Dada and milk. Every time someone says my name, I look up, right into the camera. I look normal. My parents are happy. My dad's there, and he's not even in any videos we have of Theo. My mother doesn't have the line between her eyes that she has now. Most people take home movies, after all, to capture something they want to remember, not a moment they'd rather forget. That's not the case later on in the video. All of a sudden, instead of sticking my fingers in a cake and offering up a big gummy smile, I'm rocking in front of the washing machine, watching the clothes turn in circles. I'm lying in front of the television, but instead of watching the programming, I'm lining up Lego pieces end to end. My father isn't in the film anymore. Instead, there are people I don't know. A woman with frizzy yellow hair and a sweatshirt with a cat on it, who gets down on the floor with me and moves my head so that I focus on a puzzle she set down. A lady with bright blue eyes is having a conversation with me, if you can call it that. Lady: Jacob, are you excited about going to the circus? Me: yes. Lady: what do you want to see at the circus? Me: no answer. Lady: say, at the circus, I want to see... Me: I want to see clowns. Lady gives me an M&M. I love clowns. Are you excited about the circus? Me: yeah, I want to see clowns. Lady gives me 3 M&Ms. Jacob, that's great. Me: I stuff the M&Ms into my mouth. These are the movies my mother took as evidence, as proof that I was now a different child than the one she'd started with. I don't know what she was thinking when she recorded them. Surely she didn't want to sit and watch all this over and over, the visual equivalent of a slap in the face. Maybe she was keeping them in the hope that one day a pharmaceutical executive might arrive unexpectedly for dinner, watch the tapes, and cut her a check for damages. As I'm watching, there's a sudden streak of silver static that makes me cover my ears. And then there's another segment of video. It's been accidentally taped over my Oscar-worthy autistic toddler film, and in it I'm much older. It's only a year ago. And I'm getting ready for my junior prom. Jess took the video. She came over that afternoon while I was getting ready, so that she could see the final result of our preparations. I can hear her voice. Jacob, she says, for God's sake, get closer to her. She's not going to bite you. The video swings like an amusement park ride, and I hear Jess's voice again. Oops, I suck at this. My mother has a camera and is taking a picture of me with my date. The girl's name is Amanda, and she goes to my school. She's wearing an orange dress, which is probably the reason I refuse to get closer to her, even though I usually do what Jess wants. On television, it's like I'm watching a make-believe show, and Jacob isn't me, he's a character. It's not really me who closes his eyes when my mother tries to take a picture on the front lawn. It's not really me who walks to Amanda's car and sits in the back like I always do. Oh no, my mother's voice says, and Jess starts laughing. We totally forgot about that, she says. Suddenly the camera turns around fast, and Jess's face is fishbowl close. "Hello, world," she says, and she pretends to swallow the camera. She's smiling. Then there's a line of red that moves down the television screen like a curtain, and suddenly I'm only 3 years old again, and I'm stacking a green block on top of a blue block on top of a yellow block, just like the therapist has shown me. "Jacob, good work," she says, and she pushes a toy truck toward me as a reward. I flip it over and spin its wheels. I want Jess to be on screen again. "I wish I knew how to quit you," I whisper. Suddenly my chest feels like it's shrinking, the way it sometimes does when I'm standing with a group of kids in school, and I realize I'm the only one who didn't get the punchline of the joke. Or that I am the punchline of the joke. I start to think maybe I've done something wrong. Really wrong. Because I don't know how to fix it, I pick up the remote control and rewind the tape almost back to the beginning, to the time when I was no different from anyone else.
Emma. From Auntie M's archives. Dear Auntie M, how do I get a boy's attention? I'm hopeless at flirting, and there are so many other girls out there who are prettier and smarter than I am, but I'm sick of never being noticed. Maybe I can reinvent myself. What can I do? Baffled in Bennington. Dear Baffled, you don't have to be anyone except who you already are. You just have to get a guy to take a second look. For this, there are 2 approaches. 1. Stop waiting. Take the initiative and go talk to him. Ask him if he got the answer to number 7 on your math homework. Tell him he did a great job in the school talent show. 2. Start walking around naked. But it's your choice. Love, Auntie M. When I can't sleep, I pull a cardigan over my pajamas and sit outside on the porch steps and try to imagine the life I might have had. Henry and I would be waiting with Jacob for college acceptance letters. We might pop out a bottle of champagne and let him have a glass to celebrate once he made his choice. Theo wouldn't hole himself up in his room, doing his absolute best to pretend he doesn't belong to this family. Instead, he would sit at the kitchen table, doing crosswords in the daily paper. 3 letters, he'd say, and he'd read the clue. Hope was often found here. And we'd all guess at the answer, God, sky, Arkansas. But Jacob would be the one to get it right. USO. Our boys would be listed on the honor roll quarterly, and people would stare at me when I went shopping for groceries, not because I was the mother of that autistic boy, or worse, the murderer, but because they wished they were as lucky as me. I don't believe in self-pity. I think it's for people who have too much time on their hands. Instead of dreaming of a miracle, you learn to make your own. But the universe has a way of punishing you for your deepest, darkest secrets. And as much as I love my son, as much as Jacob has been the star around which I've orbited, I've had my share of moments when I silently imagined the person I was supposed to be. The one who got lost, somehow, in the daily business of raising an autistic child. Be careful what you wish for. Picture your life without Jacob, and it just may come true. I listened to the testimony today. And yes, as Oliver has said, it's not our turn yet. But I watched the faces of the jury as they stared at Jacob, and I saw the same expression I've seen 1,000 times before. That mental distancing, that subtle acknowledgement that there is something wrong with that boy. Because he doesn't interact the way they do. Because he doesn't grieve the way they do. Because he doesn't move or speak the way they do. I fought so hard to have Jacob mainstreamed at school. Not just so that he could see the way other kids behaved, but because other kids needed to see him, and to learn that different isn't synonymous with bad. But I can't say, honestly, that his classmates ever learned that lesson. They gave Jacob enough rope to hang himself in social situations, and then set the blame squarely on his shoulders. And now, after all that work to shoehorn him into an ordinary school setting, he's in a courtroom peppered with accommodations for his special needs. His only chance at acquittal hinges on his diagnosis on the spectrum. To insist that he's just like anyone else, at this moment, would be a sure prison sentence. After years of refusing to make excuses for Jacob's Asperger's, this is the only chance he has. And suddenly, I'm running, as if my life depends on it. It's after 2 a.m. and the pizza parlor is dark. The closed sign flipped on the door. But in the tiny window above, a light is burning. I open the door to the narrow staircase that leads to the law office, climb the steps, knock. Oliver answers, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt that has an old, faded picture of a man with furry, ursine arms. "Support the Second Amendment," it reads. His eyes are bloodshot, and he has ink stains on his hands. "Emma?" he says. "Is everything okay?" "No," I say, pushing past him. There are takeout containers on the floor, and an empty 2-liter jug of Mountain Dew lies on its side. Thor, the dog, is asleep with his chin notched over the green plastic bottle. "No, everything's not okay." I face him again, my voice catching. "It's 2 a.m. I'm in my pajamas. I just ran here." "You ran here?" "And my son's going to prison, so, no, Oliver, everything's not okay." "Jacob's going to get acquitted." "Oliver," I say, "tell me the truth." He moves a stack of papers off the couch and sits down heavily. "You know why I'm awake at 2 a.m? I'm trying to write my opening statement. Want to hear what I've got so far?" He lifts up the paper he's holding. "Ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Hunt is..." He stops. "Is what?" "I don't know," Oliver says. He crumples it into a ball, and I know he's thinking of Jacob's meltdown just like I am. "I don't fucking know. Jacob Hunt is saddled with an attorney who should have stayed a farrier, that's what. I shouldn't have said yes to you. I shouldn't have gone to the police station. I should have given you the name of some guy who can do criminal law in his sleep, instead of pretending a novice like me might have half a chance of pulling this off." "If this is your way of trying to make me feel better, you're doing a really lousy job," I tell him. "I told you I suck at this." "Well, at least now you're being honest." I sit down beside him on the couch. "You want honest?" Oliver says. "I have no idea that jury is going to buy the defense. I'm scared. Of losing, of the judge laughing me out of court as a total sham." "I'm scared all the time," I admit. "Everyone thinks I'm the mother who never gives up, that I'd drag Jacob back from the edge of hell 100 times if I had to. But some mornings I just want to pull the covers over my head and stay in bed." "Most mornings I want to do that," Oliver says, and I swallow a smile. We're leaning against the back of the couch. The blue light from the street lamps outside turns us both into ghosts. We aren't in this world anymore, just haunting its edges. "You want to hear something really sad?" I whisper. "You're my best friend." "You're right. That is really sad." Oliver grins. That's not what I meant.
Are we still playing True Confessions?
He asks. Is that what we're doing? He reaches toward me and rubs a strand of my hair between his fingers.
I think you're beautiful, Oliver says. Inside and out.
He leans forward the tiniest bit and breathes in, closing his eyes, before he lets the hair fall back against my cheek. I feel it inside me, as if I've been shocked. I don't pull away. I don't want to pull away. I don't know what to say, I stammer. Oliver's eyes light up.
Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine, he quotes.
He moves slowly, so that I know what's coming, and kisses me. I should be with Jacob. By court order, I'm already breaking rules. What's one more? His teeth catch my lip. He tastes like sugar.
Jelly beans, he murmurs against my ear. My biggest vice, after this.
I tangle my hands in his hair. It's thick and golden, wild. Oliver, I gasp, as he slides his hands under my camisole. His fingers span my ribs. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to sleep with your clients.
You're not my client, he says, and I'm not nearly as attracted to Jacob.
He peels back the cardigan I'm wearing. My skin burns. I cannot remember the last time someone treated me as if I were the hallowed museum piece that he had received permission to touch. Somehow, we've inched ourselves down onto the couch. My head falls to the side, along with my best intentions, when his mouth closes over my breast. I find myself staring directly into Thor's eyes. The dog. Oliver lifts his head. Jesus, he says, and he stands up, grabbing Thor like a football in one arm.
You've got lousy timing.
He opens a closet and tosses a handful of milk bones on a pillow inside, then sets Thor down and closes the door. When he turns around again, I draw in my breath.
Somehow his t-shirt has gotten lost between the cushions.
His shoulders are wide and strong, his waist tapered, his sweats riding low. He has the easy beauty of someone young enough to dismiss how lucky he is to look like that without trying. Me, on the other hand, I'm lying on a ratty couch in a cramped room with a jealous dog in the nearby closet, with freckles and wrinkles and 15 more pounds than I ought to have, and... Don't, Oliver says softly, as I pull the edges of my cardigan together again. He sits down on the edge of the couch beside me.
Or I will have to kill Thor.
Oliver, you could have any girl you want, any girl your age.
You know what young wine is? Grape juice. There are some things worth the wait.
That argument would have been much more convincing coming from someone who hadn't just finished off a trough of Mountain Dew. He kisses me again.
Shut the hell up, Emma,
he says amiably, and he puts his hands over mine, where they rest on the edges of my sweater. It's been forever. The words are quiet, hidden against his shoulder.
That's because, Oliver says, you were waiting for me.
He slips aside the sweater again and kisses my collarbone.
Emma, is everything okay?
He asks, for the second time this night. Except this time, I say yes. I should have gotten rid of the king-size bed. There is something horribly depressing about it only having to tuck in half the sheets each morning, because the other side always remains pristine. I never cross the Mason-Dixon line of my marriage and sleep every now and then on Henry's side. I've left it for him, for whoever might take his place. That turned out to be Theo, during thunderstorms when he was afraid, or Jacob when he was sick and I wanted to keep an eye on him. I told myself that I liked the extra space anyway, that I deserved to spread out if I wanted to, even though I have always slept curled on my side like a fiddlehead fern. Which is why, I suppose, it feels perfect when the pink fingers of the morning stroke the sheet that Oliver's tossed over us sometime in the night, and I realize that he's curled around me, a comma, his knees tucked up behind mine and his arm tight around my waist. I shift, but instead of letting me go, Oliver tightens his grasp.
"What time is it?"
he murmurs. 5:30. I turn in his embrace so that I'm facing him. There's stubble on his cheeks and his chin. "Oliver, listen." His eyes squint open. "No." "No, you're not going to listen," or "No, you're not Oliver?"
"I'm not going to listen," he replies. "It wasn't a mistake, and it wasn't just a one-time what-the-hell night. And if you keep fighting me on this, I'll make sure you read the fine print on the retainer you signed, which very clearly states that the attorney's sexual services are included in the fee."
"I was going to tell you to come over for breakfast," I say dryly. Oliver blinks at me.
"Oh."
"It's Thursday, brown day. Gluten-free bagels?"
"I prefer everything," he answers, and then he blushes. "But I guess I made that fairly obvious last night."
I used to wake up in the morning and lie in bed for 30 seconds, when whatever I had dreamed might still be possible, before I remembered that I had to get up and make whatever breakfast fit the color code, and wonder whether we would survive the day without some schedule change or noise or social conundrum triggering a meltdown. I had 30 seconds when the future was something I anticipated, not feared. I wrap my arms around Oliver's neck and kiss him. Even knowing that, in 4.5 hours, this trial will start again. Even knowing that I have to hurry home before Jacob realizes I'm missing. Even knowing that I have likely made a mess of things by doing what I've done, I've figured out a way to stretch those 30 seconds of bliss into one long, lovely moment. 3 letters, a place where hope was found. Joy. Him. Yes. If this happened, well, maybe anything can. He puts his hands on my shoulders and gently pushes me away.
"You have no idea how much it's killing me to say no," Oliver says. "But I've got an opening argument to write, and my client's mother is, well, incredibly demanding."
"No kidding," I say. He sits up and pulls my camisole out from under his head, helps me stretch it over my head.
"This isn't nearly as much fun in reverse," he points out.
We both dress, and then Oliver frees Thor from his banishment and hooks a leash onto his collar, offering to walk me partway home. We're the only people on the streets at this hour. I feel like an idiot, I say, glancing down at my slippers and my pajama bottoms.
"You look like a college student."
I roll my eyes. You are such a liar.
"You mean lawyer."
Is there a difference? I stop walking and look up at him. this, I say. Not in front of Jacob. Oliver doesn't pretend to misunderstand me. He keeps walking, tugging at Thor's leash. "All right," he says. We part ways at the skateboarding park, and I walk quickly with my head ducked against the wind and the view of drivers and passing cars. Every now and then, a smile bubbles up from inside me, rising to the surface. The closer I get to home, the more inappropriate that feels, as if I'm cheating somehow, as if I have the audacity to be someone other than the mother I'm expected to be. By 6:15, I'm turning the corner of my street, relieved. Jacob wakes up like clockwork at 6:30. He'll be none the wiser. But as I get closer, I see that the lights are on in the house, and my heart skips a beat. I start running, panicked. What if something happened to Jacob in the middle of the night? How stupid have I been, leaving him? I hadn't scribbled a note, I hadn't taken my cell phone, and as I throw open the front door, I'm nearly bent double by the weight of what might have gone wrong. Jacob stands at the kitchen counter, already making his own brown breakfast. There are 2 place settings. "Mom," he blurts, excited. "You'll never guess who's here." Before I can, though, I hear the downstairs toilet flush and the running of the faucet and the footsteps of the guest, who enters the kitchen with an uncomfortable smile. "Henry?" I say.
Case 10. Wouldn't you like to get away with murder? On November 19th, 1986, Hella Crafts, a Pan Am flight attendant from Connecticut, disappeared. Her husband was suspected shortly after she vanished. Richard Crafts told authorities that he hadn't left the house on November 19th, but credit card records showed that he'd purchased new bedding. Shortly before his wife disappeared, he also bought a large freezer and rented a wood chipper. When a witness recalled seeing a wood chipper near the Housatonic River, police searched the Crafts' home. Blood found on the mattress matched Hella's. A letter addressed to Hella was found near the Housatonic, and divers recovered a chainsaw and cutting bar, which still had human hair and tissue in its jaws. Based on this, a more thorough evidence search was begun. Here's what they found: 2,660 hairs, 1 fingernail, 1 toenail, 1 tooth cap, 5 droplets of blood. A fingernail in a U-Haul rented by Crafts chemically matched nail polish in Hella's bathroom, too, but it was thrown out of court because of the lack of a search warrant. From this evidence, in 1989, Crafts was found guilty of his wife's murder and sentenced to 99 years in prison. This case made Dr. Henry Lee famous. Leave it to him, a forensic hero, to secure a murder conviction even without a body.
Chapter 10. Emma. For just a moment, I'm certain that I'm hallucinating. My ex-husband is not standing in my kitchen, is not coming forward to awkwardly kiss my cheek. "What are you doing here?" I demand. He looks at Jacob, who's pouring chocolate soy milk into a glass. "For once in my life, I wanted to do the right thing," Henry says. I fold my arms. "Don't flatter yourself, Henry. This has less to do with Jacob than it does with your own guilt." "Wow," he says. "Some things never change." "What's that supposed to mean?" "No one's allowed to be a better parent than you are. You have to be the gold standard, and if you're not, you'll cut everyone else down to make sure of it." That's pretty funny coming from a man who hasn't seen his son in years. 3 years, 6 months, and 4 days, Jacob says. I had forgotten he was still in the room.
We went out to dinner in Boston because you flew in for work, you ate beef tenderloin, and you sent it back because it was too rare at first.
Henry and I look at each other. Jacob, I say, why don't you go upstairs and take the first shower?
What about breakfast?
You can eat it when you come back down. Jacob hustles upstairs, leaving me alone with Henry. You have got to be kidding, I say, furious. You think you can just show up here like some white knight and save the day?
Considering that I'm the one who cut the check for the lawyer,
Henry says,
I have a right to make sure he's doing his job.
That, of course, makes me think of Oliver and the things we did that were not job-related. Look, Henry says, the bluster falling from him like snow from a tree limb.
I didn't come here to make things more difficult for you, Emma. I came to help.
You don't just get to be their father now because your conscience reared its ugly head. You're either a father 24/7 or not at all.
Why don't we ask the kids if they want me to stick around or leave?
Oh, right. That's like dangling a brand new video game in front of them. You're a novelty, Henry.
He smiles a little. Can't remember the last time I've been accused of that.
There's a commotion as Theo clatters down the stairs.
Wow, you are here, he says. Weird. It's because of you, Henry replies. After you came all the way to see me, I realized I couldn't sit at home and pretend this wasn't happening.
Theo snorts a laugh.
Why not? I do it all the time.
I'm not listening to this, I say, moving around the kitchen. We have to be in court by 9:30.
I'll come, Henry said, for moral support.
Thank you so much, I say dryly. I don't know how I'd get through the day if you weren't here.
Oh, wait, I've gotten through 5,000 days without you here.
Theo skirts between us and opens the refrigerator. He pulls out a carton of grapefruit juice and drinks directly from it.
Gosh, what a happy little family unit we are.
He glances overhead as the water in the pipe stops running.
I'd call the shower next,
he says, and he heads back upstairs. I sink down into a chair. So, how does this work? You sit in the courtroom and act concerned while your real family is waiting just outside the escape hatch?
That's not fair, Emma.
Nothing's fair.
I'm here for as long as I need to be. Meg understands that I've got a responsibility to Jacob.
Right, a responsibility. But somehow she's neglected to invite him to sunny California to meet his stepsisters.
Jacob won't get on a plane, and you know it.
So your plan is to just come step into his life and then step out of it again after the trial?
I don't have a plan.
What about afterward?
That's why I came.
He takes a step closer.
If the worst happens and Jacob doesn't come home, well, I know you'll be there for him to lean on, Henry says. But I thought you might need someone to lean on, too.
There are 100 comebacks running through my head, most of which ask why I would trust him now when he has a track record of abandoning me. But instead I shake my head.
Jacob's coming home, I say. Emma, you have to...
I hold up the flat of my hand, as if I can stop his words midstream. Help yourself to breakfast. I need to get dressed. I leave him sitting in the kitchen, and I go upstairs to my bedroom. Through the wall I can hear Theo singing in the shower. I sit down on the bed, clasp my hands between my knees. When the boys were little, we had house rules. I'd write them on the bathroom mirror when they were in the tub so that the next time the room steamed up, they would magically appear. Commandments for a toddler and his painfully literal autistic brother, laws that were not to be broken. 1. Clean up your own messes. 2. Tell the truth. 3. Brush your teeth twice a day. 4. Don't be late for school. 5. Take care of your brother. He's the only one you've got. One night, Jacob had asked me if I had to follow the rules too, and I said yes. But, he pointed out, you don't have a brother. Then I will take care of you, I said. However, I didn't. Oliver will stand up in court today, and maybe the next day and the next, and try to accomplish what I have unsuccessfully tried to do for 18 years now. Make strangers understand what it's like to be my son. Make them feel sympathy for a child who cannot feel it himself. When Theo's done in the bathroom, I go in. The air is still thick with heat and steam. The mirror's fogged. I can't see the tears on my face, but it's for the best. Because I may know my son, and I may believe viscerally that he is not a murderer. But the odds of a jury seeing this as clearly as I do are minimal. Because no matter what I tell Henry, or myself for that matter, I know that Jacob isn't coming home.
Jacob. Theo is still getting dressed when I knock on his door. "What the fuck, dude?" he says, holding up a towel to his body. I close my eyes until he tells me it's okay to look, and then I walk into his room. "I need help with my tie," I say. I'm very proud of the fact that I got dressed today without any issues. I was a little freaked out by the buttons on the shirt, which felt like hot coals on my chest, but I put on a t-shirt underneath, and now it isn't quite as painful. Theo stands in front of me in his jeans and a sweatshirt. I wish I could wear that to the courthouse. He straightens my collar and starts to loop the ends of the tie around and around so that it will be a tie instead of the knot I've managed to make twice. The tie is like a long, skinny knit scarf. I like it a lot more than the stupid striped thing Oliver made me wear yesterday. "There you go," Theo says. Then he hunches his shoulders. "So, what do you think about Dad?" "I don't think about Dad," I say. "I mean, about him being here?" "Oh," I say. "I guess it's good." In reality, I don't think it's either good or bad. It's not as if it's going to make much difference after all, but it seems like normal people would have a more positive reaction to seeing a close family member. And he did travel 3,000 miles on a plane, so I have to give him credit for that. I thought Mom was going to blow her stack. I don't know what he means by that, but I nod and smile at him. You'd be surprised how far that response can get you in a conversation where you're completely confused. "Do you remember him?" Theo asks. "He called on my birthday, and that was only 3.5 months ago." "No," Theo interrupts. "I mean, do you remember him from back then, when he lived with us?" I do, actually. I remember being in bed between him and my mother, and holding my hand up to his cheek while he slept. It was scratchy with incoming beard, and the texture used to intrigue me. Plus, I liked the sound it made when he scraped it. I remember his briefcase. He had floppy disks inside in different colors that I liked to sort by spectrum, and paper clips in a small container that I would line up on the floor of his office while he worked. Sometimes, though, when he was doing programming and got stuck or excited, he yelled. And that usually made me yell, and he would call for my mother to take me so that he could get some work done. He took me apple picking once, I say. He let me ride on his shoulders and showed me how the apple pickers get the apples out of their baskets without bruising them. For a while, I kept a list of apple facts as I learned them, because what I remembered about my father was that he at least had a passing interest in pomology, enough of one to take me out to an orchard for the day. I know, for example, that 1. The world's top apple producers are China, the United States, Turkey, Poland, and Italy. 2. It takes about 36 apples to create a gallon of cider. 3. Red Delicious is the most widely grown variety in the United States. 4. It takes the energy of 50 leaves to produce a single apple. 5. The largest apple ever picked weighed 3 pounds. 6. Apples float because a quarter of their volume is air. 7. Apple trees are related to roses. 8. Archaeologists have found evidence of apples being eaten as early as 6,500 BC. That's cool, Theo says. I don't remember anything about him at all. I know why. It's because Theo was only a few months old when my father left. I don't remember that day, but I do remember a lot leading up to it. My mother and father often fought right in front of me. I was there, but I wasn't there. Those were the days when I would find myself completely entranced by the static on the television screen, or the lever of the toaster. My parents assumed that I wasn't paying attention, but that isn't the way it works. I could hear and see and smell and feel everything at once back then, which is why I had to focus so hard to pay attention to only one of the stimuli. I've always sort of pictured it like a movie. Imagine a camera that can record the entire world at once, every sight, every sound. That's very impressive, but it isn't particularly useful if you want to specifically hear a conversation between two people, or see a ball coming toward you while you're standing at bat. And yet, I couldn't change the brain I'd been born with, so instead I learned how to narrow the world with makeshift blinders, until all I noticed was what I wanted to notice. That's autism, for those who've never been there themselves. Anyway, this is also why, even though my parents might have assumed my attention was otherwise occupied, I can remember the fights they had verbatim. You remember me, Emma? I live here too. For God's sake, Henry, are you really jealous of the time I spend with your own son? And I don't care how we're going to pay for it. I'm not going to pass up a treatment for Jacob just because... Because what? Say it. You don't think I make enough money. Your words, not mine. And I want to come home from my fucking job to my fucking house and not have 10 fucking strangers on my living room floor. Is that so much to ask? Those strangers are the ones who are going to bring Jacob back to us. Wake up, Emma. He is what he is. There's not some miracle locked inside him waiting to come out. And you've worked late every night this week. Well, what have I got to come home to? And what do you mean you're pregnant? We said no more. We already have too much on our plate. I didn't exactly get pregnant by myself, you know. You'd know. You're the one who takes the pills. You think I tricked you? Jesus, Henry, I'm glad to know you think so highly of me. Just get out. Get out of here. And one day, he did. Suddenly, my father knocks on Theo's door and pokes his head into the room. Boys, he says, how are you doing? Neither of us says a word. Jacob, he asks, can we talk? We sit down in my room, with me on the bed and my father on my desk chair. "Are you okay with me being here?" I look around. He isn't messing anything up on my desk, so I nod. This makes him feel better, I think, because his shoulders relax. "I owe you an apology," he says. "I don't really know how to put this into words." "That happens to me," I tell him. He smiles a little and shakes his head. Theo looks so much like him. I've heard this all my life from my mother, but now I can also see that there's a lot of my father that reminds me of me. Like the way he ducks his head before he starts a sentence, and how he drums his fingers on his thighs. "I wanted to apologize to you, Jacob," he says. "There are some people, like your mother, who just won't give up. I'm not one of those people. I'm not saying it's an excuse, only a fact. I knew enough about myself even back then to understand that this wasn't a situation I could handle." "By this," I say, "you mean me." He hesitates, and then he nods. "I don't know as much about Asperger's as your mother does," he says. "But I think maybe we've all got something in us that keeps us from connecting to people, even when we want to." I like the concept that Asperger's is like a flavoring added to a person, and although my concentration is higher than those of others, if tested, everyone else would have traces of this condition too. I make myself look my father in the eye. "Did you know apples can rust?" I say. "No," he says, his voice softer. "No, I did not." In addition to the list of apple facts, I've kept another list for my father, of questions I might ask if the chance arose. 1. If it hadn't been for me, would you have stayed? 2. Were you ever sorry you left? 3. Do you think one day we could be friends? 4. If I promised to try harder, would you consider coming back? It's worthwhile to note that while we were sitting in my room, we discussed apples, the medical examiner's testimony of yesterday, and the article in Wired magazine about whether Asperger's was on the rise in Silicon Valley due to the preponderance of math and science genes in the geographical area. Yet I didn't ask him a single one of these questions, which are still on a list in the back of my bottommost left desk drawer. We all ride to the courthouse together in my father's rental car. It's silver and smells like pine trees. I'm sitting in my usual seat in the back behind my father, who's driving. My mother sits next to him, and Theo's beside me. As we drive, I look at the spaces between the power lines on the telephone poles, which narrow at the ends and then widen in the middle, like giant canoes. We're 5 minutes from the courthouse when my mother's cell phone rings. She nearly drops it before she manages to answer the call. "I'm fine," she says, but her face gets red. "We'll meet you in the parking lot." I suppose I should be nervous, but I'm actually excited. Today is the day that Oliver gets to tell everyone the truth about what I did. "Now, Jacob," my mother says, "you remember the rules." "Let Oliver do the talking," I mutter. "Pass him a note if I need a break. I'm not a moron, Mom." "That's a matter of opinion," Theo says. She twists around in her seat. Her pupils are large and dark, and a pulse beats in the hollow of her throat. "It's going to be harder for you today," she says quietly. "You're going to hear things said about you that might not make sense. Things that maybe you even think aren't true. But just remember, Oliver knows what he's doing." "Is Jacob testifying?" my father asks. My mother turns to him. "What do you think?" "I was just asking, for God's sake." "Well, you can't come in at the third act and expect me to tell you what you've missed," she snaps. And silence fills the car like sarin gas. I start to whisper the Fibonacci sequence under my breath to make myself feel better. And Theo must feel the same way because he says, "So, are we there yet?" And then laughs hysterically as if he's told a really funny joke. As we drive in, Oliver is leaning against his truck. It's an old pickup that, he says, is more suited to a farrier than an attorney, but it still gets him from point A to point B. We're parked in the back of the courthouse, away from the cameras and the television news vans. He glances up as we drive by. But this isn't my mother's car, so he doesn't realize it's us. It isn't until we park and step out of the rental car that Oliver sees my mother and comes forward with a big smile on his face. And then he notices my dad. "Oliver," my mother says, "this is my ex-husband, Henry." "Are you kidding?" Oliver looks at my mother. My father sticks out his hand to shake Oliver's. "Nice to meet you." Right. Pleasure." Then he turns to me. "Oh, for the love of God, Emma, I can't let him go into the courtroom like this." I look down. I'm wearing brown corduroy pants and a brown shirt, with a brown tweed blazer and the stretchy brown tie that Theo tied for me. "It's Thursday, and he's dressed in a jacket and tie," my mother says tightly. "You might imagine that this morning I had a lot on my plate." Oliver turns to my father. "What does he look like to you?" "A UPS driver?" my father says. "I was thinking Nazi." Oliver shakes his head. "We don't have time for you to go home and change, and you're too big to fit into my—" Suddenly, he breaks off and sizes up my father with one glance. "Go trade shirts with him in the bathroom." "But it's white," I say. "Exactly. The look we're going for is not modern-day serial killer, Jake." My father glances at my mother. "See?" he says. "Aren't you glad I came?" The first day I met Jess for social skills training, I happened to be fearing for my very life. I had been in Mrs. Wicklow's English class that year. It wasn't a particularly interesting class, and Mrs. Wicklow had the bad fortune to have a face that looked a little like a sweet potato, long and narrow, with a few sprouting hairs at the chin and an orange spray-on tan. But she always let me read aloud when we were doing plays, even if I sometimes had trouble remembering my place. And the time I forgot my notebook, on the day of the open book exam, she let me take it the next day. One day, when she was out with the flu, a boy in the class named Sawyer Trigg, who had been suspended once for bringing NyQuil to school to sell in the cafeteria, ignored the substitute teacher and plucked bits of the spider plant off, then stuck it to his chin with gum. He jammed wadded-up paper under his shirt and started prancing through the aisles between our desks. "I'm Mrs. Wicklow," he said, and everyone laughed. I laughed too, but only to fit in. Because you're supposed to respect teachers even if they're not there. So when Mrs. Wicklow came back, I told her what Sawyer had been doing, and she sent him to the principal. Later that day, he slammed me up against my locker and said, "I could fucking kill you, Hunt." Well, I spent the rest of the day in an utter panic. Because he could kill me, I had no doubt of that. And when Jess arrived at the school to meet me for the first time, I had a butter knife in my pocket, stolen from the cafeteria. The best I could do on short notice, just in case Sawyer Trigg was lurking in the shadows of the hallways. She told me that what I said to her was private, and that she wouldn't tell my mother about anything I wanted to keep a secret between us. I liked that. It sounded like having a best friend, at least the way it's always portrayed on television. But I was too distracted to comment. Jacob?" Jess said, when she caught me looking over my shoulder for the 8th time. "Is everything okay?" That was when I told her everything about Mrs. Wicklow and Sawyer Trigg. She shook her head. He's not going to kill you. But he said, that's his way of letting you know he's mad at you for tattling on him. You're not supposed to make fun of teachers. You're not supposed to tell on your peers either, Jess said, especially if you want them to like you. I mean, Mrs. Wicklow has to be nice to you. It's part of her contract. But you have to earn the trust of your classmates. And you just lost that. She leaned forward. There are all kinds of rules, Jacob. Some of them are explicit, like not making fun of teachers. But others are like secrets. They're the ones you're supposed to know, even if they never get said. That was exactly what I never seemed to understand. Those unwritten rules that other people seemed to pick up as if they had a social radar device that was missing in my own brain. Did you laugh when Sawyer made fun of Mrs. Wicklow? Yes. He thought you were on his side, that you were enjoying the performance, so imagine how he felt when you tattled on him. I stared at Jess. I wasn't Sawyer, and I had been adhering to a rule, whereas he was deliberately breaking one. I can't, I said. A few minutes later, my mother came to pick me up. Hello, she said, smiling at Jess. How did it go? Jess looked at me, making sure she caught my eye. Then she turned to my mother. Jacob got another boy in trouble today. Oh, and he stole a knife from the school cafeteria. I felt my heart go to stone in my chest, and my mouth was dry as cotton. I thought this girl was going to be my friend, was going to keep my secrets. And the first thing she did was turn around and tell my mother everything that had happened today? I was furious. I never wanted to see her again. And I felt soft and spongy in my stomach, too, as if I had just gotten off an amusement park ride, because I knew my mother was going to want to follow up on this conversation on the drive home. Jess touched my arm to get my attention. That, she said, is how Sawyer felt. And I will never do that to you again. Will you? The next day, I went to school, and I waited near Sawyer's locker. What are you doing here, prick? He asked. I'm sorry, I told him, and I really, truly meant it. Maybe it was my face, or the tone of my voice, or just the fact that I sought him out. But he stood there for a second, with his locker open, and then he shrugged. Whatever, Sawyer said. I decided that this was his way of saying thanks. Are you still thinking of killing me? He shook his head and laughed. I don't think so. I'm telling you, Jess Ogilvy was the best teacher I've ever had. And she would have understood, better than anyone, why I had to do what I did.
Oliver. What happened last night was the single most remarkable experience of my sexual history, unless you count the time I was a sophomore in college and got a letter published in Penthouse. The difference being, of course, that that was fictional, whereas last night really happened. I've been thinking about it. Okay, I've been thinking of nothing but it. Once Emma and I had both admitted our biggest fears to each other, we were on equal footing. Vulnerability trumps age. When you're emotionally bare, the leap to being physically bare isn't all that far. I woke up this morning with her hair loose over my arm and her body warm against mine, and I decided that I didn't care if she had slept with me out of desperation or frustration or even distraction. I wasn't going to let her go. I had charted every inch of her last night. I wanted to return to that territory until I knew it better than anyone ever had or ever would. Which meant I had to get her son acquitted, because otherwise she'd never want to see me again. To that end, I came to court this morning intending to give Jacob the best defense in the history of the state of Vermont. I was single-minded and focused and determined, until I saw her emerge from another man's car. Her ex's. He has a right to be here, I suppose. He's Jacob's father. But Emma had led me to believe that he wasn't really in the picture. I don't like the way Henry held on to her when we were walking up the steps of the courthouse. I don't like the fact that he's bigger than I am. I don't like the fact that the one time I touched Emma's arm as we were about to come into the courtroom, Theo saw me do it, and his brows shot up to his hairline, so I had to immediately pretend it was an accidental brush of the hand. I really don't like the fact that I'm preoccupied with Emma when I ought to be focused solely on her son. As the jury files in, I take my seat beside Jacob. He looks like he's had 60 cups of coffee. He's bouncing, even though he's seated next to me at the defense table. Emma is on his right side, and I swear, I can feel the heat of her skin, even with her son between us. "I don't like this," Jacob mutters. "You and me both, kid, I think." "What don't you like?" "Her hair." "Whose hair?" "Hers," Jacob says, and he points to Helen Sharp without glancing at her. Today the prosecutor is wearing her hair loose around her face. It's auburn and brushes her shoulders. It actually makes her look almost compassionate, although I know better. "Well," I say, "it could be worse." "How?" "It could be longer." This makes me think of Emma last night, with her hair free and falling down her back. I'd never seen it like that, because of Jacob. "It's a bad omen," Jacob says, and his fingers flutter on his thigh. "There seems to be a lot of that going around," I say, and I turn to Emma. "What's Henry doing here?" She shakes her head. "He showed up this morning when I was out for my run," she stresses, and doesn't meet my eye. Conversation closed. "Make sure you tell the truth," Jacob states, and Emma and I both jerk our heads toward him. Is Jacob more intuitive than either of us gave him credit for? "All rise," the bailiff says, and the judge strides in from his chambers. "If the defense wishes to deliver an opening statement," Judge Cutting says, "you may begin." I would have preferred to give my opening statement back when Helen had given hers, so that the whole time the jury was watching Jacob's reactions during the prosecution's turn, they could have been thinking his inappropriate effect was because he has Asperger's, not because he is a sociopathic killer. But the judge didn't give me that opportunity, and so now I just have to leave an impression that's twice as deep. "The truth," Jacob whispers again. "You'll tell them what happened, right?" He is talking about the jury, I realize. He is talking about Jess's murder. And there is so much riding on that one question that suddenly I have no idea how to answer Jacob without it becoming a lie. I hesitate, and then take a deep breath. "Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya," I murmur to Jacob. "You killed my father. Prepare to die." I know he's grinning as I stand up and face the jury. During a trial, lawyers ask the jury to see in shades of gray. You're supposed to look at both sides of an issue, to not prejudge anything, to wait until you've heard all the evidence to make a decision. The judge has instructed you to do this, and will instruct you to do this again at the end of the trial. I walk toward them. But Jacob Hunt doesn't know how to do that. He can't see shades of gray. To him, the world is black or white. For example, if you ask Jacob to pitch a tent, he will toss it at you. Part of Jacob's diagnosis with Asperger's syndrome means that he won't understand the concept of a metaphor. To him, the world is a literal place. I glance over my shoulder at Jacob, who's staring down at the table. You might have also noticed that yesterday, during this trial, Jacob didn't look the witnesses in the eye, or that he didn't show much emotion when the prosecution enumerated the horrors of a murder scene, or that he might not be able to sit through testimony for long periods of time and needs a break in that room in the back. In fact, there may be many moments during this trial where it seems to you that Jacob is acting rudely or immaturely, or even in a manner that makes him appear guilty. But, ladies and gentlemen, Jacob cannot help it. Those behaviors are all hallmarks of Asperger's syndrome, a neurological disorder on the autism spectrum with which Jacob's been diagnosed. People with Asperger's might have a normal or even exceptional IQ, but will also show severe deficiencies in social and communication skills. They might be obsessed by routine or rules, or be fixated on a certain subject. They can't read expressions very well, or body language. They are overly sensitive to lights, textures, smells, and sounds. You are going to hear from Jacob's doctors and his mother about his limitations, and how they've tried hard to help Jacob overcome them. Part of what you're going to hear is Jacob's very concrete sense of what's right and what's wrong. In his world, rules are not just important, they're infallible. And yet, he has no understanding of the underlying bases of those rules. He can't tell you how his behavior might affect another person, because it is impossible for Jacob to put himself in someone else's metaphorical shoes. He might be able to recite to you every line from Crime Busters episode 44, but he can't tell you why the mother is upset in scene 7 of the show, or how the loss of a child impacted the parents in that show. If you ask Jacob, he can't explain it. Not because he doesn't want to, and not because he's a sociopath, but because his brain simply doesn't function that way. I walk behind the defense table and put my hand lightly on Jacob's shoulder. Immediately he flinches, just like I figured, beneath the jury's watchful eye. If you spend some time with Jacob, I say, you'll probably think there's something different about him. Something you can't quite put your finger on. He may seem odd or quirky, but you probably also won't think of him as insane. After all, he can hold a legitimate conversation with you. He knows more about certain subjects than I'll ever know. He isn't running around listening to voices in his head or setting small animals on fire. But the definition of legal insanity, ladies and gentlemen, is very different than what we typically think of when we think of the word insanity. It says that, at the moment an act was committed, the defendant, as a result of a severe mental disease or defect, was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of his acts. What that means is that a person with a neurological disorder like Asperger's who commits a crime, a person like Jacob, can't be held responsible in the same way you or I should be held responsible. And what you will hear from the witnesses for the defense is proof that having Asperger's syndrome makes it impossible for Jacob to understand how his actions might cause harm to someone else. You will hear how having Asperger's syndrome might lead a person like Jacob to have an idiosyncratic interest that becomes overwhelming and obsessive. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that having Asperger's syndrome impaired Jacob's ability to understand that what he did to Jess Ogilvy was wrong. Behind me, I hear whispering. From the corner of my eye, I see a dozen notes stacked on my side of the defense table. Jacob is rocking back and forth, his mouth tight. After a minute, he starts to write notes to Emma as well. No one is suggesting that Jess Ogilvy's death is anything less than a tragedy, and our sympathies must lie with her family. But don't compound that tragedy by creating a second victim. I nod and sit back down at the table. The notes are brief and angry. No. You have to tell them. What I did was right. I lean toward my client. Just trust me, I say.
Theo. Yesterday I was sitting alone in the back of the courtroom, squished between a woman who was knitting a newborn baby cap and a man in a tweed jacket who kept texting on his phone during the testimony. No one knew who I was, and I liked it that way. After Jacob's first sensory break, when I went to the little curtained room and the bailiff let me slip inside, my secret identity was not so much of a secret anymore. The knitting woman, I noticed, moved to a spot on the other side of the courtroom, as if I had some dread contagious disease, instead of just a last name shared with the defendant. The man in the tweed coat, though, stopped texting. He kept asking me questions. Had Jacob ever been violent before? Did he have the hots for Jess Ogilvy? Did she turn him down? It didn't take long for me to figure out that he was some kind of reporter, and after that, I just stood in the back near one of the bailiffs. Today, I'm sitting next to my father, a guy I don't know at all. When Oliver starts talking, my father leans toward me. What do you know about this guy? He likes long walks on the beach, and he's a Scorpio, I say. Here's what I really know. Oliver was rubbing my mom's arm today. Not in the "oh, you're about to fall, are you okay" way, but in a sweet child of mine mode. What the fuck is that all about? He's supposed to be saving my brother's ass, not hitting on my mother. I know I should be relieved that my father is here, but actually I'm not. I'm sitting here wondering why we are spectators in a murder trial, instead of on the first baseline at Fenway, watching the Sox play. I'm wondering how I learned to tie a tie, like I did for Jacob today, considering that my own father wasn't the one to teach it to me. I'm wondering why sharing the same DNA with a person doesn't make you automatically feel like you have something in common. As soon as Oliver finishes his statement, I turn to my father. I don't know how to fish, I say. I mean, I wouldn't know how to stick a worm on a hook, or how to use a pole, or anything like that. He just stares at me, frowning a little. It would have been cool if we'd fished, I say. You know, like in that pond behind the school. This, of course, is just plain stupid. I was 6 months old when my father left us. I could barely hold myself upright, much less a fishing pole. My father ducks his head. I get seasick, he says. Even just standing on a dock. Always have. After that, we don't really talk at all. I went to Dr. Moon once. My mother thought it would be a good idea for me to talk to a shrink about feelings I might be having, given the fact that my brother sucked up all the time and energy in our household like some giant karmic Hoover. I can't say I remember much about her, except that she smelled like incense and told me I could take off my shoes, because she herself could think better without shoes, and maybe I would too. On the other hand, I do still remember what we talked about. She said that sometimes it would be hard for me to be the younger brother because I had to do all the stuff the older brother usually did. She told me that this might frustrate Jacob and make him mad, and that would make him act even more immature. In this, she was the psychological equivalent of a weather forecast. She could tell me with precise probability what was coming, but she was completely unequipped to help me prepare for the storm. She looks different on the witness stand than she does when she's at her office. For example, she's wearing a business suit, and her crazy long hair is tamed into a bun. Oh, and she's wearing shoes. At first, Jacob was diagnosed with general autism spectrum disorder. Then we tweaked his diagnosis to pervasive developmental disorder. It wasn't until 6th grade that we amended his diagnosis to Asperger's syndrome, based on his inability to interpret social cues and to interact with peers in spite of his high IQ and verbal ability. For kids Jacob's age, that progression of diagnoses is very common. It doesn't mean he didn't always have Asperger's. He did. It just means that we didn't necessarily have the correct language to label it. Can you give a definition of Asperger's syndrome for people who aren't familiar with it, Doctor? Oliver asks. It's a developmental disorder that affects the way information is processed in the brain, and it's considered to fall at the upper end of the autism spectrum. People with Asperger's are often very intelligent and very competent. In this, they differ from profoundly autistic children who can't communicate at all. But they have crippling disabilities in the area of social interaction. So someone with Asperger's might be smart. Someone with Asperger's might even have a genius-level IQ. However, when it comes to making small talk, he'll be completely inept. He has to be taught social interaction as if it's a foreign language, the way you or I would need to be taught Farsi. Lawyers sometimes have trouble finding friends, Oliver says, raising some laughter on the jury. Does that mean we all have Asperger's? No, Dr. Moon responds. A person with Asperger's desperately wants to fit in, but simply can't understand social behavior that's intuitive to the rest of us. He won't be able to read gestures or facial expressions to assess the mood of the person he's speaking to. He won't be able to interpret a nonverbal cue, such as a yawn signifying boredom, when he's hogging the conversation. He won't be able to understand what someone else is thinking or feeling. That kind of empathy is unnatural to him. He truly is the center of his own universe, and will react based on that principle. For example, I had a patient who caught his sister shoplifting and ratted her out. Not because he thought he was morally responsible to report his sister's crime, but because he didn't want to be known as the boy whose sister had a criminal record. Whatever a child with Asperger's does, he does because he's thinking of how it will affect him, not anyone else. Are there other hallmarks of the disorder? Yes. Someone with Asperger's might have difficulty organizing and prioritizing rules and tasks. He'll tend to focus on details instead of the big picture, and often will become obsessed for months or years at a time by one specific subject. And he can talk about that subject, even if it's a sophisticated topic, for hours at a time. For this reason, the disorder is sometimes referred to as the little professor syndrome. Children with Asperger's speak in such an adult manner, they often get along better with their parents' friends than with their own peers. Does Jacob have that sort of obsessive focus on one subject? Oh, yes. He's had several over the years. Dogs and dinosaurs, and most recently, forensic science. What else might we notice about a person with Asperger's syndrome? He'll adhere slavishly to routine and rules. He's painfully honest. He will dislike making eye contact. He might have hypersensitivity to light or noise or touch or taste. For example, right now, Jacob is probably working very hard to block out the sound of the fluorescent lights in this courtroom, which you and I can't even hear. One moment, a child with Asperger's might present as an extremely bright, if awkward, child, and the next, when his routine is disrupted, he might have a meltdown that lasts between 10 minutes and several hours. Like a toddler's tantrum? Exactly. Except it's a lot more debilitating when the child is 18 and 180 pounds, Dr. Moon says. I can feel my father staring at me, so I turn to him. Does that happen a lot? He whispers. The tantrums? You get used to it, I say, although I'm not sure this is true. In reality, you don't ever change the hurricane. You just learn how to stay out of its path. Oliver is walking toward the jury now. Will Jacob ever be cured of Asperger's? At present, the shrink says, there's no cure for autism. It's not something you outgrow. It's a condition you have forever. Dr. Morano, which of the symptoms you've related here today has Jacob manifested over the years? All of them, she says. Even now? At age 18? Jacob's gotten much better at rolling with the punches if a routine is disrupted, Although it's still upsetting, now he has coping mechanisms he can draw upon. Instead of having a screaming fit like he did at age 4, he'll find a song or a movie and repeat the lyrics or lines over and over. Doctor, this court has allowed Jacob to take sensory breaks when necessary. Can you explain what that is? It's a way for Jacob to get away from the overstimulation that's upsetting him. When he feels like he's spiraling out of control, he can remove himself and go to a place that's quiet and less chaotic. In school, he has a room where he can pull himself together again, and in court, he has the same type of area. Inside are all sorts of materials that Jacob can use to calm himself down, from deep pressure weighted blankets to a rope swing to fiber optic lamps. You said that kids with Asperger's have an affinity for rules. Is that true of Jacob? Yes. For example, Jacob knows that school starts at 8:12 a.m., and because of that rule, he is on time every day. However, one week his mother told him that he would be late for school because he had a dentist appointment. He had a meltdown, put his fist through a wall in his bedroom, and couldn't be calmed down enough to be taken to the dentist. In Jacob's mind, he was being asked to break a rule. He punched a wall. Do kids with Asperger's have a propensity for violence? Oliver asks. That's a myth. In fact, a child with Asperger's is more likely to not misbehave than neurotypical children are, simply because he knows that's the rule. However, a child with Asperger's also has a very low fight-or-flight threshold. If he feels cornered in any way, verbally, physically, or emotionally, he might either run or strike out blindly. Have you ever seen Jacob do that? Yes, Dr. Moon says. At school last year, he was given detention for swearing at a teacher. Apparently, a young woman tricked him into behaving inappropriately by saying she'd be his friend if he did it. Afterward, he retaliated by shoving her and was suspended. What triggered the violent response in Jacob? Being belittled, I imagine. Did you talk to him about the episode? Oliver asks. I did. Did you explain why his violent response wasn't appropriate? Yes. Do you think he understood that what he did was wrong? She hesitates. Jacob's sense of right and wrong isn't based on an internalized moral code. It's based on what he's been told to do or not to do. If you asked him whether it's right to hit someone, he would tell you no. However, he would also tell you that it's wrong to make fun of someone, and in his mind, the young woman broke that rule first. When Jacob hit her, he wasn't thinking of how he might hurt her, or even of how his actions might be going against a rule of behavior. He was thinking of how she'd hurt him, and he simply reacted. Oliver approaches the witness stand. Dr. Morano, if I told you that Jacob had argued with Jess Ogilvy 2 days before she died, and that she'd told him to get lost, how would you think that had affected his behavior? She shakes her head. Jess was very important to Jacob, and if they had a fight, he would have been extremely upset. In going to her house that day, he was clearly manifesting that he didn't know how to behave. He stuck to his routine rather than let the argument run its course. Most likely, Jacob's mind processed the fight like this. Jess told me to get lost. I can't possibly get lost because I always know where I am. Therefore, she didn't really mean what she said, so I'll just go on as if she never said it. Jacob would not have understood from Jess's language that she might truly not have wanted to see him. It's this inability to put himself in Jess's frame of mind that separates Jacob from his peers. Whereas another child may just be socially awkward, Jacob is disassociated entirely from empathy, and his actions and perceptions revolve around his own needs. He never stopped to imagine what Jess was feeling. All he knew was how much she was hurting him by arguing with him. Does Jacob know that it's against the law to commit murder? Absolutely. With his fixation on forensic criminology, he probably could recite the legal statutes as well as you could, Mr. Bond. But for Jacob, self-preservation is the one inviolable rule, the one that trumps everything else. So just like he lost his temper with the girl at school who'd humiliated him, and truly didn't understand why that was problematic given what she'd done to him first, well, I can only imagine that's what happened with Jess, too. Suddenly, Jacob stands up. "I didn't lose my temper," he shouts as my mother grabs his arm to make him sit down again. Of course, the fact that he's losing his temper at this very second sort of negates what he's saying. "Control your client, Mr. Bond," the judge warns. When Oliver turns around, he looks the way soldiers do in movies when they crest a hill and see a swarm of enemy forces below them, and realize that no matter what, they don't have a prayer. "Jacob," he sighs. "Sit down." "I need a break," Jacob yells. Oliver looks at the judge. "Your Honor." And then suddenly, the jury is being let out and Jacob is practically running to the sensory break room. My father looks completely lost. What happens now? We wait 15 minutes. Should I? Are you going to go back there with them? I have every time so far. I've hung out in a corner, playing with some koosh balls, while Jacob gets his act together. But now, I glance up at my father. "Do what you want," I say. "I'm staying here." In my first memory, I'm really sick and I can't stop crying. Jacob is around 6 or 7, and he keeps asking my mother, who's been up with me all night, to get breakfast ready. It's early. The sun hasn't even come up yet. "I'm hungry," Jacob says. "I know, but I have to take care of Theo right now." "What's the matter with Theo?" "His throat hurts. Very bad." There's a moment where Jacob takes this information in. "I bet if he had ice cream his throat would feel better." "Jacob," my mother says, stunned, "you're thinking about how Theo feels?" "I don't want his throat to hurt," Jacob says. "Ice cream! Ice cream!" I yell. It's not even really ice cream that I'm screaming for. It's soy-based, like everything else in the freezer and fridge, but it's still something that's supposed to be a treat, not a breakfast food. My mother gives in. "Okay. Ice cream," she says. She puts me in my booster seat and gives me a bowl. She gives Jacob a bowl, too, and pats his head. "I'm going to have to tell Dr. Moon that you were looking out for your brother," she says. Jacob eats his ice cream. "Finally," he says. "Peace and quiet." My mother still holds that up as an example of Jacob transcending his Asperger's to exhibit empathy for his poor, sick kid brother. Here's what I see, now that I'm older. Jacob got a bowl of ice cream for breakfast, and didn't even have to be the one to beg for it. Jacob got me to stop making a racket. My brother wasn't trying to help me that day. He was trying to help himself.
Jacob. I'm lying underneath the blanket that feels like 100 hands pressing down on me, like I'm deep at the bottom of the sea and can't see the sun or hear what's happening on the shore. I didn't lose my temper. I don't know why Dr. Moon would think that. I don't know why my mother didn't stand up and object. I don't know why Oliver isn't telling the truth. I used to have nightmares where the sun was coming too close to the earth, and I was the only one who knew it, because my skin could sense a change in temperature more accurately than anyone else's. No matter what I did to try to warn people, nobody ever listened to me. And eventually, trees started to burst into flame, and my family was burned alive. I would wake up and see the sunrise, and I'd freak out all over again, because how could I really be sure that my nightmare had been a nightmare after all, and not actually a premonition? I think the same thing is happening now. After years of imagining I'm an alien in this world, with senses more acute than those of normal people, and with speech patterns that don't make sense to normal people, and behaviors that look odd on this planet but that, on my home planet, must be perfectly acceptable, it has actually become true. Truth is a lie, and lies are the truth. The members of the jury believe what they hear, not what's right in front of their eyes. And no one is listening, no matter how loud I'm screaming inside my own head.
Emma. The space beneath the blanket feels like it has a heartbeat. In the dark, I find Jacob's hand and I squeeze it. "Honey," I say, "we have to go." He turns to me. In the blackness, I can see the reflection of his eyes.
"I didn't lose my temper with Jess,"
he mutters. "We can talk about that later."
"I didn't hurt her,"
Jacob says. I stop and stare at him. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him. But then I imagine that quilt I sewed for him, wrapped around the body of a dead girl.
"I didn't mean to hurt her,"
Jacob corrects. Nobody looks into the face of a newborn son and imagines all the things that will go wrong in his life. Instead, you see nothing but possibility. His first smile, his first steps, his graduation, his wedding dance, his face when he's holding his own baby. With Jacob, I was constantly revising the milestones. When he willingly looks me in the eye. When he can accept a change in plans without falling apart. When he wears a shirt without meticulously cutting out the tag in the back. You don't love a child for what he does or doesn't do. You love him for who he is. And even if he is a murderer, by design or by accident, he is still mine.
"Not connecting with his peers,"
Helen Sharp says.
"Being the center of his own universe.
Self-preservation is the one inviolable rule. Temper tantrums and anger management issues. Sounds to me, Dr. Murano, like Asperger's is the new selfish." No, it's not an unwillingness to consider someone else's feelings. It's an inability to do it.
Yet this is a relatively new diagnosis, isn't it?
It first appeared in the DSM-4 manual in 1994, but it wasn't new by any means. There were plenty of people with Asperger's prior to that who simply weren't labeled.
Such as?
Steven Spielberg, the director. John Elder Robeson, the author. Satoshi Tajiri, who created the Pokémon phenomenon. Peter Tork of the band The Monkees. They were all diagnosed formally with Asperger's as adults.
And they are all extremely successful, aren't they?
Helen asks. It seems that way.
They've led very productive lives interacting with other people?
I assume so.
Do you think any of them have trouble relating to others socially?
Yes, I do.
Do you think any of them might have experienced a moment where they were picked on or felt marginalized?
I don't know, Ms. Sharp.
Really? Have you seen Peter Tork's old haircut? I'll go out on a limb and say yes, they have been teased. And yet none of these men with Asperger's is on trial for murder, are they? No. Like I said, there isn't a casual link between Asperger's and violence. If Asperger's doesn't make someone violent, how can it be an excuse for someone like Jacob committing a horrific act of violence? Objection, Oliver says. That's prejudicial. Sustained, the judge replies. The prosecutor shrugs. Withdrawn. Dr. Murano, how did you formalize your diagnosis of Jacob's Asperger's? I administered an IQ test and an assessment of adaptive skills to see how Jacob would handle certain social situations. I did interviews with Emma Hunt and with his teachers to get a sense of Jacob's history of behavior. Asperger's doesn't show up overnight. I saw videotapes of him prior to age 2, when he was still meeting developmental milestones for neurotypical children, and then the subsequent decline in behavior and interpersonal connections. And I observed him during a number of sessions both in my office and at his school in social settings. There's no blood test or any other scientific test that can be administered to see if a child has Asperger's, is there? No. It's based primarily on observation of repetitive behavior and interests and a lack of social interaction that impairs everyday functioning without a significant delay in language. So, it's a judgment call? Yes, Dr. Murano says. An educated one. If Jacob had seen another psychiatrist, isn't it possible he or she might have determined that Jacob doesn't have Asperger's? I highly doubt it. The diagnosis most often confused with Asperger's is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And when they put Aspie kids on ADHD medicine and they don't respond, it's often clear that the diagnosis needs to be revisited. So the criteria you used to diagnose Jacob were his inability to communicate with other people, his trouble reading social cues, his desire for routine and structure, and his fixation on certain topics? Yes, that's about right, the psychiatrist says. Say I have a 7-year-old who's completely obsessed with Power Rangers, and who has to have his cookie and milk every night before bedtime, who isn't very good about telling me what happens in school every day, or sharing his toys with his younger brother. Does my 7-year-old have Asperger's? Not necessarily. Let's say you have 2 3-year-olds in the sandbox. One says, "Look at my truck." The other responds, "I have a doll." That's parallel play, and it's normal at that age. But if you study those same 2 children at age 8, and one says, "Look at my truck," the appropriate response is something like, "That's a cool truck," or "Can I touch it?" or some other sentence that continues the interaction with the child who made the conversational overture. However, a kid with Asperger's might still say, in response, "I have a doll." When the playmate walks away, the kid with Asperger's won't understand why. In his mind, he's responded to the sentence and kept the conversation going. He doesn't comprehend that what he said wasn't a valid rejoinder. Or, Helen Sharp says, the kid with the doll might just be really self-centered, right? With Asperger's, that's often the case. But without Asperger's, it's occasionally the case too. My point, Doctor, is that the diagnosis you make and the assumptions you have about Jacob are not based on anything other than your own opinion. You're not looking at a talk screen or brainwaves. There are a variety of psychiatric disorders where clinical observation is the only method of diagnosis, Miss Sharp. This happens to be one of them. And any psychiatrist in this country will tell you that Asperger's syndrome is a valid disorder. It may be difficult to describe to someone else in concrete terms, but when you see it, you know what it is.
And just to be clear, you feel that having Asperger's syndrome affected Jacob's behavior the day Jess Ogilvy was murdered. That's right. Because Jacob couldn't handle social situations well, and he wasn't empathetic, and his frustration sometimes led to anger management problems. That's right, Dr. Murano says. Which are traits you find in someone with Asperger's. Yes. What a coincidence, the prosecutor says, folding her arms. They're also traits you find in cold-blooded killers. Once Jacob told me that he could hear plants dying. They scream, he said. I thought for certain this was ridiculous, until I talked to Dr. Murano about it. Kids with Asperger's, she said, have senses we can't even imagine. We filter out sounds and sights that are constantly barraging their brains, which is why sometimes it seems like they're off in their own little world. They're not, she said. They're in our world, but they're more engaged in it than we'll ever be. I went home that day and I looked up plant death on the internet. As it turned out, plants under stress emit ethylene gas, and scientists in Germany have created a device that measures the energy of those molecules as vibrations, or sound. Now I wonder if it gets tiring, bearing witness to the last gasp of nature. If it's not only plants my son hears, but the gnash of an angry ocean, a shy sunrise, a breaking heart.
Oliver. My high school guidance counselor, Mrs. Inverhall, once had me take an aptitude test to figure out my future. The number one job recommendation for my set of skills was an air traffic accident investigator, of which there are fewer than 50 in the world. The number two job was a museum curator for Chinese American studies. The number three job was a circus clown. I'm pretty sure lawyer wasn't even on the list. Sometime after I graduated from college, I heard through the grapevine that this same guidance counselor had taken an early retirement and moved to a utopian community in Idaho, where she renamed herself Blessing and now raises alpacas. Frances Grenville doesn't look like she's in any danger of starting a llama farm anytime soon. She is wearing a blouse buttoned to the throat, and her hands are clasped so tightly in her lap that I imagine her nails are leaving marks on the skin. Mrs. Grenville, I say, where are you employed? At Townsend Regional High School. And how long have you been a guidance counselor there? This is my 10th year. What are your responsibilities? I ask. I help students with college search and selection. I write recommendations for students applying to college, and I work with students who face behavioral issues during their school career. Do you know Jacob? I do. Because he has an IEP, I've been intimately involved in the organization of his school day to accommodate his special needs. Can you explain what an IEP is? An individualized education program, she says. It's an educational plan mandated by federal law to improve educational results for children with disabilities. Each IEP is different based on the child. For Jacob, for example, we created a list of rules to be adhered to in a school setting because he functions well with strictures and routines. Have you met with Jacob for reasons other than his learning needs? Yes, Mrs. Grenville says. There have been instances where he's gotten into trouble with teachers for acting out in class. How so? In one case, he kept telling his biology teacher that he was wrong when the teacher made certain factual statements in class. She hesitates. Mr. Hubbard was teaching the structure of DNA. He paired adenine with adenine instead of pairing it with thymine. When Jacob told him this was incorrect, Mr. Hubbard got angry. Jacob didn't realize the teacher was angry and kept pointing out the inaccuracy. Mr. Hubbard sent him to the principal's office for being disruptive in class. Did he explain to you why he didn't know his teacher was angry? Yes. He said that Mr. Hubbard's angry face looks a lot like other people's when they're happy. Does it? Mrs. Grenville pursed her lips. I have noticed that Mr. Hubbard has a tendency to smirk when he gets frustrated. Do you happen to know if it is incorrect to pair adenine with adenine? As it turns out, Jacob was right. I glance back at the defense table. Jacob is smiling from ear to ear. Were there any other incidents when you had to help Jacob? Last year, he got into trouble with a young woman. She was very upset over a poor grade and somehow communicated to Jacob that, if he really wanted to be her friend, he'd tell the math teacher to go... She looks down at her lap. Fornicate with himself. Jacob was given detention for that, and later confronted the young woman and grabbed her by the throat. Then what happened? A teacher saw him and pulled him away from the girl. Jacob was suspended for 2 weeks. He would have been expelled if not for his IEP and the understanding that he was provoked. What have you done to modify Jacob's social behavior in school? He attended social skills class, but then Emma Hunt and I discussed getting a private tutor for Jacob instead. We thought he might be able to better work on specific situations that tended to upset him so that he could deal with them more constructively. Did you find a tutor? Yes. I contacted the university, and they put feelers out in their education department. She looks at the jury. Jess Ogilvy was the first student to respond to the request. Had Jacob been meeting with her? Yes, since last fall. Mrs. Grenville, since Jacob began his tutoring with Jess Ogilvy, have there been any incidents of him losing his temper? She shakes her head. Not one, she says. Your witness, I say to Helen. The prosecutor stands up. Mr. Hubbard, the biology teacher, he was angry, and Jacob didn't realize it. No. Would you say that's a problem for Jacob, knowing when someone's angry at him? From what I know about Asperger's, yes. The other incident you raised involved Jacob cursing out a teacher on a dare and then attacking the girl who dared him, correct? Yes. Had Jacob been told before to not use physical violence to solve problems? Certainly, the counselor says. He knew that was a school rule. But he broke that rule, Helen asks. He did. Even though, according to your own testimony, following rules is very important to Jacob. Even though, Mrs. Grenville says. Did he have any explanation for you as to why he broke that rule? Mrs. Grenville shakes her head slowly. He said that he just snapped. Helen considers this. You also said, Mrs. Grenville, that since starting his tutoring sessions, Jacob hasn't lost his temper in school. That's correct. Apparently he was saving that for after school, Helen says. Nothing further. Court adjourns early that day because Judge Cuttings has a doctor's appointment. As the room empties, I gather up my files and stuff them into my briefcase. So, I say to Emma, I'd like to come over and talk to you about your testimony. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Theo and Henry making their way toward us. I thought we discussed this, Emma says pointedly. We did, but I'll be damned if I'm going back to my office while I know Henry is under her roof. You can never be too ready, I tell her. We have 2 cars. No sense in all of you being crammed into one. Would anyone like to ride with me? I am staring straight at Emma. That's a good idea, she says. Jacob, why don't you go? Which is how I wind up trailing Henry's rental car with Jacob sitting beside me in the passenger seat of the truck. And only after a small fit, because he prefers to ride in the back seat and there isn't one. He fiddles with the radio, which is AM stations only, because my truck is old enough to have been built by Moses. You know why you can pick up AM stations better at night? Jacob says. Because the ionosphere reflects radio signals better when the sun isn't radiating the heck out of the upper atmosphere. Thanks, I say. I couldn't have gone to sleep tonight without knowing that. Jacob looks at me. Really? No, I'm kidding. He folds his arms. Haven't you been listening to yourself in court? I don't get sarcasm. I'm totally self-centered. Oh, and at any moment, I might just go totally crazy. You're not crazy, I tell him. I'm just trying to get the jury to see you as legally insane. Jacob slumps in his seat. I'm not a big fan of labels. What do you mean? When I first got my diagnosis, my mother was relieved because she saw it as something that would be helpful. I mean, teachers don't look at kids who are reading 8 grade levels above where they should be and doing complex mathematical proofs in 3rd grade and think they need special help, even if they are being teased all the time. The diagnosis helped me get an IEP, which was great, but it also changed things in a bad way. Jacob shrugs. I guess I expected it to be like this other girl in my grade who has a port wine stain on half her face. People go right up to her and ask about it, and she says it's a birthmark and that it doesn't hurt. End of story. No one ever asks if they can catch it like a virus or doesn't want to play with her because of it. But if you tell someone you're autistic, and half the time they talk louder to you, like you might be deaf, and the few things that I used to get credit for, like being smart or having a really excellent memory, were all of a sudden just things that made me even more weird. He is quiet for a moment, and then he turns to me. I'm not autistic. I have autism. I also have brown hair and flat feet. So I don't understand why I'm always the kid with Asperger's, Jacob says. I keep my eyes on the road. Because it's better than being the kid who killed Jess Ogilvy, I reply. And after that, we don't talk at all. It figures. Henry's showed up on a day when the food is not noticeably Aspergian. Emma's made steak and baked potatoes and gravy and gluten-free brownies. If Henry notices the lack of a green vegetable, or anything on the plate that isn't brown for that matter, he doesn't mention it. So, Henry, I say, you do programming? He nods. Right now I'm parsing XML for a point-and-click web app for the iPhone that'll spice up 400 contemporary American ethnic dishes with Chinese herbs and sauces. He launches into a 15-minute discussion of esoteric computer programming that none of us can follow. Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I say. Actually, I work for Adobe, Henry says. Theo and I are the only ones who find that funny. I wonder if Henry's ever been diagnosed. And you're remarried, right? I look at Emma when I say this. Yes, I've got 2 girls, he says, and then hurries to add, in addition to the 2 boys, of course. Of course, I answer, and I break a brownie in half. So, when are you leaving? Oliver, Emma says. Henry laughs. Well, I guess that depends on how long the trial goes on. He leans back in his chair. Emma, that was a great dinner. Just wait till Blue Friday, I muse. I'd better go find myself a hotel, since I've been up for about 36 straight hours, and I'm bound to crash and burn soon, Henry says. You'll stay here, Emma announces, and both Henry and I look at her, surprised. Well, it's silly to have you stay a half hour away when we're all going to the same place tomorrow morning, isn't it? Theo, your father can sleep in your room, and you can have the couch. What? Theo yelps. Why do I have to give up my room? What about Jacob? Let me put it this way, Emma answers. Do you want to sleep on the couch, or do you want to help me when Jacob has a meltdown? He shoves away from the table, angry. Where are the extra freaking pillows? I don't want to put anyone out, Henry says. Emma, I interrupt. Can I have a few minutes? Oh, right. You wanted to go over testimony? She turns to Jacob. Honey, can you clear the table and load the dishwasher? He stands up and starts clearing as I drag Emma upstairs. We need to go somewhere quiet, I say, and I lead her into her own bedroom. I've never been in here. It's peaceful. All cool greens and sea blues. There's a Zen garden on the dresser with a rake and 3 black stones. In the sand, someone has written H-E-L-P. The only part I'm still nervous about is the cross-exam, Emma says, all she can manage to get out before I grab her and kiss her. It's not gentle, either. It's the physical equivalent of pouring into her all the feelings I can't put into words. When she breaks away from me, her mouth is rosy and swollen, and that makes me take a step toward her again. But she puts her hand on my chest to hold me off. "Oh, my God," she says with a slow smile. "You're jealous." "Well, what the hell was that all about? It's silly to have you stay a half hour away." "It is. He's the boy's father, not some stranger who just came in off the street." "So, he's going to be sleeping right on the other side of this wall?" "Sleeping would be the operative word in that sentence," Emma says. "He's here for Jacob. Believe me, there's no ulterior motive for Henry." "But you used to love him." Her eyebrows shoot up. "Do you think I've been sitting here for 15 years pining for him? Waiting for the moment he would walk through that door again so I could hide him in a bedroom upstairs and seduce him?" "No," I tell her, "but I wouldn't put it past him." She stares at me for a moment, and then she bursts out laughing. "You haven't seen his perfect little wife and his perfect little girls. Believe me, Oliver, I'm not the great love of his life, the one he'll never forget." "You are to me," I say. The smile fades from her face, and then she rises up on her toes and kisses me back. "Don't you need this?" At the sound of Jacob's voice, we jump apart, putting a few feet of space between us. He stands in the doorway, one hand still on the knob, and the other one holding my legal briefcase. "Were you just—" He stumbles over his words. "Are you two—" Without saying anything else, he throws my briefcase hard at me, so forcefully that I grunt when I catch it. He runs down the hallway into his room and slams the door. "What did he see?" Emma asks frantically. "When did he walk in?" Suddenly Henry is standing in the doorway, looking quizzically down the hall where Jacob's gone, and then at Emma. "Everything all right up here?" Emma faces me. "I think maybe you ought to go home," she says.
Emma. When I walk into Jacob's room, he's hunched over his desk, humming Marley and writing furiously across his green blotter. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233. I take the pencil out of his hand, and he turns in his swivel chair. "Do I make you horny, baby?" he says, bitter. "No movie quotes," I tell Jacob. "Especially not Austin Powers. I know you're upset." "Let me think about that. My mother is supposed to be practicing her testimony with my lawyer, and instead she has her tongue halfway down his throat. Yeah, that might make me a little upset." I tamp down the flash of anger that rises inside me. First of all, I'm completely ready to testify. And second of all, I didn't expect to kiss him, it just happened. "Things like that don't just happen," Jacob argues. "You want them to happen or you don't." "Well, all right then. I suppose after 15 years of being alone, I don't mind being attractive to someone." "Not someone," he says. "My lawyer." He's completely focused on your trial, Jacob. "I don't care about him. I mean, if he isn't doing his job, I can just fire him. But you," he yells. "How could you do this to me right now? You're my mother." I stand up, toe-to-toe with him. "One who's given up her whole life to take care of you," I say. "One who loves you so much she would trade places with you in a heartbeat, but that doesn't mean I don't deserve to be happy too." "Well, I hope you're really happy when I lose this trial because you were too busy being a slut." And just like that, I slap him. I don't know which one of us is more surprised. I've never struck Jacob in my life. He holds his palm to his cheek as the red print of my hand rises on his skin. I'm sorry. Oh, God, Jacob, I'm sorry, I say, the words somersaulting over each other. I pull his hand down so that I can see the damage I've done. I'll get you some ice, I say. But he's staring at me as if he's never seen me before. So instead of leaving, I sit him down on the bed and I pull him against me, the way I used to when he was little and the world became too much for him to bear. I rock so that he doesn't have to. Slowly, he relaxes against me. Jacob, I tell him, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's only after he nods that I realize I've repeated the very same words Jacob said earlier to me about Jess Ogilvy. In all the years that Jacob has had tantrums and meltdowns and panic attacks, I've restrained him, sat on him, held him like a vice, but I have never hit him. I know the unwritten strictures. Good parents don't spank. Reward works better than punishment. Yet it only took a single moment of frustration, of realizing that I couldn't simultaneously be whom he needed me to be and whom I wanted to be, for me to snap. Is that what happened to Jacob, too? Oliver has called 4 times tonight, but I didn't pick up the phone when I recognized the number on the caller ID. Maybe this is my penance. Maybe I just don't know what to say. It's just after 2 a.m. when my bedroom door opens a crack. I sit up immediately, expecting Jacob. But instead, Henry enters. He's wearing pajama bottoms and a t-shirt that reads, "There's no place like 127.0.0.1. I saw your light on," he says. Can't sleep? Henry shakes his head. You? No. He gestures to the edge of the bed. May I? I shift over. He sits down on my side of the bed, but I see him staring at the pillow beside me. I know, I say. It must seem a little weird. No, it's just that now I sleep on the left side of the bed like you, and I'm wondering how that happened. I lean back against the headboard. There are lots of things I don't have the answers for. I don't know exactly what all the yelling was about, Henry says delicately. But I did hear it. Yeah, we've had better nights. I owe you an apology, Emma, he says. First of all, for showing up like this. I should have asked, at least. You've got enough on your plate without having to deal with me. I guess I was really only thinking of myself. Luckily, I have a lot of practice with that. That's the other thing I have to apologize for, Henry says. I should have been here all the other nights there was yelling or tantrums or anything else that was part of raising Jacob. I probably learned more about him today in that courtroom than I've known in the 18 years he's been alive. I should have been here to help during all the bad times. I smile a little. I guess that's the difference between us. I wish you'd been here for the good times. I look over his shoulder into the hallway. Jacob is sweet and funny and so smart he leaves me reeling sometimes, and I'm sorry you never got to know that part of him. He reaches across the quilt and squeezes my hand. You're a good mom, Emma, he says, and I have to look away, because that makes me think of my argument with Jacob. Then Henry speaks again. Did he do it? I turn to him slowly. Does it matter? I can only remember one concrete instance when I blew up at Jacob before. It was when he was 12 and hadn't acknowledged the fact that it was my birthday, with a card or a gift or even a hug, although I had dropped enough hints in the weeks prior. So one evening when I made dinner, I slapped it on the table in front of him with more force than usual and waited in vain, like always, for Jacob to thank me. "How about a little gratitude?" I exploded. "How about some recognition that I've done something for you?" Confused, Jacob glanced at his plate and then at me. "I make your dinner, I fold your laundry, I drive you to school and back. Did you ever wonder why I do that?"
"Because it's your job?"
"No, it's because I love you. And when you love someone, you do things for them without complaining about it."
"But you are complaining,"
he said. That was when I realized Jacob would never understand love. He would have bought me a birthday gift if I'd told him explicitly to do so, but that wouldn't really have been a gift from the heart. You can't make someone love you. It has to come from inside him, and Jacob wasn't wired that way. I remember storming out of the kitchen and sitting on the porch for a while, under the light of the moon, which isn't really light at all, just a pale reflection of the sun.
Oliver. "Jacob," I say as soon as I see him the next morning. "We need to talk." I fall into step beside him as we move across the parking lot, putting enough space between us and his family to ensure privacy. "Did you know there's not really a term for a man-whore?" Jacob asks. "I mean, there's gigolo, but that suggests money was exchanged." "All right, look," I sigh. "I'm sorry you walked in on us, but I'm not going to apologize for liking her." "I could fire you," Jacob says. "You could try, but it's up to the judge since we're in the middle of the trial." "What if he found out about your misconduct with clients?" "She's not my client," I say. "You are. And if anything, my feelings for your mother only make me more determined to win this case." He hesitates. "I'm not talking to you anymore," Jacob mutters, and he increases his speed until he is nearly sprinting up the steps of the courthouse. Ava Newcomb, the forensic shrink hired by the defense, is the linchpin of my case. If she cannot make the jury understand that some of the traits associated with Asperger's might have caused Jacob to kill Jess Ogilvy without really understanding why that was wrong, then Jacob will be convicted. "Dr. Newcomb, what's the legal definition of insanity?" She is tall, poised, and professional, right out of Central Casting. So far, I think, so good. It states that at the time an act was committed, the defendant was not able to know right from wrong due to a severe mental defect or illness. Can you give us an example of a mental defect or illness that qualifies? Something that suggests psychotic breaks from reality, like schizophrenia, she says. Is that the only kind of mental defect that constitutes legal insanity? No. Does Asperger's syndrome cause someone to have psychotic breaks? No, but there are other symptoms of Asperger's that might prevent someone from distinguishing right from wrong at a particular moment in time. Such as, the intense fixation on a subject that someone with Asperger's has can be overwhelming and obsessive, to the point where it impedes function in daily activities, or even crosses the boundary of the law. I once had a patient who was so focused on horses that he continually was arrested for breaking into a local stable. Jacob's current special interest is forensic analysis and crime scene investigation. It was evident in my interview with him, as well as in his obsession with the television show Crime Busters and the detailed journals he kept about each episode's plot. How might a fixation like that contribute to some of the evidence we've heard in this courtroom? I ask. We have heard that Jacob was increasingly popping up at crime scenes, thanks to his police scanner, the psychiatrist says. And Jess Ogilvy's death was part of an elaborate crime scene. The evidence was arranged to look at first glance like a kidnapping, then eventually revealed the victim. It is possible that the opportunity to create a crime scene, instead of just observing fictional ones, led Jacob to act in a way that went against rules, laws, and morality. At the time, he would only have been thinking about the fact that he was creating a real crime scene that would be solved by law enforcement officials. In this way, an Aspergian fixation on forensic analysis led Jacob to the delusional belief that, at that moment, Jess's death was a necessary part of his study of forensic science. As chilling as it seems to us, the victim becomes collateral damage during the pursuit of a greater goal. But didn't Jacob know that murder is illegal? Absolutely. He is the poster child for following rules, for seeing things as either right or wrong with no mitigating circumstances. However, Jacob's actions wouldn't have been voluntary at that moment. He had no understanding of the nature and consequences of his actions, and he couldn't have stopped if he wanted to. I frowned slightly. But we've also heard that Jess Ogilvy and Jacob were extremely close. Surely that would have affected him. Actually, that's another reason we can conclude that Asperger's played a role in what happened to Jess. People with Asperger's have a greatly impaired theory of mind. They can't put themselves into someone else's position to imagine what the other person might be thinking or feeling. To the layperson, it's a lack of empathy. So, for example, if Jess were crying, Jacob wouldn't try to comfort her. He might know that people with tears in their eyes are usually sad, but he'd be making a cognitive judgment, not an emotional one. For someone with Asperger's, this lack of empathy is a neurobiological deficit, and it affects behavior. In Jacob's case, it would have lessened his ability to perceive the impact of his own actions on Jess. But still, Doctor, I say, playing devil's advocate, there's a big difference between not handing someone a hanky when she's crying and killing her so that she can be a pawn in a crime scene setup. Of course there is. The psychiatrist turns to the jury. And this is probably the hardest thing for the layperson to understand. We're always looking for motive in a crime that's as horrific as this one is. I've considered this from my discussions with Jacob and with Dr. Morano, and I think the answer lies in the argument Jess and Jacob had the Sunday before her death. The calling card for Asperger's is impaired social interaction. To that end, someone with Asperger's has a very naive and limited understanding of relationships, which might lead him to seek contact in an inappropriate way. This leads to disappointment, and even anger if a relationship doesn't work out the way he's anticipated. She looks at Jacob. I don't know what was said between Jacob and Jess the afternoon of her death, but I believe Jacob had a crush on his tutor. Ironically, his rigid sense of right and wrong, which you'd think would deter criminal behavior, might actually have backfired here. If Jess rebuffed Jacob's advances, he would have felt that she'd done something wrong to him, that he was the victim. And then what? I ask. He snapped. He lashed out without realizing what he was physically doing at the time he did it. Nothing further, I say, and I sit down. I glance at Jacob, who is glaring at me. Emma stares straight ahead. She seems determined to not acknowledge my existence today. Helen Sharp stands up. There are a lot of kids who've been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, so are you telling us that the world's full of ticking time bombs? That at any moment, if we look at one of those kids the wrong way, he might come after us with a carving knife? No. In fact, it's the opposite. People with Asperger's aren't prone to violence. Since they don't have an active theory of mind, they aren't motivated to hurt someone. In fact, they're not thinking about that person's feelings at all. If someone with Asperger's does become violent, it's during the single-minded pursuit of a special interest, during a state of panic, or during a moment of complete ignorance about appropriate social interaction. Isn't it true, Doctor, that most defendants who claim insanity do so because of a psychotic break from reality? Yes. But Asperger's isn't a psychotic disorder, Helen says. No, it would fall more in line with personality disorders, which are characterized by perceptual and interpersonal distortions. In legal terms, doesn't the absence of psychotic episodes suggest that the person is personally and criminally responsible for his or her actions? The psychiatrist shifts. Yes, but there might be a loophole for Asperger's. We can't scientifically prove that someone with Asperger's has a very different experience of subjective reality than someone who doesn't have Asperger's, and yet the extreme sensitivity to light and sound and taste and touch and texture indicate that this is the case. If that could be measured, there would be strong parallels between Asperger's and psychosis. There is a sharp jab in my side as Jacob elbows me. He passes me a blank piece of paper. If that were true, Helen says, wouldn't this suggest that someone with Asperger's has a hard time being aware of reality and his role in it? Exactly, which is why it might very well contribute to legal insanity, Ms. Sharp. But didn't you also say that Jacob's fixation on forensics led him to use Jess Ogilvy's death to create his own crime scene? Yes. And wouldn't such premeditation and careful calculation suggest he knew very well what he was doing at the moment? Dr. Newcomb shrugs. It's a theory, she says. You also mentioned a lack of empathy. Helen approaches the witness stand. You said it's one of the features of Asperger's syndrome? That's right. Would you consider that an emotional measure or a cognitive one? Emotional? Is lack of empathy part of the test for legal insanity, Doctor? No. Isn't it true that the determination for legal insanity is whether the defendant knew right from wrong at the time the act was committed? Yes. Is that an emotional measure or a cognitive one? A cognitive one. So lack of empathy simply means someone is cold, heartless, without remorse, Helen says. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's unaware of the nature and consequence of his actions. They often go hand in hand, Dr. Newcomb says. Do they? Helen asks. A mafia hitman has no empathy when he offs his victims, but that doesn't make him legally insane, just psychopathic. Jacob elbows me again, but I am already getting to my feet. Objection, I say. Is there a question buried under Ms. Sharp's grandstanding? If I may, Dr. Newcomb says, turning to the judge for permission. Ms. Sharp seems to be trying to draw a hard parallel between someone with Asperger's and a psychopath. However, people with Asperger's don't demonstrate the superficial charm that psychopaths do, nor do they try to manipulate others. They don't have enough interpersonal skills to do it well, frankly, and that usually makes them the prey for psychopaths, rather than the predators. And yet, Helen qualifies, Jacob has a history of aggression, doesn't he? Not to my knowledge. Did he, or did he not, have an argument with Jess 2 days before her death, one that was overheard by employees of Mama S's pizzeria? Well, yes, but that wasn't a physical assault. Okay, what about the fact that he was given detention last year for trying to strangle a classmate? A flurry of blank notes land in front of me, and again I sweep them aside. Just hang on, I say through my teeth to Jacob, and then I signal to the judge. Objection! I'll rephrase. Did you know that Jacob was given detention for physically assaulting a girl in his grade? Yes, I remember Dr. Morano mentioning that to me. Yet it seems the trigger was the same, an interpersonal relationship that didn't quite match Jacob's intentions. He felt humiliated, and he snapped, the prosecutor interrupts. Right? Right. And that's why Jess Ogilvy was killed. In my opinion, yes. Tell me this, Doctor, Helen says. Had Jacob still snapped when he was alphabetizing the CD collection in her residence after her death? Yes. How about when he moved Jess's body 300 yards to a culvert behind the house? Yes. Had he still snapped when he sat her upright and carefully covered her with his quilt and set her hands in her lap? Dr. Newcomb jerks her chin the slightest bit. And had he still snapped days later, when he went back to visit Jess's body and phoned 911 so that the police would find her? Well, the psychiatrist says quietly, I guess so. Then tell me, Doctor, Helen Sharp asks, when did Jacob snap out of it?
Emma. They're lying, Jacob says heatedly as soon as we're alone. They're all lying. I've been watching him grow more tightly wound with each passing minute of the forensic psychiatrist's cross-examination. Even though Jacob passed multiple notes to Oliver, he didn't ask for a break until Helen Sharp finished going for the kill. I didn't know what would happen, to be honest. If he would refuse to let me join him for the recess, if he'd still be holding a grudge from last night's episode. But apparently, I am the lesser of the two evils at the defense table, which is why I'm granted admission to the sensory break room, and Oliver is not. We talked about this, Jacob, I say. Remember how saying you're legally insane doesn't mean anything? It just gives the jury something to use to find you not guilty. It's a tool, like telling the school district you have Asperger's. That didn't change who you were. It only made it easier for teachers to understand your learning style. I don't care about the defense, Jacob argues. I care about what those people are saying I did. You know how the law works. The burden of proof is on the prosecution. If Oliver can find witnesses who will weave another scenario about what could have happened, the jury might find reasonable doubt, and then they can't convict. I reach for Jacob's hand. It's like giving someone a book, baby, and saying there might be more than one ending. But I didn't want her to die, Mom. It wasn't my fault. I know it was an accident. Jacob's eyes are full of tears. I miss her. My breath freezes in my throat. Oh, Jacob, I whisper. What did you do? The right thing. So why can't we tell the jury that? I want to block out his words because I'm about to testify, and that means I cannot lie if the prosecutor asks what Jacob's told me about Jess's death. I want to run until all I can hear is the rush of my blood instead of his confession. Because, I say softly, sometimes the hardest thing to hear is the truth.
Oliver. Here's what I know. Before we took that last sensory break, Jacob was a jittery, wild mess. Now that we're back in session, Emma's on the witness stand, and she's a jittery, wild mess. After I lead her through the basics of her identity and her relationship to Jacob, I walk up to the witness box and pretend to fumble and drop my pen. As I bend down, I whisper to her, "Just breathe." What the hell could have happened in the 15 minutes they were gone? "What do you do for a living, Ms. Hunt?" She doesn't answer, just stares into her lap. "Ms. Hunt?" Emma's head jerks up. "Can you repeat the question?" "Focus, sweetheart," I think. "Your job? What do you do?" "I used to write an advice column," she says quietly. "I was asked to take a leave of absence after Jacob's arrest." "How did you get into that business?" "Desperation. I was a single parent with a newborn and a 3-year-old who'd suddenly developed autistic behaviors." As she speaks, her voice gets stronger and picks up steam. "There were therapists in and out of my house all day long who were trying to keep Jacob from completely slipping away from me. I had to find work, but I couldn't leave the house. How did Jacob's diagnosis come about? He was a perfectly healthy, happy baby, Emma says, and she looks at Jacob. For a moment she can't speak, and she shakes her head. We gave him his shots, and within a week this very loving, interactive, verbal boy stopped being the child I knew. Suddenly he was lying on his side, spinning the wheels of his toy trucks, instead of zooming them around the living room. What did you do? Everything, Emma says. I put Jacob through applied behavior analysis, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. I put him on a gluten-free, casein-free diet. I gave him a regimen of vitamins and supplements that had been successful for other parents of autistic kids. Did it work? To some extent. Jacob got to the point where he wasn't isolating himself. He could function in the world with limitations. Eventually, his diagnosis changed from a generic autism spectrum disorder to pervasive developmental disorder to, finally, Asperger's. Is there a silver lining to that diagnosis? Yes, Emma says. Jacob has an amazing, dry sense of humor. He's the smartest person I know. And if I want someone to keep me company when I'm running errands or unloading the dishwasher or just taking a walk, he's quick to volunteer. He'll do anything I ask him to. And he'll also not do something if I ask. I'm probably the only mother who's never had to worry about her son doing drugs or drinking underage. But there must be times that it's hard for you as a parent. All the things I listed that make Jacob a perfect kid, well, that's what makes him different from the average kid. All his life, Jacob's wanted to fit in with his peers, and all his life I've watched him be teased or turned down. You can't imagine what it's like to force a smile when your son wins a medal at his Pee-wee T-ball team banquet for getting hit by the most pitches. You have to close your eyes when you drop him off at school and he gets out of the car wearing a big pair of headphones to help block out the noise of the busy hallways, and then as he walks away, you see other kids teasing him behind his back. If I were to come to your house on a Tuesday, I say, what would I notice? The food. If it's Tuesday, all the food has to be red. Raspberries and strawberries and tomato soup, sushi-grade tuna, shaved rare roast beef, beets. If it's not red, Jacob will get very agitated, and sometimes he'll go to his room and stop speaking to us. There's a color for each day of the week, for food and for clothing. In his closet, his clothes hang in rainbow order, and the different colors aren't allowed to touch. She turns to the jury, as we've practiced. Jacob craves routine. He gets up at 6:20 every morning, whether it's a school day or a weekend, and he knows exactly what time he has to leave for school and when he'll get back home. He never misses an episode of Crime Busters, which is on the USA Network at 4:30 every day of the week. He writes notes in his journals while he's watching, even though in some cases he's seen the episode a dozen times. He always puts his toothbrush on the left side of the sink when he's done using it, and he sits behind the driver in the back seat of the car, even when he's the only other passenger. What happens when Jacob's routine is disrupted? It's very upsetting for him, Emma says. Can you explain? When he was little, he'd scream or throw a tantrum. Now he's more likely to withdraw. The best way I can explain it is that you'll be looking right at Jacob, and he's not with you. You have another son, don't you? Yes. Theo is 15. Does Theo have Asperger's? No. Are Theo's clothes arranged in rainbow order? She shakes her head. Most of the time they're in a heap on his floor. Does he eat only red food on Tuesdays? He eats anything that's not nailed down, Emma says, and some of the women on the jury laugh. Are there times that Theo doesn't feel like talking to you? Absolutely. He's a very ordinary teenager. Is there a difference between Theo withdrawing and Jacob withdrawing? Yes, Emma says. When Theo doesn't communicate with me, it's because he doesn't want to. When Jacob doesn't communicate with me, it's because he can't. Did you take steps to help Jacob adapt better to social situations? Yes, Emma says. She pauses, clears her throat. I hired a private tutor to help him practice those skills. Jess Ogilvy. Did Jacob like Jess? Emma's eyes fill with tears. Yes. How do you know? He was comfortable with her. And there aren't many people he's comfortable with. She got him to do things that he wouldn't normally. Emma breaks off and buries her face in her hands. What the fuck? Ms. Hunt, I say. Thank you. Nothing for... Wait. She interrupts. I'm not finished. This is news to me. I shake my head just the tiniest bit, but Emma is staring at Jacob. I wanted to say... She turns to the jury. Jacob told me he didn't want her to die, that it wasn't his fault. My eyes widen. This is unscripted territory, dangerous ground. Objection, I blurt out. Hearsay. You can't object to your own witness, Helen says, delighted. But I don't have to give my own witness enough rope to hang herself either, and the rest of us as well. Then I'm finished, I say, sitting down beside Jacob, suddenly afraid that I'm not the only one.
Jacob. She told them. My mother told them the truth. I look at the jury, at each of their expectant faces, because now they must know I'm not the monster that all these other witnesses have made me out to be. Oliver cut my mother off before she could say the rest, but surely they understand. Before we begin the cross-examination, counselors, the judge says, I'd like to make up some of the ground we lost yesterday with an early dismissal. Do either of you object to finishing out this witness's testimony before we adjourn for the day? That's when I look at the clock and see that it's 4 o'clock. We're supposed to leave now, so I can be home in time for Crime Busters at 4:30. Oliver, I whisper, say no. There is no way I'm leaving your mother's last words in the jury's minds all weekend long, Oliver hisses back at me. I don't care how you deal with it, Jacob, but you're going to deal with it. Mr. Bond, the judge says, would you care to let us in on your conversation? My client was just letting me know the delay in adjournment is agreeable to him. I'm tickled pink, Judge Cuttings says, although he doesn't look tickled or pink. Ms. Sharp, your witness. The prosecutor stands up. Ms. Hunt, where was your son on the afternoon of January 12th? He went to Jess's house for his lesson. What was he like when he came home? She hesitates. Agitated. How did you know? He ran up to his room and hid in the closet. Did he exhibit any self-destructive behaviors? Yes, my mother says. He hit his head against the wall repeatedly. It's interesting for me to hear this. When I have a meltdown, I don't remember the meltdown very well. But you were able to calm him down, weren't you? Eventually. What techniques did you use? The prosecutor asks. I turned off the lights and put on a song that he likes. Was it Bob Marley's I Shot the Sheriff? Yes. It's 4:07, and I'm sweating. A lot. He uses a song called I Shot the Sheriff as a calming technique? Helen Sharp asks. It has nothing to do with the actual song. It happened to be a melody he liked, and it would soothe him when he was having a tantrum when he was little. It just stuck. It certainly ties into his obsession with violent crime, doesn't it? I'm not obsessed with violent crime. I'm obsessed with solving it. Jacob's not violent, my mother says. No? He's on trial for murder, Helen Sharp replies. And last year he assaulted a girl, didn't he? He was provoked. Ms. Hunt, I have here the report of the school resource officer who was called in after that incident. She gets it stamped as evidence. Now it's 4:09. And gives it to my mother. Can you read the highlighted passage? My mother lifts the paper. A 17-year-old juvenile female stated that Jacob Hunt walked up to her, slammed her against the lockers, and pinned her by her throat until he was forcibly removed by a staff member. Are you suggesting that's not violent behavior? Helen Sharp asks. Even if we leave now, we will be 11 minutes late for Crime Busters. Jacob felt cornered, my mother says. I'm not asking you how Jacob felt. The only person who knows how Jacob felt is Jacob. What I'm asking you is whether you would categorize slamming a young woman up against a locker and pinning her by her neck as violent behavior. This victim, my mother says, her voice hot, is the same charming girl who said that if Jacob told his math teacher to go fuck himself, she'd be his friend. One of the ladies on the jury shakes her head. I wonder if it's because of what Mimi did, or because my mother said fuck. Once, during a ratings sweeps episode of Crime Busters that was aired live, like a Broadway show, an extra dropped a hammer on his foot and said the F-bomb, and as a result, the network was fined. The censors bleeped it, but for a while it was circulating on YouTube in its full blue glory. Crime Busters is airing in 13 minutes. Oliver nudges my shoulder. What is the matter with you? Stop it. You look crazy. I look down. I'm slapping my hand hard against the side of my leg. I haven't even realized I'm doing it. But now I'm even more confused. I thought I was supposed to look crazy. So, this girl was mean to Jacob. I think we can both agree on that, right? Yes. But that doesn't negate the fact that he was violent toward her. What he did was just, my mother replies. So, Ms. Hunt, you're saying that if a young woman says something to Jacob that isn't very nice or that hurts his feelings, he's justified in acting violent toward her? My mother's eyes flash, like they always do before she gets really, really, really mad. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying that my son is kind and sensitive and that he wouldn't intentionally hurt a fly. You've heard the evidence in this case. Are you aware that Jacob argued with Jess 2 days before she was last seen alive? That's different. Were you there, Ms. Hunt? No. Right now is the last commercial for Law & Order SVU, which is the show that is on the network before Crime Busters. There will be 4 30-second spots and then the opening bars of music. I close my eyes and start to hum. You said that one of the behaviors that's indicative of Jacob's Asperger's is that he gets uncomfortable around people or circumstances he doesn't know, correct? Yes. And that he sometimes withdraws from you. Yes, my mother says. That he has a hard time expressing his feelings to you verbally. Yes. It's the one where a child falls into a well, and when Rihanna is lowered in to save the little boy, she shines a flashlight, and there is a complete human skeleton. There are pearls, there are diamonds, but the bones belong to a man. It's an heiress who disappeared in the 60s, and at the end you learn she was actually a he. Wouldn't you agree, Ms. Hunt, that your other son, Theo, exhibits every single one of these behaviors from time to time? In fact, that every teenager on the planet exhibits them? I wouldn't exactly. Does that make Theo insane too? It's 4:32, it's 4:32, it's 4:32. Can we please leave now? I say. But the words are as loose as molasses, and they don't sound right. And everyone is moving slowly and slurring their words too when I stand up to get their attention. "Mr. Bond, control your client," I hear, and Oliver grabs my arm and yanks me off my feet. The prosecutor's lips pull back from her teeth like a smile, but it's not a smile. "Ms. Hunt, you were the one who contacted the police when you saw Jacob's quilt on the news broadcast. Isn't that true?" "Yes," my mother whispers. "You did it because you believed your son had killed Jess Ogilvy, didn't you?" She shakes her head 4:34 and doesn't answer. "Ms. Hunt, you thought your own son had committed murder, isn't that true?" the lawyer says with a voice that's a hammer. "Ms. Hunt, 4:35, answer the no question." Suddenly the room goes still, like the air between the beats of a bird's wings, and I can hear everything rewinding in my head. "Control your client. You look crazy." The hardest thing to hear is the truth. I stare at my mother, right into her eyes, and feel the fingernails on the chalkboard of my brain and belly. I can see the chambers of her heart, and the ruby cells of her blood, and the twisting winds of her thoughts. "Oh, Jacob," I hear, instant replay. "What did you do?" I know what she's going to say a minute before she says it, and I can't let her do that. Then I remember the prosecutor's words. The only person who knows how Jacob felt is Jacob. "Stop!" I yell as loud as I can. "Judge," Oliver says, "I think we need to adjourn for the day." I get to my feet again. "Stop!" My mother comes out of her seat on the witness stand. "Jacob, it's okay." "Your Honor, the witness has not answered the question." I cover my ears with my hands because they are all so loud and the words are bouncing off the walls and the floor, and I stand on my chair and then on the table, and finally I jump right into the middle of the space in front of the judge, where my mother is already reaching for me. But before I can touch her, I am on the floor, and the bailiff has his knee in my back, and the judge and jury are scrambling, and suddenly there is quiet and calm and no more weight and a voice I know. "You're okay, buddy," Detective Matson says. He reaches out a hand, and he helps me to my feet. Once at a fair, Theo and I went into a hall of mirrors. We got separated. Or maybe Theo just left me behind. But I found myself walking into walls and looking around corners that didn't really exist. And finally, I sat down on the floor and closed my eyes. That's what I want to do now, with everyone staring at me. Just like then. There's no way out that I can foresee. "You're okay," Detective Matson repeats, and he leads the way.
Rich. Most of the time, if a town cop comes into the sheriff's domain, a pissing contest ensues. They don't want me telling them how to run their outfit any more than I want them screwing up one of my crime scenes. But with Jacob on the loose in the courtroom, they probably would have welcomed the National Guard's help if it had been available. And when I hop over the bar and grab Jacob, everyone else steps away and lets me, as if I actually know what I'm doing. His head is bobbing up and down as if he's having a conversation with himself, and one of his hands makes a weird stretching motion against his leg. But at least he isn't yelling anymore. I walk Jacob into a holding cell. He turns away from me, shoulders pressed to the bars. "You okay?" I ask. But he doesn't answer. I lean against the bars from the outside of the cell so that we are practically back to back. "There was a guy once who killed himself in a holding cell in Swanton," I say, as if this is ordinary conversation. The officers booked him and left him there to sleep off a good drunk. He was standing like you, but with his arms crossed, wearing a flannel shirt, buttoned down. Security camera on him the whole time. You probably can't guess how he did it. At first, Jacob doesn't answer. Then he turns his head slightly. He made a noose by tying the arms of the shirt around his neck, he answers. So it looked like he was standing up against the bars on the security camera, but actually he'd already hanged himself. A laugh barks out of me. God damn it, kid, you're really good. Jacob pivots so that he's facing me. I shouldn't be talking to you. Probably not. I stare at him. Why did you leave the quilt? You know better than that. He hesitates. Of course I left the quilt. How else would anyone know that I was the one who set this all up? You still missed the tea bag. Immediately, I know he is talking about the evidence at Jess Ogilvy's house. It was in the sink. We didn't get any prints off the mug. Jess was allergic to mango, Jacob says. And me? I hate the taste. He had been too thorough. Rather than forgetting to erase this evidence, he'd left it on purpose as a test. I stare at Jacob, wondering what he's trying to tell me. But other than that, he says, smiling, you got it right.
Oliver. Helen and I stand in front of Judge Cuttings like recalcitrant schoolchildren. I don't ever want to see that happen again, Mr. Bond, he says. I don't care if you have to medicate him. Either you keep your client under control for the remainder of this trial, or I'm going to have him handcuffed. Your Honor, Helen says, how is the state supposed to have a fair trial when we have a circus sideshow going on every 15 minutes? You know she's right, Counselor, the judge replies. I'm going to ask for a mistrial, Your Honor, I say. You can't when it's your client causing the problems, Mr. Bond. Surely you know that. Right, I mutter. If there are any motions you two want to make, think hard before you make them. Mr. Bond, I will hear you with warning before we start. I hurry out of chambers before Helen can say anything that infuriates me even more. And then, just when I think things can't get any worse, I find Rich Matson chatting up my client. I was just keeping him company until you got here, Matson explains. Yeah, I bet. He ignores me, turning to Jacob instead. Hey, the detective says. Good luck. I wait until I can't hear his footsteps anymore. What the hell was that all about? Nothing. We were talking about cases. Oh, great. Because that was such a good idea the last time you two sat down for a chat. I fold my arms. Listen, Jacob, you need to straighten out. If you don't behave, you're going to jail. Period. If I don't behave, he says, swing. You can't possibly be old enough to remember Wayne's World, and regardless, I'm not the one who's the defendant. I'm totally serious, Jacob. If you pull another stunt like that, the prosecution is going to throw your ass in jail or else declare a mistrial, and that means doing this all over again. You promised that we'd adjourn at 4 o'clock. You're right, but in a courtroom, the judge is God, and God wanted to stay late. So I don't care if we're here till 4 in the morning or if Judge Cuttings announces that we're all going to get up and do the hokey pokey. You are going to park your butt in that chair next to me and not say a damn thing. Will you tell the jury why I did it? Jacob asks. Why did you do it? I knew better than to ask that. But at this point, I am not thinking of perjury. I am thinking that Jacob and I need to be on the same page, once and for all. Because I couldn't leave her, he says, as if this should be obvious. My jaw drops. Before I can ask another question, did she spurn you? Did you try to kiss her, and did she struggle too much? Did you hold her too close and suffocate her accidentally? A bailiff comes into the holding cell area. They're ready for you. I motion to the bailiff to open the cell. We are the last ones into the courtroom, with the exception of the judge and jury. Emma's eyes go straight to her son. Is everything okay? But before I can fill her in, the jury files in and the judge returns. Counsel, he says, settling himself on the bench. Approach. Helen and I move closer. Mr. Bond, have you spoken with your client? Yes, Your Honor, and there will be no further outbursts. I can hardly contain myself, Judge Cutting says. You may continue, then. Knowing what I know now, that insanity defense is looking stronger and stronger. I just hope the jury got that message, loud and clear. The defense rests, I announce. What? Jacob explodes behind me. No, it doesn't. I close my eyes and start to count to 10, because I'm pretty sure it's not a good idea to kill your client in front of an entire jury. And then a paper airplane sails over my shoulder. It's one of Jacob's notes, which I unfold. I want to talk. I turn around. Absolutely not. Is there a problem, Mr. Bond? The judge asks. No, Your Honor, I reply. At the same moment, Jacob says, Yes? Scrambling, I face the judge again. We need a sensory break. We've been in session for 10 seconds, Helen argues. Do you rest, Mr. Bond? Asks Judge Cuttings, or is there more? There's more, Jacob says. It's my turn to talk, and if I want to take the stand, you have to let me. You're not taking the stand, Emma insists. You, Ms. Hunt, do not have leave to speak. Am I the only person here who knows we're in a court of law? Judge Cuttings roars. Mr. Bond, put on your final witness. I'd like a brief recess. I bet you would. I'd like to be in Nevis instead of here, but neither one of us is going to get what we want, the judge snaps. Shaking my head, I walk Jacob to the witness stand. I am so angry I can barely see straight. Jacob will tell the jury the truth, like he's told me, and dig his own grave. If not with the substance of what he says, then with the style. No matter what's been said up to this point, no matter what's been said by the witnesses, all the jury is going to remember is this awkward boy who speaks in bursts of words and fidgets and doesn't register appropriate emotion and can't look them in the eye. All traditional expressions of guilt. It doesn't matter what Jacob says. His demeanor will convict him before he even opens his mouth. I open the gate for him so that he can step inside. It's your funeral, I murmur. No, Jacob says. It's my trial. I can tell the moment he realizes that this wasn't such a great idea. He's been sworn in, and he swallows hard. His eyes are wide and dart all over the courtroom. Tell me what happens when you get nervous, Jacob, I say. He licks his lips. I walk on my toes or bounce. Sometimes I flap or talk too fast or laugh even though it's not funny. Are you nervous now? Yes. Why? He pulls his lips back in a smile. Because everyone's looking at me? Is that all? Also, the lights are too bright, and I don't know what you're going to say next. Whose goddamn fault is that? I think. Jacob, you told the court that you wanted to talk. Yes. What do you want to tell this jury? Jacob hesitates. The truth, he says.
Jacob. There's blood all over the floor, and she is lying in it. She doesn't answer even though I call her name. I know I need to move her, so I lift her up and take her into the hallway. And when I do, there's even more blood that comes from her nose and her mouth. I try not to think about the fact that I'm touching her body and she is naked. It isn't like in the movies where the girl is beautiful and the boy is backlit. It's just skin against skin, and I'm embarrassed for her because she doesn't even know she isn't wearing clothes. I don't want to get blood on the towels, so I wipe her face with toilet paper and flush it. There's underwear on the floor, and a bra and sweatpants and a shirt. I put the bra on first, and I know how because I watch HBO and have seen them being taken off. All I have to do is reverse it. The underwear I don't understand because there's writing on one side, and I don't know if it's the front or the back, so I just put it on her any which way. Then the shirt and the sweatpants, and finally socks and Ugg boots, which are the hardest because she can't press down with her feet. I pick her up over my shoulder. She's heavier than I thought she would be, and try to get her down the stairs. There's a turn on the landing, and I trip over my feet, and we both fall. I land on top of her, and when I roll her over, her tooth is knocked out. I know it didn't hurt her, but it still makes me feel like I'm going to be sick. The bruises and the broken nose for some reason weren't nearly as bad as seeing her with that missing front tooth. I sit her up in an armchair. "Wait here," I say, and then I laugh out loud because she can't hear me. Upstairs, I mop up the blood with more toilet paper, the whole roll. It's still smeary and wet. In the laundry closet, I find bleach, and I pour it on the floor, and use another roll of toilet paper to dry it all off. It does cross my mind that I might get caught, and that's when I decide not to just clean up, but to make a crime scene that leads in a different direction. I pack a bag of extra clothes and take her toothbrush. I type a note and stick it in the mailbox. I put on a pair of boots too big to be hers and walk around outside, cut the screen, put the kitchen knife in the dishwasher, and turn on the quick cycle. I want to be obvious because Mark is not too smart. I make sure to wipe away the footprints on the porch and the driveway. Inside, I put the backpack on my shoulders and make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I know I should leave the stools knocked over and the CDs scattered on the living room floor, but I just can't. So I pick up the stools and the mail, and then I organize the CDs the way I think she would have liked them. I try to carry her into the woods, but she gets heavier with every step, so instead, after a while, I have to drag her. I want her to be somewhere where I know she won't have to sit in wind or rain or snow. I like the culvert because I can get to it from the highway instead of going past her house. I think about her even when I'm not here, even when I know the police are all looking, and I could so easily be distracted by tracking their progress or lack thereof. That's why when I come back to visit, I bring my quilt. It was something I always liked, and I think if she could talk, she would have been really proud of me for wrapping her in it. "Good job, Jacob," she would have said. "You're thinking of someone else for a change." Little did she know, that was all I was thinking about. When I'm done, the courtroom is so quiet I can hear the pop and hiss of the radiator and the building stretching its beams. I look at Oliver and at my mother. I expect them to be pretty pleased, because everything should make sense now. I can't read their faces, though, or the faces of the jury. One woman is crying, and I don't know if she's sad because I was talking about Jess, or because she's happy to finally know what really happened. I'm not nervous now. If you want to know, I've got so much adrenaline in my bloodstream, I could probably run to Bennington and back. I mean, holy cow! I've just outlined how I set up a crime scene with a dead body after successfully fooling the police into believing it was a kidnapping attempt. I've connected all the dots that the state raised as evidence in this trial. It's like the best episode of Crime Busters ever, and I'm the star. Mr. Bond? The judge prompts. Oliver clears his throat. He rests one hand on the railing of the witness stand, looking away from me. All right, Jacob. You told us a lot about what you did after Jess's death, but you haven't told us about how she died. There isn't much to tell, I say. Suddenly, I realize where I've seen that expression on everyone's face in this courtroom. It's the one on Mimi Scheck's face, and Mark McGuire's face, and everyone else who thinks that they have absolutely nothing in common with me. I start to get that burning sensation in my stomach, the one that comes when I realize too late I might have done something that actually wasn't such a great idea. And then Oliver throws me a lifeline. Jacob, are you sorry for killing Jess? I smile widely. No, I say. That's what I've been trying to tell you all along.
Oliver. Here's the bittersweet thing. Jacob has made himself look more insane than I ever could with a witness's testimony. Then again, he's also made himself look like a ruthless murderer. Jacob is once again sitting at the defense table, holding his mother's hand. Emma is white as a sheet, and I can't blame her. After listening to Jacob's testimony, a detailed description in his own words of how to clean up after a mess of your own making, I find myself in the same position. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin. There's been a lot of evidence produced here about how Jess Ogilvy died. We're not disputing that evidence. But if you've been paying attention at this trial, you also know that you can't judge this book by its cover. Jacob is a young man with Asperger's syndrome, a neurological disorder that precludes him from having empathy for others in the same way you or I might. When he talks about what he did with Jess's body, and at Jess's residence, he doesn't see his involvement in a horrific murder. Instead, as you've heard, he takes pride in the fact that he set up a complete crime scene. A crime scene worthy of inclusion in a journal, just like an episode of Crime Busters. I'm not going to ask you to excuse him for Jess Ogilvy's death. We grieve with her parents for that loss, and do not seek to diminish the tragedy in any way. However, I am going to ask you to take the information you've been given about Jacob and his disorder, so that when you question whether he was criminally responsible at the time of Jess's death, whether he understood right from wrong in that moment the way you understand right from wrong, you will have no choice but to answer no. I walk toward the jury. Asperger's is a tough nut to crack. You've heard a lot about it these past few days, and I bet you've thought, so what? Not being comfortable in new situations, wanting to do things the same way every day, finding it hard to make new friends. These are struggles we've all faced from time to time. Yet, none of these traits impair our ability to make judgments, and none of us are on trial for murder. You might be thinking that Jacob doesn't fit your impression of a person with a diagnosable neurological disorder. He's smart. He doesn't look crazy in the colloquial sense of the word. So, how can you be certain that Asperger's syndrome is a valid neurological disorder, and not just the latest label du jour for a kid with problems? How can you be sure Asperger's provides an explanation of his behavior at the moment a crime was committed, instead of just a fancy legal excuse? I smile. Well, I offer an example from Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart. In the 50s and 60s, The court was involved in deciding a number of obscenity cases. Since obscenity isn't protected under the First Amendment, they had to determine whether a series of pornographic films met the legal definition of obscenity, and so they'd screen them. Every week, on what was known as Obscenity Tuesday, the justices watched these films and rendered decisions. It was in Jacob Ellis v. Ohio that Justice Stewart became legendary in the legal field for saying that hardcore pornography was hard to define, but that, and I quote, "I know it when I see it." I turned to Jacob. "I know it when I see it," I repeat. You haven't just listened to experts and seen medical files and seen forensic evidence. You've also watched and heard Jacob. And based on that alone, it must be clear to you that he's not just a kid with a few personality quirks. He's a kid who doesn't communicate particularly well and whose thoughts are often jumbled. He talks in a monotone and doesn't show a great deal of emotion, even when it seems warranted. Yet, he was brave enough to stand up in front of you and try to defend himself against one of the most serious charges a young man like him could ever face. What he said, and how he said it, might have been upsetting to you. Shocking, even. But that's because a person with Asperger's, a person like Jacob, is not your typical witness. I didn't want my client to testify. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think that he could do it. When you're a witness in a trial, you have to practice saying things in a way that works to make your case. You have to present yourself in a manner that is sympathetic to the jury. And I knew Jacob could not and would not do that. Hell, I could barely get him to wear a tie here. I certainly couldn't make him express remorse, or even sadness. I couldn't tell him what he should and shouldn't say in front of you. To Jacob, that would have been lying. And to Jacob, telling the truth is a rule that has to be followed. I look at the jurors. What you have here is a kid who isn't working the system because he's physically and psychologically incapable of working the system. He doesn't know how to play to your sympathies. He doesn't know what will help or hurt his chances of acquittal. He simply wanted to tell you his side of the story. So he did. And that's how you know that Jacob's not a criminal trying to squeak through a loophole. That's how you know that his Asperger's can, and did, and still does, impair his judgment at any given moment. Because any other defendant, any ordinary defendant, would have known better than to tell you what Jacob did. You and I know, ladies and gentlemen, that the legal system in America works very well if you happen to communicate a certain way, a way Jacob doesn't. And yet, everyone in this country is entitled to a fair trial. Even people who communicate differently from the way that works best in court. I take a deep breath. Maybe, for justice to be done then, in Jacob's case, we simply need people who are willing to listen a little more closely. As I take my seat again, Helen stands up. When I was a little girl, I remember asking my mother why, instead of saying toilet paper on the wrapper, it said bath tissue. And you know what my mom told me? You can call it whatever you want, but all the words in the world can't dress up what it is. This isn't a case about a young man who has a hard time holding a conversation or making friends or eating something other than blue Jell-O on Wednesday. Friday, I mentally correct. Jacob reaches for his pencil and starts to write a note, but before he can, I pluck the pencil out of his hand and slip it into my coat pocket. It's a case about a boy who committed a cold-blooded murder, and then, using his brains and his fascination with crime scenes, tried to cover his tracks. I don't contest that Jacob has Asperger's syndrome. I don't expect any of you to contest it either. But that doesn't absolve him of responsibility for this brutal, vicious killing. You've heard from the crime scene investigators who went to the house and found traces of Jess's blood all over the bathroom floor. You've heard Jacob himself say that he washed it away with bleach and then flushed the toilet paper away. Why? Not because there's a rule about where toilet paper goes when you're done with it, but instead because he didn't want anyone to know he had cleaned up that mess. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, about how he set up that entire crime scene and how much thought he put into it. He deliberately tried to lead police down the wrong trail, to make them think Jess had been kidnapped. He slit the screen and used Mark McGuire's boots to leave footprints, to purposefully suggest that someone else was responsible for the crime. He dragged Jess's body the length of 3 football fields and left it outside so that it would be harder for people to find. And when he grew tired of playing his own little game of crime busters, he took Jess's cell phone and dialed 911. Why? Not because it was easier for him to interface with a dead body than a live one, but because it was all part of Jacob Hunt's perverse plan to selfishly discard Jess Ogilvy's life in order to allow him to play forensic detective. She faces the jury. Mr. Bond can call this whatever he wants, but that doesn't change what it is. A young man who committed a brutal murder and who actively, over a period of days, covered it up with careful clues to mislead the police. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the MO of a calculating killer. Not a kid with Asperger's syndrome.
Emma. From the archives of Auntie M. Dear Auntie M, what do you do if all signs point to the fact that the world as you know it is going to come to a crashing halt? Sincerely, Humpty Dumpty was pushed. Dear Humpty. Help. Love, Auntie M. 3 days later, the jury is still deliberating. We've settled into a routine. In the morning, Oliver brings Thor over for breakfast. Jacob takes him into the yard to throw a ball, while Henry and Theo slowly animate themselves with coffee. Henry's been teaching Theo C# programming to create his own computer game, which has fascinated Theo to no end. In the afternoons, Oliver and I play Scrabble, and every now and then Jacob will call out obscure, legitimate words from the couch where he's watching Crime Busters, Quasar. We don't turn on the news or read the paper, because all they talk about is Jacob. We're not allowed to leave the house for 2 reasons. Technically, Jacob is still under arrest, and we must be in a spot where we can get to the courthouse in 20 minutes when the jury returns. It's still strange to me to turn a corner in my own house and find Henry there. I expected him to leave by now, to come up with the excuse that one of his daughters has strep, or his wife has to visit a dying aunt. But Henry insists he's here until the verdict comes back. Our conversation is full of cliches, but at least it is a conversation. I'm making up for lost time, he says. Better late than never. We've become a family. An unorthodox one, and one cobbled together by someone else's tragedy. But after years of being the only parent in this house, I'll take what I can get. Later, while the boys are getting ready for bed, Oliver and I take Thor for a walk around the block before he goes back to his apartment over the pizza place. We talk about the horse that stepped on his ankle and broke it. We talk about how I used to want to be a writer. We talk about the trial. We don't talk about us. Is it good or bad if the jury can't reach a verdict?
Good, I think. It probably means someone's holding out on a conviction.
What happens next?
If Jacob's convicted, Oliver says, as Thor runs back and forth in front of us, lacing up the path, he'll go to prison. I don't know if it will be the same one he was in. If he's found not guilty by reason of insanity, the judge will probably want another psychiatric evaluation.
But then he'll come home?
I don't know, Oliver admits. We'll get Ava Newcomb and Dr. Morano to put together an outpatient treatment plan, but it depends on Judge Cuttings. He could weigh the fact that Jacob committed murder and decide that he can't ignore that and isolate him from the rest of the community.
He's told me this before, but it never seems to sink in. In a state mental hospital, I finish. As we reach my driveway again, I stop walking, and Oliver stops too, his hands in the pockets of his jacket. I fought my whole life to have Jacob treated like ordinary kids in regular school with regular programming, I say. And now his only chance of staying out of jail means playing the Asperger's card.
I honestly don't know what's going to happen, Oliver says. But it's better to be prepared.
I haven't told Jacob yet. He looks down at his shoes.
Maybe you should.
As if we've conjured him, the door opens and Jacob stands in silhouette in his pajamas.
I'm waiting for you to say goodnight, he tells me.
I'll be right there. Jacob looks at Oliver, impatient.
Well? Well, what? Will you just kiss her goodbye already?
My jaw drops with surprise. Since my fight with Jacob, Oliver and I have been careful to steer clear of each other in his company. But now, Oliver takes me into his arms.
I don't have to be asked twice,
he says, and he presses his lips against mine. When Jacob was little, I used to sneak into his bedroom after midnight and sit on a rocking chair next to his bed so that I could watch him sleep. There was a wonderful magic brush that painted him when he was unconscious. In his bed, I couldn't tell that the hand curled under the covers was the same one that had stimmed fiercely that afternoon when a girl at the park came into the sandbox where he was happily playing alone. I couldn't tell that those eyes, closed, winced when I asked him to look right at me. I couldn't watch him, easy and relaxed in his dreams, and think this was the same boy who couldn't remember the sequence of words to ask the lunch lady for apple juice instead of milk. When Jacob slept, the slate was wiped clean, and he could have been any child, any ordinary child. Instead, during his waking hours, he was extraordinary. And that truly was the definition for him, outside the perimeter of the norm. At some point in the English language, that word had acquired positive connotations. Why hadn't Asperger's? You could say I was different. I had willingly traded my own future for Jacob's, giving up whatever fame or fortune I might have achieved in order to make sure his life was a better one. I had let every relationship slide, with the exception of the one I'd built with Jacob. I had made choices that other women wouldn't have made. At best, that made me a fierce, fighting mother. At worst, it made me single-minded. And yet, if I walked into a crowded room, people didn't mystically part from me as if there was an invisible magnetic field, a polarizing reaction between my body and theirs. People didn't turn to their friends and groan, "Oh, God, save me, she's heading this way." People didn't roll their eyes behind my back when I was talking. Jacob might have acted strangely, but he'd never been cruel. He simply didn't have the self-awareness for it. Now, I sink down on that same chair I used to sit on years ago, and I watch Jacob sleep again. He isn't a child anymore. His face has the planes of that of an adult. His hands are strong and his shoulders sculpted. I reach out and brush his hair back from where it's fallen over his forehead. In his sleep, Jacob stirs. I don't know what kind of life I'd have had without Jacob, but I don't want to know. If he hadn't been autistic, I couldn't love him any more than I already do. And even if he is convicted, I couldn't love him any less. I lean down, just like I used to, and I kiss him on the forehead. It's the age-old, time-honored way for mothers to test for fever, to give a blessing, to say goodnight. So why does it feel like I'm saying goodbye?
Theo. My 16th birthday is today, but I'm not expecting much. We're still waiting, 6 days later, for the jury to reach a verdict. I'm guessing, actually, that my mother won't even remember, which is why I'm struck speechless when she yells, "Breakfast," and I come downstairs with my hair still wet from my shower, and there's a chocolate cake with a candle in it. Granted, it's Brown Thursday, and it's no doubt gluten-free, but beggars can't be choosers. "Happy birthday, Theo," my mother says, and she starts the round of singing. My dad, my brother, and Oliver all join in. I have a big, fat smile on my face. As far as I know, my father has never been to one of my birthday parties, unless you count the minute I was delivered in the hospital, and that wasn't really a party, I imagine. Was it worth it? A little voice inside me curls like the smoke from the candle. Was it worth all this to get a family like the ones you used to spy on? My mother puts her arm around my shoulders. "Make a wish, Theo," she says. A year ago, this is exactly what I would have wished for. What I did wish for, with or without the cake. But there's something in her voice, like a string made of steel, that suggests there's a right answer here. One collective heart's desire for all of us, which just happens to rest in the hands of 12 jurors. I close my eyes and blow out the candle, and everyone claps. My mother starts to cut slices from the cake and gives me the first one. "Thanks," I say. "I hope you like it," my mother replies. "And I hope you like this." She hands me an envelope. Inside is a note, handwritten. "Your debt is paid." I think of my crazy trip to California to find my father, of how much money those tickets had cost, and for a second I can't talk. "But," she says, "if you do that again, I'll kill you." I laugh, and she wraps her arms around me from behind and kisses the top of my head. Hey, there's more. My father hands me an envelope, which has a cheesy, "To my son" Hallmark card inside and $40. "You can start saving for a faster router," he says. That's awesome. Then Oliver hands me a package wrapped in Bounty paper towels. "It was this or a pizza box," he explains. I shake it. "Is it a calzone?" "Give me a little credit here," Oliver says. I rip it open and find the Vermont driver's manual. "After this trial's over, I thought you and I could make an appointment at the DMV and finally get that learner's permit." I have to look down at the table, because if I don't, everyone's going to realize I'm totally about to cry. I remember how when I was little, my mother would read us these ridiculous fairy tales where frogs turned into princes and girls woke up from comas with a single kiss. I never bought into any of that crap. But who knows? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe a person's life can change in an instant after all. Wait, Jacob says. Until now, he's been watching, his face bisected by a smile. And this is an improvement. At all my birthday parties growing up, the unwritten rule was that Jacob had to help me blow out the candles. It was easier to share my moment than to have him ruin the festivities with a meltdown. I've got a present for you too, Theo. I don't think in all the years that I've been alive, Jacob's ever gotten me a present. I don't think he's ever gotten anyone a present, unless you count the perfume I pick out at CVS for Christmas and give to my mother after putting both my name and Jacob's on the tag. Giving gifts just isn't on my brother's radar. What's he got? Oliver murmurs as Jacob hightails it upstairs. I don't know, my mother answers. A minute later, Jacob's back. He's holding a stuffed duck he used to sleep with when he was small. Open it, he says, holding it out. I take it and turn it over in my hands. There's no wrapping, nothing to be opened. I say, laughing a little. How? Jacob turns the duck upside down and pulls on a loose thread. It unravels a little, and some of the stuffing comes out in a clump. I poke my finger into the hole and feel something smooth and hard. Is that where my Tupperware went? My mother says when I pull it out of the chest cavity of the duck. Inside, there's something I can't quite make out. I open the lid and find myself staring at a pink iPod Nano. Gingerly, I pick it up, knowing even before I turn it over that Jess Ogilvy's name is etched into the metal on the back. Where did you get that? My mother whispers, from somewhere on the other end of the vacuum I've fallen into. You wanted it, didn't you? Jacob says, still excited. You dropped it on the way out of her house that day. I can barely move my lips. What are you talking about? I already told you. I know you were there. I saw the tread from the bottom of your sneakers, the same ones I used here for my fake crime scene, and I knew you'd been taking other stuff from other houses. What? My mother says. I saw the video games in your room. Jacob beams at me. At Jess's, I cleaned up for you, so no one would know what you did. And it worked, Theo. No one ever found out that you killed her. My mother gasps. What the hell is going on? Oliver asks. I didn't kill her, I say. I didn't even know she lived there. I didn't think anyone was home. I was going to look around, maybe take a CD or two, but then I heard water running upstairs and I peeked in. She was naked. She was naked and she saw me. I freaked out and she got out of the shower and she slipped. She hit her face on the edge of the sink, and that's when I ran. I was afraid she'd catch me. I can't breathe, and I'm sure that my heart's turned to clay in my chest. She was alive when I left in the bathroom, and then all of a sudden, the news says she's dead and her body's found outside. I knew I wasn't the one who moved her out there. Someone else had, someone who probably murdered her. I thought maybe she told Jacob about me when he came for his lesson. And they had a fight about it. And that Jacob... I don't know what I thought. You didn't kill Jess, my mother says. I shake my head, numb. My mother looks at Jacob. And you didn't kill Jess. I just moved her body. He rolls his eyes. I've been telling you that the whole time. Jacob, Oliver asks, was Jess alive when you got to the house? No, but I saw that Theo had been there, so I did what was right. Why didn't you call your mother or an ambulance? My father asks. Why would you set up a crime scene to cover up for Theo? Jacob stares right at me. It hurts. It actually hurts. House rules, he says simply. Take care of your brother. He's the only one you've got. You have to do something, my mother says to Oliver. It's new evidence. Theo can testify. He might be implicated or charged with withholding. You have to do something, my mother repeats. Oliver is already reaching for his coat. Let's go, he says. Jacob and I are the last ones out of the kitchen. The cake is still sitting on the table, along with my other presents. It already looks like a museum exhibit, untouched. You'd never guess that 5 minutes ago we were celebrating. Jacob, my brother turns around. I don't know what to say. He awkwardly pats my shoulder. Don't worry, Jacob replies. That happens to me all the time.
Jacob. Today is April 15th. It's the day in 1912 that the Titanic sank. It's the day in 1924 that Rand McNally published its first road atlas. It's the day in 1947 that Jackie Robinson first played for the Brooklyn Dodgers. It's also the birthday of Leonardo da Vinci, author Henry James, the girl who plays Hermione in the Harry Potter movies, and my brother Theo. I used to be jealous of Theo's birthday. On mine, December 21st, the most impressive thing that happened was the explosion of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie in 1988. Frank Zappa was born on my birthday, but honestly, that doesn't compare to Da Vinci, does it? Plus, my birthday is on the shortest day of the year. I've always felt like I've gotten shafted. Probably Frank Zappa did, too. Today, though, I was not jealous of Theo's birthday. In fact, I couldn't wait to give him the present I'd been keeping for him. Oliver says that, at the courthouse, Theo and I will both have a chance to talk. Apparently, it's not enough for the jury to know, as the medical examiner testified, that Jess's facial bruises were caused by a basilar skull fracture in the periorbital region, blood dissecting along fascial planes and creating the appearance of contusion. Or in other words, what looked like a girl who was beaten might very well have been a girl who simply fell down and hit her head. Apparently, the jury and the judge need to hear Theo and me explain the exact same thing in different words. I guess I'm not the only one who doesn't always understand what's been said. My mother is driving, with Oliver in the passenger seat, and I'm in the back with Theo. My father is at our house, in case the court happens to call in the 20 minutes it takes for us to get there in person. Every time the car goes over a frost heave, it makes me think of jumping on a mattress, something Theo and I used to do together when we were little. We used to believe that if we got enough bounce going, we could reach the ceiling. But I don't think we ever did. After all those years of Theo sticking up for me, I finally got to be the big brother. I did the right thing. I don't know why that's so difficult for these jurors to comprehend. Theo opens his fist. Inside it is the pink iPod that used to be Jess's. From his pocket, he takes out a white tangle of wires, his earbuds. He sticks them in his ears. To all of those experts who said that because I have Asperger's, I can't empathize, so there. People who can't empathize surely don't try to protect the people they love, even if it means having to go to court. Suddenly, Theo pulls one of the earbuds out and offers it to me. Listen, he says, and I do. Jess's music is a piano concerto that swirls behind my eyes. I bend my head toward my brother, so that the wires reach, so that, for the rest of the journey, we stay connected. Case 11. My Brother's Keeper. Theo Hunt had been engaging in risky behavior. His peeping Tom excursions had escalated into entering empty homes and taking souvenirs, electronic games, and MP3 devices. On the afternoon of January 12, 2010, he entered the home of a local college professor. Unbeknownst to him, the house sitter, graduate student Jess Ogilvy, was upstairs showering. He made himself a cup of tea and then heard noises overhead and went to investigate. It's hard to know who was more surprised, Ogilvy, who found a strange boy in her bathroom while she was stark naked, or Theo Hunt, who realized that he knew the girl in the shower, who tutored his older brother Jacob. Ogilvy reached for a towel and exited the stall, but she stumbled, striking her head on the edge of the sink. As she struggled to her feet again, Theo Hunt ran, overturning the CD rack, several stools, and the mail on the counter during his speedy exit. 2 hours later, Theo's brother Jacob arrived for his weekly tutoring session. A student of forensic science, he was surprised to notice a familiar footprint on the porch, the van's sneaker tread that matched a pair belonging to his brother. Upon entering the unlocked house, Jacob found it in disarray. He called out but received no answer. Further investigation upstairs led to the discovery of Jess Ogilvy, lying naked in a pool of blood. Making the assumption that his brother was involved in her death, possibly during an altercation in the midst of a botched robbery, Jacob proceeded to alter the crime scene so that it would point away from Theo. He cleaned up and dressed the body and moved it downstairs, stumbling once on the staircase, which resulted in Ogilvy's front tooth being knocked out post-mortem. Using bleach, he cleaned up the bathroom to remove blood evidence. He picked up the overturned furniture and CDs and mail and proceeded to create a crime scene that might have been interpreted by authorities at first glance as a kidnapping, and at second glance as a cover-up perpetrated by Ogilvy's stupid jerk of a boyfriend, Mark McGuire. In order to do this, Hunt had to put himself in the mind of a borderline idiot who might attempt, poorly, to make a murder scene look like a kidnapping. He packed some of Ogilvy's clothes and toiletries in a backpack, but made sure that they were not clothes routinely worn by Ogilvy, which someone less astute, like Mark McGuire, would never have realized. He left a typed note, allegedly from Ogilvy herself, asking for the mail to be temporarily stopped, as if she had decided to take a trip. He then cut the screen in the kitchen with a butcher knife, a red herring for forced entry. Finally, he walked below this screen outside, wearing Mark McGuire's boots, so that the police could trace this cover-up back to Ogilvy's boyfriend. Then, Hunt carried Ogilvy's body to a culvert several hundred yards from the house and waited for investigators to piece together the information he'd left them. Jacob Hunt neglected to realize at the time that he might be implicating himself in the murder. He neglected to consider that the scene he'd come across, at worst, murder at his brother's hand, and at best, a death accidentally caused by Theo, might instead be a death by natural causes, a slippery floor, a skull fracture, and a hematoma. None of this, however, really matters. In the years afterward, Jacob's motive for restructuring the crime scene and moving the body was hotly debated. Some felt that, as there can be crimes of passion, there can be crime scenes of brotherly love. Others felt that Jacob's fixation on forensic science came into play. He wanted to experience the thrill a murderer might feel, waiting for the authorities to figure out the trail he'd left behind. Think whatever you want. The only thing that really matters is this. I'd do it all over again.